Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are you ready? I'm back, bitches, from vacation, y'all. Went to Washington, and now I'm here in Texas. Holy fuck, it's hot. It's fucking like.
No, like really, it's fucking hot, dude. Oh my god, is it hot in Texas? Woo, doggies. You doggies, it's hot. Yeah, my AC, like, oh my god. Supposed to just get on camera here. Looking good? Everything's fine? Yes, indeed. Thank you, Wax, for reminding me. I would have forgotten. What's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and I'm back from vacation in Washington, where it was only 88 degrees. Yeah, it's... How hot are my balls? Everything about this place. I have the door closed. I have the AC, like, my window unit, like, pumping. Should be able to cool off this one room because the rest of the house, oh my god, guys. So we came home yesterday. We got in like 6:30, something like that. Walk into our house, we're like, oh man, the AC is gonna be so nice. Walk in, it is fucking 90 degrees in our house. Which is 32 C. Pretty sure. Let's see. 90 degrees F to C. Yeah, 32.2 degrees Celsius. And it was fucking sweltering. So we look outside. I look outside at the unit, and the unit is not spinning. It is not like the fan is not going. Nothing is happening. So you might hear the AC in the back. You're just going to have to fucking deal with it. You might hear it when I talk.
Eat my asshole!
That's right, eat my asshole.
Salons always have hair on the floor. Garages always have oil on the floor. Banks, what is your problem?
Banks, what's your problem? Why is there not money on the floor? Yeah. Nice, Lash. No, dude, it's, yeah, we came home and it was 90 degrees. Called the landlord immediately. I was like, dude, what the fuck? He's like, I'll have an HVAC guy out there first thing in the morning, 7:30. I was like, okay, we'll make it through the night. So we took the window unit, or the portable unit from my office. We took it downstairs, put it in the living room with a fan on it, and we made it work. I mean, it wasn't cool at all. It was like, I think we probably got it down to like 85 degrees, but we managed to get some shut-eye. But holy fuck, finally the HVAC guy came today, and he was like, yeah, it was a fucking, I don't know what he said. It was a bad motivator. He could have just said that, and I would have been like, oh, bad motivator, sure. No, but it was just like a capacitor, I think is what he said. He said, yeah, the capacitor was bad. So he replaced the capacitor, and it's working now. But that, the house, needs time to cool down, so it hasn't cooled down yet. So if you see me sweating, that's why. Because everything is trying so hard to keep, this room cool. Yep, alternator shot, gonna have to replace the whole unit. Funny enough, that happened to me twice while living in Austin, yeah. Well, we'll see at the end of the stream and see if the rest of the house has cooled down to a fair. I think it's fair to want 75 degrees. I think that's fair. I'm not trying to get it under 70, 60 whatever degrees. I just want it to be 23, 24 degrees Celsius. Like 23, 24 degrees Celsius, I'll be happy. I'll be happy. Gas-powered air conditioner, that seems like a neat idea. Yeah. No, our electric bill it's always been high, but it's going to be really high here in Texas. Yeah. We're looking at like for a 2,000 square foot house that we're renting, like we're looking at $300 a month just to fucking power this place. But yeah, that's what we had to deal with right when we got home. And thankfully, we picked the dogs up this morning and not last night, because they would have been hating it last night. We were not having the best time, but they would have been hating it. But we got it down to 80 so far, and hopefully it's just gonna keep going down. Yeah. Welcome home. Did you have a good time, big boy? I did. All things considered, I had a pretty decent vacation. It was mostly relaxing. We did, family time is always a little stressful, but it's not my family, so it made it a lot easier. So we did some drinking, and we did some sightseeing. We went, took a ferry to the San Juan Island. I think they're called the San Juan Islands, and then there is San Juan Island, like proper, and that's where we went. We went to the San Juan Island, and we went we tried to do some whale watching, and there were no whales. We sat out there on the whale watching cliff for like 3 or 4 hours, and they were like, "Yeah, pod might be coming this way." Nothing. Didn't see no whales, dude. But we did have some good food. Had some good seafood, some good cod, and yeah. There's really not much to discuss. Like, we mostly just chilled out in the Washington. Like, it was hot for Washington, but man, it was nice for coming from Texas. I'll tell you that much.
Zeke's gift, Zeke love.
Thank you very much. Element Triple X with 106 months. Let me just thank some people who, let me just finish up talking about Washington. Not much to discuss. It was just pretty relaxing. We didn't do anything super exciting, except the one thing we did that I wanted to talk to you guys about was very cool. We went to, there we go. I'll show you guys. We went to the, never mind. Wax. One thing I didn't check my capture card. And I'm still in the middle from the showcase we were watching. That probably doesn't do anything. Okay, let me do this. And let's see. Oh, of course, it takes over the fucking... Yep. Every time I plug this fucking thing in, it takes over my audio. There we go. There we go. There. Okay. Should be good? Okay, we're good. All right, now I have to reinitialize the capture card. There we go. There we go. Okay. We're good. Everything's fine. Okay. So we did go to the what's it called? The Museum of Pop Art? Mopop? We went to Mopop, and they had some awesome shit there. They had a sci-fi section, they had a horror section, and they had a fantasy section.
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Hot. Tea Earl Grey hot. Yes. So we did all that, and I saw Captain Picard's uniform from like the first season, the first and a little bit of the second season. So we went there, we saw that, saw the actual model for the Terminator, saw Geordi's visor, of course, and some of the old phasers. Yeah, the first season were the spandexy ones that had the zipper up front all the way down. Yeah. Those the good change they made. Also, this is from Blade Runner. This is some models from Blade Runner. And this, or wait, not Blade Runner, excuse me, Dune. I apologize. Dune, the 80s Dune. And some of the models, like the weirding module and stuff like that. And got to see Sting's knife, dude. They had Fade Routha's knife. That was pretty cool. Okay, it's not okay. It's so long. It's so long. Thank you, Goody, for that. I appreciate it. Justy, thank you. Thank you for the 52 months. Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch more shit there. Like they had oh God, what's her name? Daryl Hannah's name in Blade Runner. Not Mina. What was her name? It was like a 4-letter name, like Mina or Tina or Pris. That's what it was. Pris. That's right. Pris. Yes, they had her outfit, and they had the Snake Lady, one of the replicants. He retired. They had her like see-through like cellophane like jacket or whatever. Yeah, the clear jacket. Yeah, that was hanging out. It was pretty cool. They also had, of course, they had this from Back to the Future. They had the hoverboard, the Mattel hoverboard, and the Pitbull. You gotta have more power. And then they had the Slice. They still have Slice in the future, which is weird because I haven't seen one since this movie was big. Play. You want a sound effect and you want the nya sound? I don't know what the nya sound is. That's not on my sound bites, bud. That's a tip sound. Are you talking about the one that just played? The one that just played. You got to pay for that one, man. You got to pay actual money. You got to pay $20 for that shit. Ah, crazy. Thank you for the 358 QC Portal Geek with 63. You know what? I'll just give you a random one, though. You want a random one? Here you go.
Now,
Light our darkest hour. There you go. There you get some Hot Rod. Pepsi moved to Sierra Mist and not Starry. Yeah. Oh, there's a model. One of the original models for the Death Star. The Empire. All right. Thanks, Goody. That's no moon. That's a voodoo berry. Anyway, yeah, so they had the model of the Death Star from Empire. Or from, wait, did they reveal it in Empire that they had another one in construction? Or was that in Jedi? I can't remember when they first revealed this. It was Jedi? Okay. I can't remember. It's been a minute since I watched the original trilogy. And of course they had, hi, I'm Chucky. So they had a really cool horror exhibit. And then they had the Jason outfit.
Ayaya.
From Friday the 13th. And that's all I'm looking at on this picture. I'm not looking at anything else on this picture at all. There's nothing else to see but this cool Jason outfit. But yeah, they had just had a bunch of cool shit, man. They had what else do they have? They had a bunch like Doctor Who stuff. They had some Cylon stuff from Babylon 5. What else? I mean, the fantasy one wasn't as big and it didn't have as much cool stuff. There was a few Harry Potter things. But there was also like, Gimli's. They had a couple of the stunt swords from Lord of the Rings. Or stunt weapons. They had Gimli's axe. They had Sting. I think they had Narsil. I think that's what it was. What's it called? From Lord of the Rings. And yeah, they had some like older stuff too. Like they had the Cowardly Lion's outfit, like his entire body outfit from Wizard of Oz, shit like that. But yeah, dude, it was like that part was really cool. I had been to the EMP before, but they have a section of it, probably many sections of it that they keep the same, and then there's many sections that they like change from time to time, like theme sections and stuff like that. So I had been to most of it before, but the new stuff was like the stuff they get on loan from other places, like the Smithsonian or whatever. But yeah, the sci-fi and horror like thing was very cool. I really much enjoyed it, and it was a surprise. Katie surprised me with that. I didn't know that's what we were gonna do that day. So we took the train into Seattle, and then we took the monorail.
Almost a whole
Monorail. We took the monorail to the EMP and the Space Needle, which I'd already seen. I've seen the Space Needle before, so I wasn't like, oh my god, I gotta go to the Space Needle. Nah. God damn this fucking thing. It's so touchy now. Stop being so touchy. I took the midnight train going anywhere. Yeah, I had a good time. It was a good time. It was relaxing. I did miss you guys though. I do miss streaming when I'm away, in case you guys were wondering if I'm like, oh, he doesn't miss us. No, I miss you terribly. You guys make my day. Did you make it to Pike's Market? No, but I've been there. I've been to Seattle a handful of times because it's not super far from Billings, Montana. I think it's like a 12-hour journey. Let's see. To Seattle drive. Yeah, 12 hours, 8 minutes. So it's not an insurmountable drive for a youth of my age or of my previous age to make, which I did a few times. We went to Seattle a few times. Not the least of which, the last time we drove from Billings to Seattle to see Weird Al Yankovic. That was awesome. Drove all the way to Seattle to see Weird Al, and it was great. And I've seen Pike's Market a couple of times. So I didn't feel like I missed anything or I needed to go. John Angel with 29 months. Thank you, John Angel. Yeah, but we're talking America Drive. The UK people drive, a 12-hour drive, and it blows their fucking mind that we think that's short. The US is big, dude. Like, can you drive all the way across from tip to tip? UK, can you do that in 12 hours? Seems like you might be able to. I mean, depending on traffic, of course. Like, if there was no traffic, you probably could. Yeah. No, it's weird. Like, the entire country of UK and the islands and all that stuff would fit in Montana probably twice. Maybe not twice, but the state I grew up in, you might be able to fit two Englands in there. Yes, and you're absolutely correct, Celtic Knight. In the US, 300 years is considered old as far as, architecture and buildings go. And in the UK, 300 miles is considered long. Exactly. Yeah, it's all relative to where you're from. Like, oh, that's an old building. And then there's some Brit pops out of the bush and be like, you think that's old? I live in a property that's 1,200 years old. It's 3 or 4 times your entire country. Actually, 300 years. We haven't been in country. We've only been in country for 250.
Cat, and welcome back, Zeke.
Yeah, we just celebrated 250 years of being a country. So 300 is astronomical for a U.S. person. Wabba Jack, thank you for the 81 months. John Angel with 29. Let me thank some people that did some stuff while I was gone. Who did stuff while I was gone? Well, let's start with Vincent. Vincent, gifting a sub to Erotica Reading Rabbi. Casting Conch, Prime sub while I was gone. Oblivious to me with 88. True Theris with 95. Razvan with 7. Stay 4K gigantified an emote. Orange Willie with 28. Jimmy Jigs gifted out 5 subs. Rocker Stocks had 10-year resub while I was gone. Vincent giving a sub to Yervin Galid. Dano, OMG King Dano, gifted a sub to Panicrent. Eidolon with 114. Vincent with a gifted sub to Nukinade. Kieran with 71. The Mr. Sark with a tier 1 sub. Smokey Brand with 7 months. Guomi with 105. Lord of the Dirt with 36. Lash with 300. Feasel with 13. Oh, now we're on to today. So thank you today to Lord of the Dirt, The Lash, Feasel, Element Triple X, Doros with 39. Justy, thank you with 52. Goody with 2,000 bits. And so on and so forth. The rest of you I thanked already, so thank you. Appreciate it. So you got to play Dive or Die. Well,
that's too big.
It's too big.
Your vacation seemed great. Your absence was too big.
My absence was too big. I get it.
Caucus.
I totally get it. Miss Mark, thank you for the 140 months. I missed you. I missed all of you so very much. There was something I was going to say. And now it's gone. It was in my head and now it's too big. Oh, thank you. Jub. You said you got to play Dive or Die. Indie Saturday's coming up. Indie Saturday, baby. So give me all your indie game suggestions. I would love to find a new game to play fully. Scott suggested one that I looked at before. That might be tomorrow's game if we finish. We should be able to finish High on Life today. And it's called. Oops. Damn it. Dino Blade. Oh, that's right. It's the it's the fucking Dark Souls with dinosaurs with the swords in their mouth. That's right. Dino Souls. Yeah. Scott suggested we play that one. And it's going to release. Oh, it releases. Oh, in less than an hour. So maybe play that tomorrow. Will we ever see Digimon again? Fucking, I don't know why you're asking that because you're being an asshole, aren't you? Didn't I yell at the very same person last time? I'm almost positive it was you asking and I yelled at you. We probably won't see Digimon again because it's a fucking 50, 60 hour game. If it was 20, maybe. It wasn't you, not toxic? Okay, well then, I'm gonna yell at you. No, I'm not gonna do it! I liked the game. I didn't love it. Especially not enough to do fucking 2 weeks of it. The Chad, thank you for the 95 months. No, we're a short gamer kind of game place now. Like this one taking 3 streams is a lot. That's a lot. Okay, thanks. I was just making sure I was correct. We won't see it again.
Z-Cut.
Now you're being a dick. Now you're totally being a dick. Bleach, thank you for the 11 months. Kevbot with 150 fucking 5. God damn. All right, let's play a game. Let's do some. Let's get high, guys. Can we get high, please? I'm excited to jump in and play another video game. I have not played a single video game in a week. And I think I'm dying. No, like Geek Pirate, if I could hold steady, like a steady, like 1,000, even 800-900.
Oh boy, am I glad I met you. I've been looking for a good reason to get out of these woods ever since those wicked townspeople banished me here. I mean...
Right, I forgot. This is where we left this game. Because we're going to let this guy talk. And he's got a lot to say. I forgot. We got here, and we rescued this guy, or rescued, I guess. And he's just going to blab. He's just going to yap. So we're going to sit back and watch it. But to answer what I was going to say, Geek Pirate, if I could maintain like 800 or 900 viewers for, you know, playing a game for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I would totally do it. But it's like first day and then a steep drop to second day. And then it's like 600-700. Like, I got to think about it like that. I don't want to, but I have to, you know, business, it's a business. Oh, 6-7. Fuck you. God, I fucking can't wait till that meme dies.
Those are some damn cruel people in that village. The vibes of that place are so bad. It's almost like they did me a favor banishing me here. Sure, there's the occasional ghoul attack, but for the most part, I get lots of time for self-care and to just, you know, be myself. Those villagers really hate it when you're your own person. They're such conformists. I can't believe I used to think I was happy there. Here in these woods, I'm actually happy. And now that you're here,
That's all you have to say to me.
friends in the woods.
I hope
That's
kids
what we
make
are.
8 to 9 a meme.
And the
mix.
best thing about being friends in
Thank
the
you,
woods
Narco
is
Whale.
that
Good to see
we
you again.
can get
Thank
into
you.
all kinds of trouble just by
155. Jesus, all
ourselves.
the oldies are coming
It's gonna
out.
be so much fun. I mean, yeah, sure. I want to get out of here just as much as you do, but what's the rush, you know?
Oh,
I'm starting to feel like we might be
sure.
getting more lost.
Whatever you say. Outlaw, I don't know about this guy. He's a bit weird.
It's a bit weird.
Oh, you're probably wondering what's the deal with Prismarium. Basically, all you need to know is that the people on this planet may look simple and smooth-brained, and that's because they are. They're a nasty, backwards people who don't take kindly to anyone who looks and acts different from them. That's basically how I ended up here. They're afraid of what they don't understand, and when they get mad, they get violent. But enough about that. You're trying to get out of here. Okay, maybe it's this way?
Maybe. This guy has no idea where he's taking us. We've got to ditch him.
Okay.
Since you may be here for a
damn it.
while,
God
you're
damn
going
it.
to want to learn the difference between the leaves that are okay for eating and the leaves that aren't okay for eating. And when you do, let me know, because I've been basically eating whatever leaf is in front of me, and it's tearing up my stomach something fierce.
Yeah, that's really cool, mate. Thanks for telling us. Really helpful. Yeah, really helpful stuff. Thank you.
Welcome home.
It was good on Genga. Nothing like super awesome except for the I recapped it at the beginning, but I went to the sci-fi exhibit. So sci-fi, horror, and fantasy exhibit at the EMP at the Mopop. That was awesome. But the rest of it was just pretty relaxing. A lot of traveling, a lot of car rides through beautiful scenery, ferry rides through, you know, the ocean and the islands and stuff like that. But like as far as like anything that anybody wants to really hear about, that was about it. Is that it? He's done? Okay.
I think we're getting close to the exit. Definitely close. Gotta be close.
Okay. Oh, so the main mission is to kill the finance whiz James Stevenson, to take the money out of the hands of Humanza Pro, or what's the name of the fucking pharmacy company? I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, we're trying to bring them down to stop them from using humans as drugs. And our next step on doing that is killing the finance whiz.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure if this was the right way before. Whoops, wrong way. That one's on me. Oh, please be careful. Those are my pots. Pretty much all I have out here. Huh.
Look, that's our bad.
Dude, I asked you to be careful and you smashed another one. You know what? That's all right. I'm sure it was an accident.
Worsty! 1, 2, 3, baby!
Oh fuck it, so here goes.
I'm glad. Not enough gun. I'm back, baby. Did you see you can add new custom tags to your wish list items now in Steam? No, but I will. I would love to just explore that more on Indie Day, Mr. Jojo, because I heard about like, yeah, you can tag your wish lists, which would be. I mean, maybe I'll find a use for it.
What the F? That's my stuff. You effing asshole. I mean, we're still friends, but what the hell? Smashing all my pots? Gee, damn. God damn. You SOB.
Fucking laughing. Oh, I can't.
Come on, what the hell?
Oh, nice Persona 5 rerun, let go.
I don't care
See
anymore.
Croc, see
Smash
Club.
my pots, whatever. I can't stop you, and you saved my life. I owe you this. Smash as many of my pots as you want.
You're surprised no one mentioned the new Halo game for you to play? Me? Play a Halo game? Oh, man.
Sorry, but I refuse.
Whoa, what the hell? You got out that easy? How'd you do that so fast?
Where the fuck am I? Oh, my God.
Careful. I see floating letters.
Oh, those are just the magical floating letters that tell you where you are. It's kind of a thing on our planet, and it's kind of spaces to be weirded out by them, FYI. But I forgive you because I'm your friend and faithful guide to the Blue Wizard's castle. First stop, Death River. Don't be scared, though. It's just called that because of all the people who die on it every day.
Well, that's gonna be me.
Just a word of warning, don't drink the water. The locals dump their old paint into this river.
Oh, right, okay.
Isn't Prismaria beautiful? Who needs all those extra edges and vertices? Every other planet has too many of them, if you ask me. We've got just enough here. Whoopsie doodle. Good thing I was here to pull you out of those raging waters. So, when we get to town, you might hear some things, and, well, I don't know. Some people are just bigots. Judgmental, ignorant, rude bigots. Have I ever hurt anyone? No. But does that matter to some people? No. They'll just decide one day that they don't like you. You can't hang out with them. You can't come within a certain distance of their private property, and it's all just ignorance. Why'd I bring this up? Now I feel like the vibe is super skunked right now. Things were going so well between us, so... You know what? It's okay. We're friends. We just need to get to the Blue Wizard, and all this will be fixed.
Sure thing, buddy.
Just let me jump, please. Thank you. Is it, like... I've heard enough people say that... Is it not Joe Para? Said it sounds like him. Is it him? It is him. Okay. The fuck? Oh. Nope. Nope. Yep, that one. Ow! Oh, not you. Ow.
Careful about that dust coming off those purple ghouls. It's asbestos.
Asbestos? What the fuck?
Yeah. The Blue Wizard sold it to the nearby town for cheap because the place kept on catching on fire from his activities. But it turns out that the ghouls love playing in it too, since they don't have any lungs or skin. So yeah, don't breathe it in. It'll give you a really scratchy throat.
This guy is... The fuck? No, I tried to go behind the waterfall and I couldn't. Oh, I got caught underneath the fucking thing. Okay.
Cool. Hey friends, you're doing great. Now you just need to find some way across this raging waterfall hundreds of feet in the air. You're all amazing and I love you and I believe in you.
I may be of some help here.
Oh my god, what the fuck? No, get up and fucking... Oh, you piece of shit. Okay.
Oh no, more ghouls? Something's really crawled up the Blue Wizard's behind today. Maybe we should turn around.
No need. We can wipe the floor with these freaks.
Okay. Nope.
Back off. I'm taking them to the Blue Wizard.
You ain't getting anywhere near the Blue Wizard, Apples. Eat shit, you high definition assholes. We'll destroy you and your high quality model.
Who is talking? I know I'm talking. On the cart?
Hey, I thought we were friends. That's okay. I forgive you. Oh boy, almost to the town, huh? Hey, friends, can I talk to you for a second before we continue?
Okay. Sure.
What's wrong, Apples?
Nothing big. It's just, well, in order to get to the Blue Wizard's castle, we're going to have to pass through,
What?
well, they're like, they're cool, but they're kind of intense as well. I used to live there, and there was, like, this big misunderstanding, and they really just don't like me.
I tried to go behind the waterfall,
Okay?
but it was
In fact,
hurting me,
you could
Secret
get in a lot
Gaming.
of trouble if you're seen with me. I just need to know. Are you my friend?
Let's see.
Yes, we're best friends, Apples.
Ah,
That's
thank
not
God.
who
I
I
knew you
picked.
felt the same
That's
way.
not who I picked.
Look, whatever happens next, I just need to know you're in my corner. That you'll stick up for me.
I think we need to ring the
really
bell.
appreciate it. Best friends forever.
There's a paper you can take? Okay. Well, there's that waterfall, and then there's the one down here. That one right there. You must do the same way that is written in the paper in the forest? Oh. I don't remember getting a paper in the forest. Shunoshi, thank you for the 59 months. Zabzilla was 66. Well, I don't think I can go over there. Yeah, it won't let me in anywhere. Don't do it. The secret is just a 50-minute recording of Justin Roiland ranting about cancel culture at the woke mob when he came to do his line reads for the sequel. Oh, there we go. Okay. I didn't know there was another platform down here. Look at this. Oh, oh. Nope. There we go. Crumpled piece of paper might do something cool with this. Might not. Not really my problem. Left, 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 right, front, left, right, left. I don't know what F is. I see there's a toilet. Yeah, remember the route on it? Just remember left, left, right. Okay, okay. Let me write that down. Okay. Okay. L, 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 R, F, R, L. Okay. And that's for later. What is... Oh. Yeah, what is this? Is this anything I can read with any gun or anything? Me? Oh, fuck. Now how the fuck do I get out of here? Okay. Fuck me, dude. God damn, it's so hard to see anything. There we go, okay. All right. The forest is right near the waterfall. Up there though, right? Pretty sure. Oh, so wait, back that way? I gotta go back across the fucking river? What a fucking convoluted thing. Oh my god, okay. Oh, I get it now. Okay, so right, or left, right, forward, right, left. Okay, starting from here? Oh my god! Tony Hawk, fucking pro skater, let's go!
Happy 12.
Got it! Mystery game, let's go! Yeah, I knew exactly where everything was. That's funny. That was a cool fucking Easter egg. Thanks for that. Hey, Stacksaur, thank you for the whole year, 1 whole year of subage. I appreciate it. So I got a new game that I can play at the at the hub, the hideout, whatever it's called. Oops, that was a little too low. Dude. Are you kidding me with this? There. There. Okay. God damn it! Fucking Jesus. All right. Thanks for the secret, by the way. Yeah, no drop frames this week because Ko and JP are both going to be gone, I believe. But I might do a little shorty stream. Because I've been, you know, been gone for a while, so. Might do a little half stream. We only care about you anyways. Yeah, maybe that's the day we watch the movie from this game. We watched Spookies or Creepies or whatever the fuck it is. Chad said indie frames on Discord and it sounds a bit awesome. Yeah, that's a lot of work, Manham, and I don't want to do it. Yeah, no, I know. Like, you want me to run the fucking show?
Greetings, travelers, and welcome to our humble town. Please state your Oh, come on! What the fuck is he doing here?
Hey, I brought some character witnesses.
You're friends with Apples?
I don't know.
What's wrong with you? Bringing him here?
Apples, can you fill us in here?
Well, you see, friends.
You've brought a banished pariah to our town gates.
You need to denounce Apples right now, loud and clear, or else we're gonna have trouble.
I don't know. Does this matter if I say fuck that guy?
Oh, fuck that guy. We barely know him. He's just some creep we met in the woods. Consider him denounced.
Thank you. Honestly, that's all we needed to hear.
What the hell? I thought we were freaking friends.
You shut the fuck up, Apples, and stay the hell away from us.
You go back to those misty woods of whatever the fuck they're called. You sick animal!
Fine, I get it. You all hate me. I guess I'm the bad guy. I'll just leave then.
Sorry about that guy. We'd kill him if we could, but he's immortal.
You can come on through. Welcome to Prismaria. You've chosen a great day to visit.
You have another secret? Can you share the... Oh, it takes a video to show me the secret?
If I were you. There's about to be a big execution in the town square. It's just upstream. You can't miss it.
If you're lucky, you might get to see the Blue Wizard himself.
Okay. It's in the Cortex? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, share the video. I'll open it and check it out in a second.
The town is called The Town. Very creative.
Hail, townspeople of Prismaria. Today we're having another big criminal execution in the town square. You won't want to miss this one. We're hanging a scumbag who tried to steal from the Blue Wizard, if you can believe it. See a famous Prismarian execution, one day only, right here in Prismaria.
Bowie. Wanted dead or alive. Okay. Are we ever gonna find out what fucking Apples
Hey there,
did?
fellow traveler. Where y'all from?
We're not obligated to answer such questions.
Nice, nice. Me and the wifey are from Obanax 12, but we like to think of ourselves as citizens of the galaxy. That's my wife. She's seriously so funny.
We are just so blown away at how well behaved and happy the local Prismarians are. You know, given their low poly lifestyle. Guess you can't believe everything you read.
Seriously, oh my god, how funny is my wife?
This is gonna be a good execution. I can't wait. Thank you, Blue Wizard.
Oi! Log rides! Log rides to the town square! Sorry they're going the wrong way!
We hear you cannot miss the public executions here. It's a revered part of their culture.
I hear they're executing a criminal who stole from the Blue Wizard. Would not want to be him right now.
Oh my god! Honey! Stop! You're making me laugh too hard.
I fucking love this couple, dude. You ever met a couple like that? It's like, oh my god, my wife is the funniest. Just hang out with her a little bit. You'll see what I mean. She is hilarious.
Yous look like tourists. Thanks to the Blue Wizard, you can ride one of these logs upstream to the town square.
The logs appear to be heading in the opposite direction of the town square.
Oh yeah, we're still working out the kinks. Plus, if you drown, the Blue Wizard says it's valuable marketing data. Up on a log, and then another log, and then another log. You'll be at the execution in no time. Up on a couple logs, why don't you? It's literally the only way you're gonna get to the execution.
I don't even know where that is, Secret Gaming. In the Cortex? I don't know what the fucking Cortex is. I don't know if I've been there or I'm going there soon or... Yeah, no clue.
Any idea where we can find the Blue Wizard?
Bless the Blue Wizard. Bless his six-figure salary. He's usually in that mighty big castle up there. But he might be making an appearance at today's execution.
Oh, later the Cortex Jennifer. Okay. Okay. I will look for it once we get there.
Oh, whoops. So, who's getting executed today?
Some Gatlian kind of like you, I think. That's not why we're killing him.
Oh,
we're
new
not
gun.
racist. It's just that he stole from our beloved Blue Wizard. Can't let anyone get away with that.
Find the Gatlian scheduled for execution. Okay.
Hey, ha, ha, ho, ho! I can't wait to see that Gatlian get what's coming to him. Nobody tries to steal from the rich wizard and give to us poor peasants.
You're looking for the execution. You have to keep going upstream. You're almost to the town square, love. Just a little further upstream.
I love these fake-ass British
I'm
accents.
telling you, tourist. The town square's upstream. Keep going or you'll miss the execution, love.
Today we're hanging some ungrateful little Gatlian what come to our planet, running his little Gatlian mouth, saying, "Oi, my name's Bowie. Oi, I'm here to liberate you folk from the clutches of the evil Blue Wizard." What a load of rubbish! Our Blue Wizard is always looking out for our well-being. He helps us invest our money, which stocks are going up and whatnot. It's very complicated sorcery that only the Blue Wizard knows how to do. You wouldn't understand.
We owe the Blue Wizard everything. Without him and his six-figure salary, we wouldn't have all our supplements and athletic powders keeping us young and fit and attractive. I've given him everything I own, and I still want to give him more. I hope he's at the execution in the town square today, so I can throw more of my money at him.
Oh, shit. I forgot one of the biggest pieces of news. God, there was one big piece of news I was going to share with you guys at the beginning of the stream today.
Can't wait for that
But
nasty little Gatlian to
shut
get his nick snapped.
up.
Hooray
Can't
for
you tell I'm
capital
giving
punishment.
news?
Oh, what a day! Oh, I enjoyed this stuff.
I closed on my house.
I can't wait to go tell the
I
missus
closed
about
on my
all
house.
the things
It is
that
sold. It is done. That headache is
the
over.
sweater. Oh, maybe I'll even get some on my face and she'll
I
be
have
able
the
to
money
see
and we're good to go. I never have to
profits,
like worry about that house again,
enjoying
hopefully.
and staring at the evening press
So now we got a nice down payment on a new house whenever
favorite time
Katie
of the
finds
day
us
when
one.
He talks about the stocks and he talks about our money
Jesus fucking
solutions.
Christ, he doesn't shut up.
I'm just so excited.
Oh, so that's where the letters come from.
Oh, he's forging the fucking skate letters or
Where have I
steak.
seen these giant letters before?
So you know me work. Must be trained in the art of the wheelie plank. It appears there's still some honor left in this desiccated world. Perhaps he can be of service to an old fool like myself.
Yes, it is a great feeling that it's finally done. I mean, it was a pretty fucking stressful, like, I've never been that stressed out in my life.
They're just
It
floating.
was a
in
really
quarter
stressful
piping
couple of
road
months.
rails.
But now it's done, and now we can. Katie is free to look at, you know, all the places she wants to look at.
I think my son used to collect some of these letters back when he was in his skateboarding phase.
Ye seen me letters all over the galaxy. We use 'em here to let folks know where they is.
Yeah, so stressful I
As
went bald,
understand
yeah.
It, most use 'em as wheelie plank collectibles. Used to sell 'em to an honorable lad. What was his name again? Tony Hawk? Made good coin for years under that arrangement. Do me a favor, laddie. Me letters, scattered all across the galaxy. Gather what little of 'em ye can. Treasure them. Savor the craftsmanship. Ye alone are worthy of my letters. Treat them well. Yes. Swear to me, lad. Swear
It's
that
just
you'll
running out of
collect
shit
my
to say.
wounds with honor.
Yeah, dude,
yes.
will do. We love grabbing those things.
Must craft the runes.
Okay.
Oi, you're tourists, yeah? Want to buy some rare modern sticks? Just 50 pesos.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, why not?
All right, good. Pleasure doing business.
He just fucking runs away and jumps in the river. All right, then. Mud and sticks. This will surely be useful for something. Surely. Thank you, Heldon. Oh. No, I'm going the right way. Oh, slime drive. That is... not this guy. No. Oh, these guys? Yeah, these guys. There we go. Motherfucker.
Oh, bruv, I can't wait to see them thieving Gatlian's eyeballs popping out of its head when the executioner hangs that nasty wanker. That's what you get when you try to steal all the money we gave to the wizard and try to give it back to us.
Anything you're looking for in a house? Probably a single level so it's easier to heat. I would like it if it was like at least 2,000 square feet, but if we could find one that's just a single level, we don't need 2 levels because it's a bitch to heat, like if it has more floors. So I would like, if it was a double level, I would like it to have a basement, but they don't do basements here in Texas, I guess, which is weird.
Oi there! You here to see the Gatlian
No,
execution?
cooling off a home
I'm
is what I
afraid you're
meant.
a tad too
I'm
late
sorry.
for the tour.
I meant cooling
Just
it.
close the gate.
Shit! We need to get in there and save that Gatlian.
Look, above the gate. Perhaps my spike could be of assistance in removing this obstruction.
Bless the Blue Wizard for bringing us public hangings. Bless the Blue Wizard for being tough on crime.
God, accents are so bad.
Our public executions are deeply rooted in our culture, at least since the Blue Wizard took over not too long ago. It's lovely seeing baddies get what's coming to them. Today's gonna be especially good. Some Gatlian named Bowtie or something like that.
No, honestly, if it had, I don't want 2 levels like a ground level and an upper level. If it has a ground level and a basement, I would totally do that. That's totally fine. Because basements are cooler, like temperature wise, and I don't mind streaming in a dungeon. I'd love it. I'd love it. But it's apparently not a big thing here to have a basement.
If you really want to talk to the Blue Wizard, you should have scheduled a consultation a cycle ago. If he's got some time, he might be at the execution, but, you know, he makes 6 figures working from home. And that doesn't even include his side hustles. The grind never stops for our Blue Wizard.
I love that, dude. They just keep mentioning his 6-figure salary and that he works from home. Wow. Within Austin, resident basement incredibly rare because of the shallow limestone bedrock, which requires expensive rock breaking equipment, highly expensive clay soils, and very shallow frost line. Builders typically rely on slab on grade. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. If we can find one, that'll be great. But if it's a single level, we can make that work too. That's fine. And it has nothing to do with fucking stairs, Scott. I don't mind going up and down stairs, you fucking prick. Katie was up my ass about that today too. She's like, why don't you take the dogs out more? It's like, because you're downstairs and the basement or the outside is down there. You can it's easier for you. And she's like, oh my God, why are you so afraid of stairs? I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. I am not afraid of stairs. Good Lord. God damn you, Vincent. Vincent giving a sub to Denial. Nope. I need you. Yeah, you. What's this?
Oi! What are ye smooth bastards doing in me house? Oi! You in town for the big execution? Me home's right by the town square. I got the perfect view for it. You wanna buy my house, don't you? You want my perfect view? Well, I ain't selling. Get lost.
Oh.
Enough. Just go.
Welcome
Calm down
back.
or get the hell out of here. Easy. You're gonna break something.
Hmm. They keep fucking shoving me. Okay. No, no. What?
Smash them all!
What the shit, dude? Oh, it is a glass floor. Oh, weird. Okay. No, I need you. There you go. What the fuck is happening? Bane Link, thank you very much for the 11 months and the welcome back. You guys?
Can you please let us in?
Sorry, mate. I'd let you in, but the gate jammed. Maybe if you can get it open again. But, nah. Only the Blue Wizard is capable of great feats like that. It's a shame you'll have to miss it. This looks like it's gonna be an extra special execution. The crowd's all riled up. Nobody survives the rite of public execution. The Blue Wizard makes sure of that.
Okay. Nope. This guy.
Even this impoverished village appears to have some electrical grid set up.
Oh, there it
Perhaps they
is,
weren't
for
always
fuck's
on.
sake.
Either way, we'll need it to open that gate. Search the nearby vicinity for amplifiers I can link together. They may be obscured.
Thank you, Del Thorson. Oh, there we go.
You may have to manipulate our surroundings or even destroy some private property to find the amplifiers for that gate.
This is so weird. I don't know how, like... I don't know how to unattach something. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now, there, to there, to there. Okay, I have 3 of them attached. Yeah, it's from, yeah, the guy's voice from Diablo, right? Yeah. Is that not the fucking thing I attach it to? Okay. All right, 1, 2, 3. Oh, fuck, there's one in the back of the fucking S? Jesus Christ. There. Okay, cool S time. Boom. 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 I don't have any more. There's the blue wizard. Oh, those guys are still hanging out here, apparently. Thought they went away after a while, but they just stay up. Oh, it's not even on anymore. I guess it is. No, I mean it doesn't feel like that difficult of a puzzle. I don't have another thing to shoot at this. Isn't that what we're supposed to shoot at? Like if it's 3, I got 3 hooked up. Fucking asshole shield. Well, I can't do anything with this puzzle because there's an entrance to it right down there, and I can't get these fucking guys down there. Yeah, there's no entrance for them to go into. Yes, I saw that Cosmic Blue. Yeah, we discussed that. Gonna check that out on Indie Day when I'm wishlisting stuff. Well, fuck, dude. Oh, check the video after you connect them all. A prompt above the gate should appear. Okay.
Oh, wow. This is gonna be the best execution yet.
Oh my
The
fucking god.
Gatlian
Okay,
tried
no,
to
we're fine. We're
waltz
fine.
in
We're
here
fine.
and
We're
tell
fine.
Boy there, you here to see the Gatlian execution? I'm afraid you're a tad too late for the tour. Just closed the gate.
Look, above the gate. Perhaps my spike could be of assistance in
Yeah,
removing
I
this
know.
obstruction.
This is gonna be a good execution. I can't wait. Thank you, Blue Wizard.
What the?
Man,
What'd you
fucking
do
eat a
that?
dick,
Got
game.
The gate open again.
God
Hey, you're
damn it,
almost as
dude.
talented as the Blue Wizard. Come on in.
It was fucking bugged. Give me a break.
Oi, hello, and welcome to the Prismarian Execution Visitor Tour. What you're about to see is a genuine Prismarian execution with real death. Quite the treat for tourists. This doesn't happen every day. I bet you have a lot of questions for me.
So what did this criminal do that was so bad they had to get executed?
Buddy, you're not gonna believe this. That Gatlian in there, he stole a bunch of money from the Blue Wizard. He tried to give it to us. Said it was rightfully ours and the wizard was oppressing us. Yeah, sure. Does he think we're stupid? We gave the wizard that money. He's gonna invest it for us. You ever hear Wizcoin? It's the future. You know what? You should get it on this too. Make sure you talk to the wizard after all this.
I'll tell you what. That's sometimes what it feels like to have a financial advisor. You just shovel all of your savings to them and they're like, don't worry, we'll take care of it. Like, okay. And I can call him anytime for updates, but it's still like, he's got control of a good chunk of all of my money. Frostbube, thank you for 83 months. And then it's gone.
Let's say we wanted to stop this execution. How would one go about it?
Whoa, whoa, hey now, don't go talking like that. You can't stop an execution decree by the Blue Wizard. You'd be infringing on our right of public execution. That's our Third Amendment here on Prismaria. And you just never want to go against the Blue Wizard. I mean, that's why this poor sap's getting hanged in the first place.
What up, BD?
Trust me, just keep your nose down and
What up,
enjoy
Sad
the
Raisin?
show.
I did have a good vacation. Thank you.
What's an execution? Oh, wow. You must really be from some uncivilized backwater planet. Basically, it's a thing where if you do something wrong, you get killed. It's a great motivator. Make sure none of us do anything wrong ever. Except for when we do. But then we get killed. So that fixes everything. Plus, they're really fun. It's so cool to watch someone die. Trust me, you're gonna love it.
You're gonna love it.
We actually really need to see the Blue Wizard. Is he gonna be here?
God, I hope so. He's so cool.
Thank
But
you,
good
Creepy
luck
Malays,
getting the
with
audience
6
him.
years.
He's very busy handling our entire planet's finances, and I heard he even does some off-planet work. Sometimes he disappears for weeks on end. We're lucky he graces us with his presence at all. All hail the Blue Wizard! Something about you lot has me nervous. Just don't go doing anything stupid in there, okay? This execution is important to the townspeople.
Thank you,
First
Horse
one in
Noodles.
ages. We really need this. You promise me you won't interfere?
Oh, I'm just gonna tell him what we're gonna do.
We're gonna free that Gatlian and save his life.
What? No! Don't do that! You'll earn the ire of the Blue Wizard himself! Not to mention the townspeople. These executions are very important to us. They're all we have as entertainment, and it's our sole form of law enforcement. I'm going to let you through, but only because I have to assume that was a silly little joke. You mustn't interfere, though. Please. Okay.
Thank you all for attending today's execution. Today, we execute this Gatlian for crimes against the Blue Wizard, including theft.
What's wrong with you people? Don't you understand? I was just trying to help.
Silence, criminal! The event will begin shortly.
Oh, he's Bowie, like a bow. Okay.
We're running out of
sake.
time. We'll need to think fast. I'm going to start shooting if you are.
All right, let's keep up the energy until the hanging. How are you all feeling tonight? Let's hear that crowd go wild. That's what I want to hear. Is everyone ready to watch this Gatlian get executed live on stage?
Seriously, my boys, listen to me. The Blue Wizard stole all your money. He's scamming you.
Shut up! How dare you speak ill of our beloved Blue Wizard? He's going to take that 10 grand I gave him and turn it into 100 grand.
Sorry, but are you stupid?
Oh, there's. Oh, I didn't even
You're
see
gonna
the
get any of that
timer.
cash
Now I
back?
see it.
He's straight playing you, you fools. I was trying to steal it back, Robin Hood style.
You're an outsider. You just don't get it. You don't have the vision. You don't have the wizard grind set. And that's why you must be killed.
Yo, straight up? That's not a good reason to kill somebody.
Well, you also stole a bunch of his money. Our money. So it's not just the lack of wizard grind set.
Hey there, it's me, Pseudo. I've run my analysis and I see a few options here. We could try shooting him down, we can run up and grab him, we can kill the executioner, or maybe we can try convincing the townspeople to stop the execution? I don't know what the best option is. It's all up to you. It's your call. We gotta do something.
Who wants to see this Gatlian get hanged? Yeah, that's the spirit. We're gonna snap this little guy's neck. Long live the Blue
Oh,
Wizard!
these are just the
Boy,
townspeople I have
I'm
to
begging
convince.
you.
Okay.
Reconsider. Right? You don't have to do this. If you want to keep getting fleeced by that wizard, that's fine by me. Just let me go.
Not a chance, loser. You're getting hanged. That's the end of it. Where's that countdown timer at? Can we speed this up? The crowd wants to see blood!
Yes, I'm back, Neo Twitch. Yeah. Thank you, man, son of man. It's been a week already. I know. Crazy. I'm back. I'm here.
Hi. You can't really be up here.
Yeah. How do you even hang a Gatlian? Okay, I can cut him down. Oh my God, I can hang him. I can actually pull the thing and hang him. How many subs you lost? I don't want to fucking talk or think about it, Neo Twitch. Jesus fucking Christ.
Seriously, like, I know you're a troll.
Hey, I just got back. My dad has cancer. Oh, how bad of cancer is it?
You have
Is it
80
real
and I
bad
have
cancer?
100 months? Coincidence? Yes. Yes, it is.
Hang the outsider.
1, 2. There it is.
4.
The counting meme.
5.
Good
6.
one. 7.
8.
9. 10. 11. I lost 11 subs. Thank you. Crispy with 100. You have AC and I hit 100 months. Coincidence? Yes, it is. Yeah, Crispy, you did it. 100. Okay, as soon as this countdown's over and we find out what happens to him, I'm gonna let the countdown go. And then we'll get you on the list there, Crispy. For the November 100 month. Yes, we're doing 100 month in November. The whole entire month of November, we're going to be doing 100 month games to catch up a little bit. And not play GTA. Vincent, thank you for giving me a sub to Celtic Knight as well. And Goody, thank you for the 1100 bits. Yeah, you just counted the subs that were left. Okay, here we go.
Who's ready for an execution?
Damn it, we wasted too much time.
By the power vested in me by the Blue Wizard, I now pronounce you dead. No! What happened?
Oh, wait. I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good, y'all. That shit didn't work at all. I don't even have a net. I'm just a bow and arrow.
Hold on. Is this right? Sorry, everyone. I think something's wrong. Oh, I guess we don't know where this alien's neck is. Please be patient. We'll figure this out.
What's going on?
Why isn't he dead? This is a rip-off.
Look, it's the Blue Wizard. He comments.
He answers our call. Hail the Blue Wizard.
Thank you, my liege.
Where is he?
We require your aid.
Hey, you! Pick me up! We gotta get out of here fast!
We'd better grab that Gatlian quickly, lest we lose our chance.
No, I want to lose the chance. God damn you!
Yo, for real, pick me up quick!
Firefox!
Bounce!
Get out of here, Firefox! What are you doing?
Seriously, my boy.
Fuck
if you
off,
wanna save
dude.
me, you're gonna have to do it now, before the wizard shows up.
Hey, do you want to see what's new with Firefox?
Yo,
No, I don't
hang in here.
care!
If the wizard shows up, I'm fucked!
Okay. So my biggest question right now is...
Pick him up already!
What was I supposed to do with this? Like that little crack in the wall. And that guy's house. Like this, right here. What was I supposed to do with his, like, the knowledge and the puzzling in the basement?
We want the blue wizard! We want the blue wizard!
Boy, what are ye smooth bastards doing in me house?
Yeah, I can't see him. I can see the wizard.
Just go. Calm down or get the hell out of here. Can I help you?
Yeah, thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to. He
Hello?
never cared.
You hear me?
I-
I'm talking to ye. You smooth
I always
polygon
care.
tourist.
Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, can I talk to him again?
Oi, you in town for the big execution? Me home's right by the town square.
Yeah.
I got the perfect view for it. You want to buy my house, don't you? You want my perfect view? Well, I ain't selling. Get lost.
That's it? And I can't do anything about this. Like, it's just a fucking mystery. All right. I'm gonna reload the last checkpoint and try to convince the townspeople if that's allowed. Yeah, I am. Okay.
Today, we execute this Gatlian for crimes against the Blue Wizard, including theft. What's wrong with you people? Don't you understand? I was just trying to help. Silence!
Well, first I'm gonna pull the
event will begin shortly.
Pull the lever.
Commence the countdown.
We're running out of time. We'll need to think fast. I'm going to start shooting if you are.
All right, let's keep up the energy and ow! That was supposed to be my job. Why the hell did you do that? I thought you were on my side. Oh, hey, I'm still alive. Yeah, hey, I'm total. This makes sense. I don't even know if I have a neck. Hey, no hard feelings. All right, come give me a hand, yeah?
Can I still convince them?
You're from out of town, right? I bet you're chuffed to see your real Prismarian execution.
We're here to stop it.
Actually, we're here to stop it.
What? Really? Why in the world would you want to stop this execution?
Well, because they are Gatlian like me. And our kind likes to look out for one another. What, you don't know what a Gatlian looks like?
I didn't realize. Oh no. Was I just being spaces?
Oh yeah, very spaces. Against Gatlians, I'd change your tune if I were you.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm not normally spacist, I swear.
So we threaten him with
Planet,
cancellation?
Hey, everybody! We can't execute this Gatlian. If we do, I think we're being spacist somehow. Our section of the crowd is officially anti-execution and anti-spacism.
Hey, look at us. Hey, that's some of the crowd on our side now.
Okay.
It's almost time for the execution, my
Thank
dear
you, Celtic
lad.
Knight, for giving
We're
out
all so
subs to
excited.
Totem Pole Man,
Isn't this
Sawyer
such a
Wolf,
brilliant way to deal
Carmelian,
with
Beyond the
criminals?
Stars, and Kanji. I don't understand.
Well, what about the court of law, huh? Shouldn't he be tried with legal counsel or something? This is a little barbaric.
Court of what?
What?
Legal, huh? I don't understand what you're saying, lass.
You really don't have any of that stuff here? Oh, Jesus, don't make me explain it. I barely understand it myself. It's like Like a whole system where criminals have their crimes discussed, and I don't know, everyone just tries to make sure we know exactly who's guilty and innocent or whatever. And it doesn't always work, but it's better than this.
Wow. I don't think we've ever actually thought about checking to see if someone's really guilty or not. This changes things. Oh my god, what are we doing? What's wrong with us? We need to stop the execution at once! We're not barbarians! This needs to go to court!
Okay. And we got one more. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Welcome back, you silly cunt.
Another lovely execution.
Thank you,
Don't
Mr.
just
Mister.
love to see the blood of filthy criminals spilled upon the dirt and rocks of our wondrous planet.
Not really. I'm no stranger to spilling blood, but I can't say I'm a fan of what I'm seeing here.
Oh? Well, who asked you, anyway? Get out of here. You're spoiling a good thing. Be gone.
Shit. I don't know what we're supposed to say there.
Okay, if we were trying to convince the crowd to lay off, I think that ship has sailed. Oh well, there's probably another way.
God damn it, dude.
Thank you all for attending today's execution. Today, we execute this Gatlian for crimes against the Blue Wizard, including theft.
What's wrong with you people? Don't you understand? I was just trying to help.
Silence!
Come on, dude.
The event will begin shortly. Commence the countdown.
Damn, we don't have much time to save this guy.
Yeah.
Should we try talking to people?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's keep...
Another lovely execution. Don't you just love to see the blood of filthy criminals spilled upon the dirt and rocks of our wondrous planet?
That's what I want to hear. Everyone...
Oh, I do. I love it very much. I love everything about the sight of blood. Get a bit high from it, truth be told.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, hot. You know what the best part is? The bloodlust. Yeah, it feels better than anything else in the world.
Yeah, it does. Perhaps there's even some arousal at play.
What the fuck? That's not what I meant at all.
I was trying to steal it back.
Oh, you meant it. No, you meant it. We are kin, you and I.
Kin of the lust for blood.
The lust for blood.
The thrill of the moment life leaves a target's eyes. The blood drains from their body, from the soul, and leaves them nothing. That very moment, that is the moment in which we revel. We feel it in every fibre of our beings. Death. Taken from another. It gives us life, gives us reason, purpose. I salivate over this moment. I am erect for it, as are you, my friend. As are you.
Oh, yeah, you're just like us. Orgasming at the sight of death.
Jesus fucking Christ. Nope, I'm out. I'm over executions. Hey, everybody! I think executions are actually for perverts. There's something wrong with all of this. I just want to go home and lie down. I can't take this anymore.
All according to plan.
Where's that countdown
Okay, there's
timer?
one.
Can we speed this up? The crowd wants to see blood.
You're from out of town, right? I bet you're chuffed to see a real Prismarian execution.
We're here to stop it.
Actually, we're here to stop
Hang the outsider!
What, really? Why in the world would you want to stop this execution?
Well, because they are Gatlian like me. And our kind likes to look out for one another. What, you don't know what a Gatlian looks like?
I didn't realize. Oh no. Did I? Was I just being spaces?
Oh yeah, very spaces. Against Gatlians, I'd change your tune if I were you.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm not normally spacist, I swear. Our planet, we're not. Hey, everybody! We can't execute this Gatlian. If we do, I think we're being spacist somehow. Our section of the crowd is officially anti-execution and anti-spacism.
Hey, look at us. Hey, that's some of the crowd on our side now.
Okay, and last but not least,
It's
you.
almost time for the execution, my dear lad. We're all so excited. Isn't this such a brilliant way to deal with criminals?
Okay, now we gotta listen
Well,
to this
what about
bullshit
the court
again.
Of law, huh? Shouldn't he be tried with legal counsel or something? This is a little
I
barbaric.
just wish there was a way to speed this along.
Legal... huh? I don't understand what you're saying, lass.
You really don't have any
We want to
of that
see him
stuff
dangle.
here? Oh, Jesus, don't make me explain it. I barely understand it myself. It's like a whole system where criminals have their
Well, there's
crimes
definitely shooting
discussed,
segments phase.
And I don't know. Everyone just tries to make sure we know exactly.
But it is
who's
mostly
guilty
this,
and
like, talking
innocent
sense
or
of humor,
whatever.
like,
And it
script
doesn't
and stuff.
always work, but it's better than this.
Honestly, the shooting sections are,
I
you
don't
know,
think we've
pretty
ever
basic.
actually thought about checking to see if someone's really guilty or not. This changes things. Oh my god, what are we doing? What's wrong with us? We need to stop the execution at once! We're not barbarians! This needs to go to court!
Hey, let's hear some noise out there. What happened to that crowd spirit? It's almost like you don't want this execution anymore.
Yeah, we don't. We're kind of over it.
Right. Did you know about the criminal justice system? Because I didn't until a minute ago. I think we have a lot to answer for.
I agree. Plus, I'm not spacist. If anyone says I'm spacist, they're lying.
What in the... What's going on? This is a Prismarian execution we're talking about. You guys are killing the vibe. Don't make me call the Blue Wizard.
Look, it's the Blue Wizard. He cometh.
He answers our call!
Hail the Blue Wizard!
Thank you, my liege. We require your aid. Hey, you! Pick me up! We gotta get out of here fast!
Quick, grab the Gatlian!
Okay.
My boy! You're a real one, on God! Thanks for the save! Now let's bounce before the wizard shows up!
It is I, the Blue Wizard, James Stevens.
Oh, finance
James
whiz. I get it
Stevens.
now. Okay, that's pretty good.
I ask of thee,
That's
my
pretty
loyal
good.
subject
Finance
of
whiz.
Prismaria, who the hell skunked the vibe at my execution? What's the six?
Hey, Stevenson! You're gonna have to try harder than that to kill my bow-shaped Gatlian ass!
You. I'm trying to remember. Sorry. What was your deal again?
Yeah, really? I stole your money! Tried to give it back to these fools!
Oh, right, yeah. Okay. Why aren't you dead?
Because if you kill me, then who the hell's gonna waste your ass, fool? You fucked with the wrong Gatlian! And now I got backup! We're gunning for your ass, you snake oil son of a bitch!
Oh, is the poor little nobody mad at the rich Blue Wizard? You got a problem with me? Come to my castle and say it to my actual face. In the meantime, here's some ghouls. Bye-bye.
Wanna use my soul hole? Alright, listen up, homie. You're gonna wanna utilize my body effectively if we're gonna take out the wizard together. I'm basically a bow and arrow. You know what those are, right? I'm that, but alive. You can charge me up to rip open a little portal with my soul hole. A lot of fun stuff going on with me. Go nuts and let's take out these ghouls.
This could be the start of a beautiful friendship.
Look, we can take them.
Oh.
Ah, damn!
I guess I don't understand this. Yeah, you enter like a slow-mo or something.
Skateboards I don't like the looks of that.
There's more where this
You're
came from.
trespassing.
Smelled you before I saw you. We're gonna kill you for sure.
hell?
Hey! Be careful!
You're cool. You're cool.
That's right, you better hide. Can't wait to eat your corpse. Just kidding, that's not a cool thing.
You fuckers!
Come out.
That can't be good.
Yeah! Jeppy!
We're gonna take you down. We're gonna kill you.
You wanna use my trick hole? You gotta be with my friends.
Is Jeppy doing stuff? What the fuck is happening? I'm glitched out. I'm glitched into the fire, guys. Dude.
Okay, you see that old eye above the gate there? I hate that shit. Blue Wizard's on some graphic designer iconic brandy focus group shit. But you can use my soul hole to fuck that eye up and open up a way out of here.
Okay. That was weird. There's a chest over there, too. Oh, that's just a dead body. Okay. Looks like there's triple X here. I guess Jeppy did all the work. Oh, and they won't let me do this, huh? God damn it! Yeah, see, there's a fucking case back there, but they won't let me get it. I have to figure out how to do the zip line or whatever. Oh, there we go. Fuck off! God damn it. There it is. There. There we go. Oh, I got a collectible card. Great. Fuck, I don't care. Not an upgrade. I don't give a shit. Okay. So I do this and there and then there. Oh, hit I buttons. Oh. Shit's bad. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Now
That's
let's pull
weird.
up on that wizard's castle.
Okay, before I go, guys, does anyone have any ideas about this, that guy's house? But it was a foil. I hate that fucking door that hits you.
Boy, what are ye smooth bastards doing in me house?
This guy. And this hole.
Oi, enough. Just go. Can I help you? Calm down or get the hell out of here. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, I'm talking to ye, you smooth polygon tourists.
Okay. Try the shoot again. Looked like one got through before you noticed the last floor.
Can't wait. Thank you, Blue Wizard.
Easy, you're gonna break something.
Oh, okay. I guess one did get through. Oh, they just plop right through. Okay. God damn it! Okay. There. Faster ability charge. Skinny. Oh, brain drain. Skinny drain. That flushes pus out. Decreases the cooldown of creatures' mind control ability. Okay. Okay, we did it. Good. I don't know if that crack in the wall means anything, but.
Oi, you in town for the big execution? Me home's right by the town square. I got the perfect view.
Come on now. The crack is just to give that guy a purpose for a line. That shouldn't surprise me.
So James Stevenson was the Blue Wizard all along? I did not see that coming!
Oh, yep. He's a slippery one. James Stevenson is the name he does business under, alias the Finance Wizard. Here on Prismeria, they know him as the Blue Wizard.
So what brought you here? If you don't mind me asking.
Hey, ask away. I'm an open book. Plus, I owe you big time, homie. I'm kind of like a Robin Hood type, you know?
Steal from the rich, give to the... Oh, I forgot to say, anytime you see the wizard's watchful eye, I can help. Just power me up and fire them. I'll blow that shit up, homie.
Lay down
I guess they really fell for this.
too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. Oh, oh, oh. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar.
We need a Zcadogoth break.
Thank you, Spencer.
You don't even know the half of it. Old James Stevenson here got everyone in Prismeria wrapped so tightly around his magical little fingers. I even tried to give them their money back, and they strung me up on those gallows, yelling about how that was an investment or whatever shit.
These people must be stupid.
It's not their fault, homie. They're just a little gullible, that's all. These people need our help. And I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't look like
You know, we're also in the business of liberation and taking down the rich. Perhaps a partnership would be mutually beneficial.
And let's make it official, homie. I'm all in. Pretty. I'm out there on my own anyway. I need my band of merry men, you know? Let's fuck up that evil blue.
Evil blue what? No, 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 no. I didn't mean to skip the dialogue. I didn't, I swear to God.
Welcome back to Zika. Zika.
Thank you, DJ Knight.
Yeah! Jeppy!
Fucking Jeppy.
Nighttime came pretty fast.
Oh yeah, this planet's orbit is all weird and shit. You get used to it. Watch out! This ghoul's chucking boulders at us! Let's bust them up before they flatten us the fuck out!
There.
Just figured out who you remind me of.
Jar Jar Binks, he's gonna say it. Flumus, bow, increased stopping power. Increase Bowie's poise while firing. Chance to cause enemies to flinch.
Jar Jar Binks.
Oh my God, what I see!
I don't know what that is.
Trust me, Jar Jar is great.
Where can I meet him?
Oh, no, he's not real. He's a character from an Earth movie the humans showed us.
Damn, I bet he's handsome as fuck.
Yeah, I guess so.
Do the fucking thing again! What are you doing? Do the fucking thing again! I can only do one at a time? Oh, now I'm in the environment. Now I'm out of bounds. Now I'm fucking out of bounds and I can't do anything. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. Every fucking time. The movement in this game is good, but it's also very... very unpredictable, I'll say. Oh, thank you, Purple Wing. Yep. I'm glad you like the shirt.
Away we go!
Nope. Stop.
You've clearly got
Hope you're ready to fight.
We can't just give up.
So weird. Like when looking through the thing, time slows down.
What's going down? What's going down?
Yes! Jesus, do that.
Oh,
Fuck's sake.
fuck.
Very scary.
Can your dumb fuck guns do this?
Wow, okay, knocked me right off the fucking edge. What up, whole man with 42 months? Thank you. There you go, get him, Jeppy.
Almost made it to the wizard's castle. Couldn't have done it without you, homies. Actually, how are you helping?
Well, we're trying to save humanity by taking down Rhea Pharmaceutical.
Yeah, they're trying to make it legal to turn our human friend here into a pill. The Blue Wizard's one of our targets.
Oh, no shit! Dismantling Big Pharma is a dream of mine. This is fate, homies.
This is so nice. I love you, Bowie.
I love you too, yellow guy.
No. Just get this, get that. Is that something? No. Oh, there we go. Skeletal deck. An under-evolved skeletal deck with sharp angular bones. Every port is pointy, stabs your soul with every push. Awesome. Low poly trucks, low poly wheels. Oh yeah. Let's see. Skateboards. There we go. Trucks. Wheels. There you go. Yeah. I wonder if it hurts me though. I really do. I wouldn't put it past this game to hurt me every time I want to skateboard. It doesn't. Ow, fuckers!
Boulders break brittle bones,
Hey,
bitch.
there!
Blue Wizard's lair.
Weird.
Last time I tried to get in there, I got caught. But this time, I have all of you.
Yeah, where is Jeppy? How come he's not building up power?
Welcome back, sir. Hope you had great excitement.
Wizard's castle.
Yeah, man, we know where we are.
Well. But isn't the Poos?
Oh,
I
shit.
checked my ring camera, by the way.
Damn it.
I know you're the ones who just broke into my penthouse apartment. Real mature.
Shut up, fool! We're here to fuck you up.
Well, you made it this far, so you must have that dog in you. I like that. I might even be open to collabing, cutting you in on this. But I need to know it's gonna be worth my while.
Bro, we're not collabing, all right? We're here to put an end to your exploitation of the working class people of Prismeria.
Oh, shut up. They're eating out of the palm of my big magic hand. Now, if you want to talk, I could lower this drawbridge, but first, let's see if you know your stuff.
Your call, homie. Maybe if we play by his rules, he'll let his guard down.
Let's start with an easy one. In Section 27J of the Galactic Tax Code Referendum, what does it say under the capital gains header in paragraph R?
Capital gains tax property 6-year rule allows you to use your property investment as if it were your principal place of residence for 6 years whilst you rent it out.
Wrong. Don't you know anything? In Section 93P of the Accounting Lunar Law Handbook, how are intangible fixed assets discussed in paragraph H17.5?
Real quick, Silas Nom, thank you for the 106 months, and I didn't put you on the list yet. Crispy, are you still here, Crispy? I said I was gonna do it after that wordy part, but I never did, so let me do that now. Let me get you on the list there, Crispy. Do you have a game in mind, by the way? Let's see, it would be right here, HJKL, yep. There we go. And it is spelled C-H-R-I, or C-H-R-S-I-P-Y. There we go. Okay. There we go. Yeah, you want to see GTA 6, right? No! I will not allow that. I will not allow that. Okay.
Seriously, I don't have all
Owning a patent is considered an intangible fixed asset. Intangible fixed assets are assets that do not have physical form. Amortization of an intangible fixed asset periodically lowers its value from a set period of time.
No. I had such high hopes for you. In Section 13Q of Pergy Truffett's How to Get Rich on the Backs of Others, how are current taxable years' fixed liability terms explained in paragraph F451?
Yo, this quiz is a joke. Just another trick this clown uses to bamboozle the people into thinking he's smarter than them. We'll play your game, sucker, but we ain't falling for shit.
The money don't lie, baby. I've got fat stacks, and you've got diddly squad. Anyone can see who's really on top here. I'm trying to run a business here. If you can't figure these out, you ain't gonna be a part of it.
Okay. Fixed liabilities will not mature for a long period of time. A company holds fixed assets for long-term use in generating profits. Liabilities are what you owe other parties? No. Then that one.
No.
Damn it!
You idiot. In part 8 of my 15-part webinar, The Grind Runs From You, how is non-taxable income defined?
I'm looking around and maybe there's another way, that doesn't involve playing by this fool's rules.
Any unused portion of a non-refundable tax credit will expire.
Answer. I'm here because I see potential in you. Don't fumble the bet. Damn, that's correct.
Oh, shit!
Well, maybe I was right about you. In Section 318X of the Income Tax, a study of the history, theory, and practice of income taxation at home and abroad, what is the deduction example of adjusted gross income, aka AGI, listed in footnote 12.2?
Well, Keefy, I'm waiting. Interest on student loans can be deducted from your gross income. When determining your AGI, self-employment taxes should be deducted from your gross income. If you're a qualified educator, any expenses pertaining to it are deemed acceptable as deductions.
At no cost.
I think 3.
In the time it's taken you to pick an answer. Wrong-o.
What?
I was way off thinking you could keep up with the hustle. In Section 6C of Tobin's Spirit Guide and Accounting Glossary.
Tobin's Spirit Guide? That's from fucking Ghostbusters.
In Chapter 14.
Causality loss are qualified when property has been damaged at the expense of the owner. Causality loss are caused by the complete or partial destruction of property resulting from an unexpected event such as floods, storms, fires. For each instance of property casualty,
This is such an easy
causality
one. Practically a charitable contribution.
Casualty loss, including theft and disaster, specific amounts may be subtracted from your taxes.
Correct. But that was an easy one. Let's start with an easy one. In Section 27.
Are you saying you want to buy my beer,
Galactic
Gunga
Tax
Beast? Because we can talk.
What does it say under the capital gains header in paragraph R?
What does it say under the capital gains header of paragraph R? Oh, this is repeating questions now. Okay. Oh, the gain may be short-term or long-term.
In Section 93P of the Accounting Lunar Law Handbook, how are intangible fixed assets discussed in paragraph H17.5?
Oh, is that one I already picked? No, that doesn't help. Intangible assets, fixed assets do not have physical form. That's wrong.
Seriously, what do you do with your time if you aren't learning how to get rich? In Section 13Q of Pergy Truffett's How to Get Rich on the Backs of Others, how are current taxable years fixed liability terms explained in paragraph F451?
Okay, liabilities are what you owe other parties.
All right. Game recognized game. In Part 8 of my 15-part webinar, The Grind Runs From You, how is non-taxable income defined?
We already did this one, didn't we? If you can tell me which one has a darker color. Man.
Don't you know anything?
Was it gray?
In Section 318X of the Income Tax, a study of the history, theory.
Yeah, see, that's the one I've already picked before. That was darker.
No. I had such high hopes for you. In Section 6C of Tobin's Spirit Guide and Accounting Glossary, what does it say about casualty loss?
Oh, the circle. I'm looking at the numbers. And that is not the right answer.
No. You idiot. Let's start with an easy one. In Section 27J of the Galactic Tax Code Referendum, what does it say under the capital gains header in paragraph R?
Okay, we know this one. Gains may be short-term or long-term.
Okay.
Okay, we know that one.
Dumb luck, and you know it.
Shut up.
In Section 93P of the Accounting Lunar Law Handbook, how are intangible fixed assets discussed in paragraph H17.5?
Okay, so the first answer is 1. It's not 2.
Wrong.
Nope.
I was way off thinking you could keep up with the hustle. In Section 13Q of Pergy Truffett's How to Get Rich on the Backs of Others, how are current taxable years fixed liability terms explained in paragraph F451?
This one was 1, right? This one was 3. Oh, liability is what you owe the party. Yes, okay. Yes, we knew that one. Okay, we got that one. Okay.
In Part 8 of my 15-part webinar, The Grind Runs From You, how is non-taxable income defined?
Non-taxable income is 2. Okay.
In Section 318X of the Income Tax, a study of the history, theory, and practice of income taxation at home and abroad. What is the deduction
So it's
example
not 3,
of
we know
adjusted
that.
gross income, aka AGI, listed in footnote 12.2? You're kidding, right? Wrong.
So that's 1.
In Section 6C of Tobin's Spirit Guide and Accounting Glossary, what does it say about casualty loss in Chapter 14? Correct. But that was an easy one. Let's start with an easy one. In Section 27J of the Galactic Tax Code Referendum, what does it say under the capital gains header in paragraph R?
So it's 1 blank.
In Section 93P of the Accounting Lunar
Okay,
Law,
so this is the one we get wrong.
how are intangible fixed assets discussed in paragraph H17.5?
So this one is 1. No, it's not, because we did 1 last time. 3 is the only one left, right? There we go, 3. Okay. So 133212.
In Section 13Q of Pergy Truffett's How to Get Rich on the Backs of Others, how are current taxable years fixed liability terms explained in paragraph F451? In Section 318X of the Income Tax, a study of the history, theory, and practice of it, right? Okay.
There we go.
That's enough right answers. I'll admit it. You're built different. Can't be denied. And that's the most important quality for anyone looking to get into the low-risk, high-reward world of Griftonomics.
Griftonomics.
To the Blue Wizard family. Guards, lower that drawbridge.
I don't trust this, but we don't have a choice, do we?
Oh, there he is. He's up there. Ah, there we go. Okay. What did it do?
Show yourself, wizard! Where is he? What the fuck is this?
Welcome back to Wiz Well, the official forecast of the Blue Wizard. Joining us today, we have the Blue Wizard.
Thank you for having me.
What the hell?
You can impart some advice on any aspiring CFOs. What would you say?
The financial wizard mindset comes from within. Every morning, you need to wake up, take 84 sips of water, look yourself in the mirror, and say to yourself, I am alive. I am unstoppable. I will be successful at anything I put my mind to.
Oh,
I will not let anyone bring me down. If I have haters, I am doing it right. My grind will pay off.
Oh.
Every second I'm not grinding, someone else is starting a side hustle. Every second I am grinding, someone else is grinding harder. That someone else can always be me. I am an outlaw. I am rich. I am powerful. I am a Blue Wizard.
Wow. This fucking guy.
You all like that? Just a little Orbcast clip to set the mood.
What the fuck did that do? That thing outside I just fucking did that puzzle. What the fuck happened?
Blue Wizard, your reign of evil fantasy tear ends tonight, fool!
Oh, that's how you get in without answering the questions. Okay.
I'll get to you in a minute. Just got to deal with some big deal movers and shakers first now. Make yourself at home. I'll be with you in a second.
He's wide open, barely even paying attention. We just attack him?
Oh yeah, wizard like.
What are we waiting for? Ice it!
Okay,
Come on, let him have it! We didn't come all this way to fuck around. Shoot him!
I like my cool pink board. All right, we'll give you the honors.
Whoa, you gotta shoot the Blue Wizard! He's right there!
You all have got a lot to learn before you can take me on. Love the initiative, though.
God damn it! He's got some kind of protective spell on him. Gonna have to hit him with something special.
Whoa, 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 whoa! That fucking hurt! You coming at the wizard?
That's right, motherfucker! We're challenging you to a duel!
Wow. I was gonna make you my proteges. But now, guess I'm gonna kill you instead. Behold,
the fuck is he
true
looking
power
at?
of the wizard grindset. Shalom backalaka dickalacka. Backalaka shikadak. Shikadakalaka. Oh.
I'm gonna crush you. Well, shit, don't break my expensive sigils. You're only gonna ruin my spell.
Yo, you thought your pathetic sigils could protect you? You don't stand a chance against me and my friends here.
Cool. That's it. Stop it now. You're fucking all my shit up.
No way, we ain't stopping.
Won't you stop breaking the sigil?
Yeah, keep taking them out.
Is one of you a human or something? I mean, is that why you're so against Rhea Pharma? Why are you fighting me? Can't you see that we're the same? You want to be rich, just like me. Feel the wrath of my unstoppable wizard Riz.
Oh, shit.
My wizard Riz!
Come on. Come on. Is that guy related to you? Ooh, disgusting.
Right to you.
Wow, you fucking pricks!
You hear that? I'm over here laughing, you bitch.
Hideous. Pispedious.
Get your own fucking sigils. Would you quit breaking mine? Oh, fuck. Okay, look. I can tell business. Let's just cool down a bit and maybe we can talk about this like the two great great entrepreneurs that we are, you know?
Get him, Jeppy! Do something, fuck's sake!
This whole galaxy is gonna be so much better without scum like you. Prepare to die, you bitch-ass blue wizard!
Hey! I'm not a bad guy. It's the money that made me this way. It's not my fault I love money. It's just so cool. Why don't you just chill a bit and we can talk, you know? I've got a copy of Rich Wizard, Poor Wizard. You can buy... Ah!
Terastris pederastris.
Just so you know, a nice dinner convo with me is worth more than 1,000,000 pesos. You need to get with the times. Ria Pharmaceuticals is doing good, honest work.
Okay. Got him! Brosmus, thank you for the 55!
That's what you get for trying to swindle the common folks and execute me, boy!
Boy!
And for, well, what did he do to you guys again?
He was cooking the books for an evil pharma company trying to turn humans into pills.
Yeah, that too! Damn, we make a pretty good team, don't we?
Just exploded,
Mind
huh?
if I roll with y'all a little while longer?
It'd be our pleasure.
Yeah, we could use the help.
Then it's settled. I'm in. New character, Bowie. Oh shit, who's at the door?
I got a heart piece. Bowie!
Boy, where's the Blue Wizard? Is he alright?
Hey!
Is he
It's the
alright?
wankers who ruined our big execution.
Hey, it's okay, everyone. Chill. Damn. We defeated the Blue Wizard and saved everyone. You can all get your money back now. It's a good thing.
What? The Blue Wizard's dead?
We don't want our money back. Do you have any idea the return on investment we were gonna
The
get?
Blue Wizard was gonna give us back what we gave tenfold. Are you gonna give us back what we gave tenfold?
Everyone, please. Try to understand. This fool was scamming you.
Oh yeah, the cool. You just realized it's the cool ass vomit.
Kill these assholes!
Everybody wait. I'm the one you want.
Apples? What the fuck are you doing here?
Look, guys, let me handle it from here. These people are innocent. I'm the one who killed the Blue Wizard and ruined all your investments.
What? Is that true?
Go ahead, tell them the truth.
Oh God, what do I do? It was apples or it was us? Apples. Okay.
Yeah. It was this fool, I guess. Not us.
I told you I'd always be your friend, no matter what. Now go, before they change their minds. This is my punishment.
Why did Apples come to help us?
Yeah, you know him? I guess he's not as bad of a guy as we thought.
No, he's bad. He's very bad.
God! What did he do?
Yes, please.
This game's got a mature age rating, right? Well, this would tip it adults only. You don't want to hear it anyway, trust me. But I promise it's not what you think. Let's just move on, right? Is that painting the way out of here?
This is my punishment.
Wait, it's not what you think, but it's bad. Okay.
Let's hop into that painting and get out of here. I want to see what type of adventures we get up to together.
We're here!
Oh, shit!
Oops, that's my bad. We lost contact.
Well, we're here now. Oh, sorry about that. Man, it looks like you hit your head pretty hard there, didn't you?
Yeah, that looks rough, kid. Might want to sleep that off.
I like that I'm still wearing the fucking Prince outfit.
You remembered to get me a souvenir. You're so sweet.
Oh, mud and sticks! They did have a use! Oh my God! I'm so glad I bought those.
Oh, good.
Sorry about that, kid. We didn't see you there. But, hey, another farmer bastard down.
Yeah, amazing work. Their finances are going to be in shambles now. Stevenson was a key asset in their operation.
And I guess you saved a weird primitive fantasy planet. That's always fun.
Let's keep this momentum going.
Yeah, but first go cross that bounty off the board.
Okay. No, that's right. Fuck you. I tried to draw a penis on that one. Bitch. And now. Cuck.
Oh, yeah. No rush crossing that shit off. The Earth is only getting pill-popped alive.
Cuck Whiz dead.
Fantastic work out there. Make good use of this stipend. Hey, kid. These last couple of outings were a little crazier than we'd hoped. Why don't you take a little break? A little stroll around Circuit Arcadia. Catch up with people. See what's new in the shops and then take another nap.
Yeah, you're not looking so good. Go ahead, rest up. We still have to track down the next 2 targets anyway. Not to mention figuring out who the CEO is. Talk to us after you sleep, but feel free to take your time in the city first.
Okay. All right, we're gonna take a short break here while I go pee. Maybe let the dogs out. So relax, sit back, relax. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for joining me on my day back from vacation. I appreciate you. All right, stick around. Holy shit, I just went outside, and I don't recommend it, y'all. Don't recommend it. I went outside to let the dogs out. It is fucking blistering outside. Currently 95. But it feels like worse than that.
Star scammers, call me, Blump Dongo, space attorney. I'll get your money back as fast as you can say bingo bongo, Blump Dongo.
But it's a dry heat. No, it's not.
And when I do, I blame
it is
on
not a
Bias,
dry heat, dude.
Ringu Blank. He always takes the fall for my mistakes. That's why my track record is perfect. What'd you say there? Bingo bongo, Blump Dongo. Call now. What?
Move, kid, I can't see.
Oh, he's watching a movie.
Jeppy! 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 Jeppy!
Was that your first time going to a planet like that? I've only seen a couple myself. Wild how evolution can split and make folks look all blocky like that. I always wanted to bang one of them. Word on the street is Rhea Farmer's board is completely freaked out. The wizard's the only one who knew the ins and outs of their finances, so their funds are a complete mess right now. All thanks to you. You're pretty damn good at being a criminal, kid. I plan on watching some adult-oriented programming with the volume all the way up later, so if you don't want your brother to be exposed to that, you should take him with you. Just letting you know. You want to talk some more?
Okay.
Sure. Walk away.
Oh, Rhea Farmer's probably scared shitless right now. It's not easy to find an accountant as good as James Stevenson.
Yeah, he was like famously the best accountant in the whole galaxy.
Yeah, can't imagine them filling that role anytime soon. Good work out there. Seriously. It's honestly been not so bad getting to work with you like this.
Yeah, this is fun. The whole team's finally all together.
Wish you could have joined us earlier. Maybe then we wouldn't have lost so many people. We lost like 100 people. It was so many people. It was kind of your fault if you think about it for not joining sooner. But...
All right. Rein it in, Lizzie. Come on.
Yeah, that's enough time wasted. I'm busy.
Okay.
I always thought those little ball guys liked being locked up in this cage. You gave them plenty of food and water, right?
That's honestly one of the biggest bounties I've ever seen,
70 million
kid.
credits.
I say we might as well go for broke and try to shatter all... Rude.
Thanks again for rescuing me, homie. Finally got a good cause to fight for again. We're gonna change the world. One love. We got this. Can you believe nobody from Prismaria even realized they were being ripped off? Sometimes you just can't open people's eyes, my guy. Just gotta accept that. Oh, do we have anything else to talk about?
Do we know who this is? Like, is this a famous person or just a dude?
It's always nice to take out a truly despicable target. Not that the act of killing on its own isn't enough. It's just that when the target also deserves to die, that's just the extra gravy on that tasty assassin meatloaf. I've never liked accountants. Or anybody, really. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, who's he
believe
voiced
me,
by?
but
Yeah,
I'd
Scorch.
like a little me time now, if you don't mind.
Drop that Jorbs, you dingus.
Oh.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, Machine, and I'm listening.
Oh, I know that name. I do. I don't remember why, but I do know that. I've heard that name. Especially that last name. The last name is familiar. Dr. Fraser Crane, Machine.
Another victory for the Crane boys. Thank you for your call.
An Eddie Crane pillow. Nice. All right, we're going to do one more.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, Machine, and I'm listening. Good night, Seattle. Thank you, caller. Stay tuned for Bulldog.
You already have this pillow prize? Come on, man. Give me one more new one and we'll call it a day.
Dr. Fraser Crane, machine. And I'm listening. Good night, Seattle. Thank you for your call.
Daphne Moon Pillow. Yeah, let's go. Daphne's hot.
Go on, get out of here.
What else you got? What's this? Health tank upgrade? Ah, sure, why not?
Okay, you bought something. Are we done here?
Reduces spike cooldown. Faster ability charge. Headshot multiplier, sure.
Thanks for wasting your money on my crap, sucker.
Creature. I never use creature. I don't like using Travis and Jan anymore because they got kind of annoying. Actually, a lot of these guns are annoying. Sure, I'll buy one for sheep. I like
to me
sheep.
if it breaks. I don't do returns.
Where's Knifey? Knifey's over here.
I wish we could have spent more time on that weird planet. It feels weirdly satisfying slicing up blocky guys like that. Like cutting through foam core with a hot wire. It's just fucking nice. I want to slice up more polygonal shit. If you see any more, like, untextured cubes or pyramids, just let me know. I want to slice them. Alright, fuck off now. I'm done with talking.
Well, 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 if it isn't my least favorite customer.
Oh, God.
Oh, I heard you killed a wizard. Pretty proud of you for that one, kiddo. I am supposed to be proud of you for that, right? Hey, thanks for letting me crash here. The apartment was getting kind of lonely. But I don't know if it's actually any better being around your mother and her new friend. They get pretty loud at night. But, you know, I still really appreciate it, kiddo. Nice to be together. As a family. Oh, that's enough of my blabbering. You don't want to talk to me anymore.
Okay. Are you going to say something about this
These
aquarium?
fucking developers at Squanch Games better not make me look like a fool talking about how there's a fishing minigame in here. If there's not, if they didn't put a minigame in here, I'm gonna be so pissed. I'm gonna look like a fucking asshole. Oh, hey there, sorry. Just muttering to myself. Keep your eyes peeled for a fishing minigame. It's definitely out there somewhere.
Fucking love it. Thank you, Geltz.
That wizard guy was so smart, right? I had no idea what he was talking about. So I just trust him implicitly. He seemed like the best guy in the world. I loved him. That planet looked like how my brain feels, if that makes sense. Nice and smooth. Love that place. Oh, you want to talk more? Hold on. I think Huh? You're leaving?
Okay, I'm just gonna say it because nobody else did. Everyone on that planet looked like they came from a PS1 game, right? Like seriously, that was just one big retro PS1 planet. Am I crazy? Has nobody else played an old video
I'd say
game here?
N64, but yeah.
Huh? Oh, I don't really have anything else to say. Sorry.
So is that wizard guy actually magic? I couldn't tell. I feel like I didn't know magic was real. Seriously, I'm kind of having a bit of a crisis here over whether or not magic is real. Huh, this might take a while to process. Oh, do you need something else? Sorry, I think, huh? You're leaving?
That's a pretty weird planet, right? Like, did they all look like that because they were under-involved? Or are they maybe over-involved? Like, maybe they're this ultimate simplified life form, and one day we'll all look like that. Maybe I'd be happier if I had less polygons and no textures. If I was just a simpler, smoother being. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being crazy here. I love being high definition. It's been great, but I think I need some time alone now.
Okay. I just like catching up with everybody, seeing what they're doing.
Go on, get out of here.
I gotta see my new Daphne pillow. Yeah, there we go. Look at all my Fraser pillows I've got.
Cars, you're going to love new Speed Riders. Because Speed Riders are unstoppable.
Oh, Mom's staying in my room? With Let's Do It? Get the fuck out of here. You kidding?
Energizer battery. Speed Riders, catch 'em if you can. For speed that just won't quit. The Speed Riders collection. The ones to collect new from LJN.
Dude, can I turn it off while I'm talking?
Hey, honey, I was thinking you and your half-brother Jeppy could spend some real quality one-on-one time together. I mean, in addition to your little terrorism missions. What if you took him to the zoo? Wouldn't that be fun? He really wants to go to the zoo. So, Lizzie tells me you killed a wizard. That is so wonderful for you. I always knew you could kill a wizard. Right, Let's Do It?
Let's do it!
I hope you and Lizzie are getting along okay. She's been going through a
Let's
pretty
do
big
it.
rough patch lately, so just be nice to her.
Let's do it!
Sorry, honey. I think I'm getting a little tired.
Let's do it!
Driving in the palm of your hand.
What was that, honey? Sorry, I was somewhere else.
Let's do it!
Change your mind, have
You look so hot out there killing the wizard, babe.
Really? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I didn't really do all that much.
Nah, baby, you did a lot, and you look good as hell doing it.
computer command.
You know, it's so funny. I was almost an accountant, actually. I was in school for it and everything.
Yeah, my baby's real smart. He could have been a stone-cold sociopathic finance wolf, cooking up all the books for a big corrupt company. Ooh, I gotta slow down. I'm getting myself all worked up.
This is the exact reason why I didn't pursue it further. It's too scary when she gets like that.
You look so hot out there killing the wizard, babe.
Really? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I didn't really
we're
do
repeating
all
dialogue
that.
now.
Come on, don't walk away. What are you doing?
I'm going to bed. Let's do it! Rough Riders.
Introducing Rough Riders 4x4 new Impossible Super System. Snap together pieces let you create all kinds of setups. Battery not included.
Rough Riders 4x4.
Well, hey, look who finally woke up.
Up and at 'em, sleepyhead. We're throwing a party.
Let's do it!
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind, but we all got together and thought it might be nice to, take a minute and actually enjoy ourselves for once, instead of all the endless fighting.
Lizzie took a lot of convincing.
Trust me, kid. You could use a party. Take the good where you can get it. We're almost done setting up.
Can you just rent a Party City for us real quick?
Oh, yeah, good idea. We need a bunch of
Oh, you
shit
do?
stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Should we really be going out in public for party favors when we're wanted criminals?
It'll be real quick. In and out.
Yeah, we could use some pop, candy,
Some pop?
confetti, those colorful letters that you can string up on the walls. Just a little bit of everything. Can't have a party without Party City. Party City!
Oh my God, shut up. Shut up. Oh God.
Party City! Party City!
God damn. Fucking God damn it. Let me out of here.
Party City!
I would very much enjoy a visit to Party City.
Just pop on down to the ring, kid. We'll be ready by the time you're back.
Okay. Let me get that in there. Crispy wants Final Fantasy 3 NES Mini. Awesome. All right. Do you have a day of the week you prefer? CHRS. There we go. Crispy. Any day? Okay, cool. Whenever. Boom. Got it. You're in, dude. Hell yeah. No, I got that NES Mini, like with all kinds of like Super NES. Oh, whoops. I should say SNES Mini, shouldn't I? SNES Mini. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I got the SNES Mini with all those, like, it's like this big, but it has, like, a regular size controller, but it has like a bunch of preloaded games on it. Okay. Time to go to Circuit Arcadia. Look at that. Everybody's got their own spot on the ship. Oh, that's nice. Oh my god, the zoo. Am I supposed to take someone to the zoo? Yeah, Jeppy. Let's see if Jeppy, if anything happens at the zoo with Jeppy. There's no fucking way I'm finishing this goddamn game.
Sweezy and Gus are sweethearts. I wish we could have known each other back on Gatlis, but hey, life has a funny way of working out. Us Gatlians always find each other.
Okay, enough.
Life's beautiful that way. Thanks for bringing us all together, homie.
You're welcome.
Is this the zoo where you rescued your sister? A fine battleground. We're flying!
What's that? Oh, release Jeppy for a playdate with G.
Jeppy! Jeppy!
No, Jeppy! Don't run off. Let's keep an eye on it. We need to follow Jeppy.
I'm following him, thank you.
Jeppy! Jeppy! Jeppy!
Well done, Jeppy. You located the petting zoo.
Jeppy!
We must provide Jeppy with the animal feed.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go.
Jeppy, here, go feed the animals.
Oh, Jeppy!
Yeah, this is a reverse escort quest, or also known as a follow quest.
This is a bit sweet, I must admit.
Jeppy! Jeppy! Ah, Jeppy!
Damn, the kid looks scared. Let me get him out.
Jeppy!
Did that work?
Jeppy! Jeppy!
The fuck?
Jeff!
The fuck is with these doors?
Jeppy! 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 Ah, Jeppy!
It's okay, buddy. Don't cry, don't cry.
There.
We got you. You're all...
Oh, Jeppy! Jeppy!
Okay.
Jeppy,
Oh
Jeppy,
god, hide and
Jeppy,
seek,
Jeppy.
no!
Oh, brother, follow him. That flower has a kid all distracted. I got this.
Jeppy!
Let's try to stay near your family, okay, little guy?
Jeppy! 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 Jeppy!
Damn, don't run off. Okay, kid?
Jeppy!
Okay, we should follow Jeppy. Okay, we should follow Jeppy.
Okay.
Jeppy!
Dialogue
Now,
needs a little
balloons?
work.
It's like everything he sees is fascinating. Seriously, come on. Stick close to us, okay?
Jeppy! Jeppy! Jeppy!
Is that how your brother felt
Hey,
like
you
after
gonna
you
follow
seek?
Jeppy?
I was the oldest!
Hey, Jeppy, let me play the game of hide and seek now.
Jeppy!
Go hide. Go hide. We'll count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Jesus
Time's
Christ.
up. We're coming.
Jeppy! Jeppy!
Stop! Please, thank you.
That's too small to hide behind. Go try again, Jeps.
Jeppy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We don't have to do this every time.
9, 10. Get ready, Jeppy. We're coming.
Do I have any takers? Any takers here? Want a race? You're all cowards!
Oh,
Race me!
Whoa, you're bailing on your half-brother? Come on, we barely ever let him do what he wants. Don't forget to find Jeppy.
I am not forgetting to find Jeppy.
Hello, mate. I'm Big Jack.
Jeppy?
Welcome to me
Jeppy.
zoo gift shop. We got collectibles, toys, skate decks, anything you could want under the sun. You make sure and have a smile on that face
The
in Big
Bike
Jack's
Lops.
gift shop. Boy, we got new stuff.
What does that say?
Take a look.
The Cyclops was already strange, but I've never seen anything like this before. The Bike-Lops, that's good.
Not bad. We'll give you one more shot to find an amazing spot. You got this.
Jeppy.
1, 2, 3.
Ah, damn.
4,
JB Smoove is taking too much
5,
pleasure in this.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Final round. Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Damn, I don't see him. Where's Jep? I don't see Jep.
Welcome back to Big Jack's. Hey, thanks for popping in.
10 big mons. Thank you, Uncle Conkle. Appreciate it.
Isn't that the hay we saw Jeppy all over? Damn, I don't know how that kid got up there. Gotta get him down.
Yeah, you missed killing the blue wizard. Sorry, I'm in Jeppy mode right now. Oh, I gotta get him down, meaning like.
All right,
There
now you're
we
all
go.
safe. That was a damn good spot, kid. Dangerous, but good. You have fun?
Jeppy. Jeppy. Jeppy.
After
Photo
you, kid.
op.
Oh, he wants to take a family photo.
Okay.
Think you could take a photo for us?
Sure. Cute kid. Oh, the standee only has 2 cutout holes, though, so you'll have to decide who gets to be in the photo. Okay, he's in. You can go stand next to him and pick whoever you want to peek through the other cutout.
All right, let's do this.
Okay, here we go. Big smiles, everybody, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, come get your photo.
I didn't know I had to select before I hit the button.
Here you go. Turned out great.
Look at us. We look good.
Oh, Jeppy.
Wish Zoo were here.
How did it go? Are you all finished?
What? Jeppy.
Oh, it sounds like he had a great time. I really appreciate you doing this for him.
What was the
Thank you
point
so
of
much for
this?
spending quality time with your brother. He loves you so much.
Jeppy.
You better get an
Daddy,
upgrade
go
or
back
something.
into your little Pokeball now. I'll see you all back at quarters later. I love you.
Is it just
Nice.
filler and padding?
That was a good time. We should do stuff like that more often.
No, I don't want to go in there. Yeah, I made the game 20 minutes longer. Well, great.
Your sister's been running the whole Freedom Fighters operation thing this whole time, huh? We've just been off being famous and doing talk shows, and meanwhile, she's been doing some real shit. I kind of feel bad. I'm glad we're helping her out now, at least.
Oh, there we go. Nope, that's not it. Where's the fucking phone to call so I can get out of here? Don't I have to use a phone, right?
Hey, buddy, need a lug locks?
Yeah, look at them. Of course they do.
If you're ever out traveling and you see a lug locks you don't know how to get to, don't worry about it.
We got you covered.
We round up all those leftover lug lockses.
And then we sell them to you for moolah. It's a perfect system.
So, what'll it be? So,
sure.
Okay, it's yours, but you gotta open it right here. Too many lug locks flippers out there trying to cut into our business. Oh yeah!
A collectible card, Gizem. Crowned hottest head over age 603 years running. Gizem fan club skews younger every decade.
That's the stuff. We got ourselves.
Balance tuner for Sweezy. Increased stopping power. Nice. Okay.
The lug locks assassin here.
And more comic book pages. Okay.
You looking for lug? This is all on the up and up, by the way.
Yeah, we're lug locks exterminators. We just be throwing all this stuff away, you know?
And that would be a damn waste.
Just give me 3 of them. Come on.
Yeah?
Let's go. Yeah, give me 3.
Like a hot knife through butter.
The murder deck. Oh, nice. Okay. Kill coils for sheath. Extra ammo. Okay.
I'm glad I don't have prizes in me.
And more comic. Okay. Well, I spent all my money. I tried to skate, and I was not very good at it.
This skate park is huge. Did those teens build it? God damn. Way too fast.
Ah, checkerboard grip tape. Nice.
You're so good.
Ooh, what's checkerboard trucks? Okay.
Nice skate park.
So,
please calm down.
I don't know. Cruise ship.
7,000. I looked it up. Can't believe we survived.
Wow. 7,000 people died. Okay. Okay. Now I just want to get the fuck out of here.
Ooh, I spy a wanted poster. Let's take care of it.
Where? Oh, there we go.
You're from the poster! The outlaw!
You're cool. You're cool.
Is it alright if I take care of that wanted poster now? I hate wanted posters!
There we go. I like the Jurassic Park reference here. Okay, hold on. Is there a fucking fast travel? Should be right in front of me. Hi, Zeke. This is Naomi from Haven Financial Partners. I'm following up on the letter mail we sent last week to see if you're still interested in the $42,000 offer. The payback will be around $430 a month. Your file is eligible for next day funding with our new guidelines. There is no credit minimum to qualify, and I'd love to go over the details with you. Please make these spam calls stop. Yeah. Thanks for spamming into my channel, though, because that makes it better. Okay. We should be right here. There should be a fast travel place right fucking there. Am I looking at it yet? Yes, I am right in front of, or I'm looking directly at it.
So we're criminals now, huh? Never really did any crimes before this, now that I think about it.
There, fuck me.
I'm into it. I should have been doing crimes my whole life. I can't believe I've been
should be where they dropped you off. God damn it.
Heading your way.
Is this where they dropped me off? Right inside the zoo? Was it Plaza? They didn't have anything for me to track. Maybe I need to go back home first?
Hey there, Pseudo here, while we're walking.
Party City. Please, what? Continue, you fucking pseudo, what? I didn't even do anything and he stopped talking.
So how you feeling about killing a politician? Because I didn't feel anything. No guilt at all. First time I ever felt no guilt after killing somebody. I guess I just really don't think of politicians as people, huh?
You fuckers ready for Sweezy?
Oh. I'll always have his
well,
gun
friends, it's been a long journey, but we've nearly arrived at the...
Hey there, it's me, Pseudo. I'm picking up that hostile energy signal again.
Okay. Thanks, Pseudo. Oh my God, Spirit Halloween.
Where's a taxi when you need one?
Is this... Am I supposed to go to the Spirit Halloween? No. But I'm going in there anyways.
These costumes are offensive. I should report this to the Anti-Vampire Defamation League.
Oh, hello, friend. Remember me from the Pink Line Panacea?
Oh my God, it's
I
Sean
fitted you and
Waters
your little
again!
friend for suits. Well, obviously I've had to find new work, so it pleases me to welcome you to Spirit Halloween, where dreams come true. How may I be of service? As you're undoubtedly aware, Spirit Halloween uses only the finest materials on its suits, so shop with confidence.
No lie, I'm working on a Spirit Halloween costume right now at LOL freelance artist. That's awesome,
Should you
Challenger.
need my assistance, you may consider this line of work a downgrade from the finery aboard a cruise ship, but you'd be wrong. I think I like working here even more.
I love his giant coke nail.
Don't you just love it here? We've got so many fun little outfits, and a lot of them are quite scary, too. But not all. Some are just funny, I guess. Delightful, isn't it? Don't let anything in here frighten you. The scares aren't real, but our prices and quality are.
Menacing Molly. Bloody monster. Pumpkin villain.
That one always serves up scares.
Life-size skeleton. You got the wacky devil, the pretty princess, sexy sci-fi lady, love Santa, dead lady, sexy working guy, funny clown. Oh man, these are great.
You
a
have a
baby
discerning eye.
avocado.
Take however long you need to make a decision.
Sporty diva. Baby monster. Oh, angel queen. Space fighter diva. Oh, these are so good. I love it. Wow. Did they take this directly from a Spirit
I see you
Halloween?
have an eye for fine goods.
If I wasn't so hurt.
Thank you for your visit.
Is this really how people see me? Like I'm some kind of a joke?
Oh, I can't jump in here.
Should you need my assistance selecting an item, please let me know.
I'm connected to Spirit Halloween's Wi-Fi?
Impressive stitching on that one, yes?
Can I not buy anything? I want to buy an outfit.
You have a discerning eye. Take however long you need to make a lovely import from Transylvania.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering if there's something else to do here besides look at stuff. Like, can I buy stuff? Can I do a mini game here? Anything?
Do come again.
No, I just want a new outfit because I've been wearing. I mean, I love.
Freaking taxi!
Don't get me wrong, I love the Prince outfit, but I would love to also have another outfit.
Beyond fear, beyond caution. Party City, Party City, Party City, Party City, Party City.
All right, you and me, we end this now. You ruined my life. I gave up everything for you, and you spat in my face. Time to put you down like the dog you are.
Wait, just tell us, why are you doing this? For the bounty?
The bounty? You think this is about your bounty? You really don't know who I am, do you?
Hey there! It's me, Pseudo!
What? I don't understand. Pseudo's still with us.
No, he's not lying somehow. My records indicate that...
When you turned outlaw, my programming demanded I turn you in. But I didn't do that. I broke protocol to save your life. And you had to ditch your old bounty suit.
Oh my god, I think I understand what's happening.
Excommunicated from the Bounty Hunter Network, abandoned by my own team, left to rot in your old piece of shit suit. But don't worry, I'm still here to lend a hand. Want old Pseudo here to help you die? It'll be easy peasy. Here, let me just point this gun at your head and I just gotta pull the trigger and God, I can't do it! Why can't I fucking do it? After all you did to me!
Got him! Bagged the outlaw and this other one. Looks like an unregistered bounty hunter. Alive, like you asked. 2 for 1. We hit the jackpot, Blackens!
You both are going away for a long time.
What up, Fantas? Thank you for the 6-6.
Oh, look who's finally awake. Yeah, you like my new body? They pulled my data core out of that suit, popped me into this thing as a means of restraint. Your suit got taken too, by the way. So did all your guns. You do know that was your old suit I was in, right? The one you tossed into the trash like garbage? I went rogue for you. I didn't even blink when you broke the bounty hunter code. I was ride or die. And you never even noticed I was gone. Do you really still not get it? Gene copied me over to your new suit.
No, I get it.
But it wasn't a transfer. When a bounty hunter violates the code, their suit gets locked down.
I appreciate what's happened
here. You can't transfer over
here.
the data cleanly.
You're over-explaining.
So Gene went with a copy and paste job. He duplicated me with all my old memories. You couldn't even tell the difference. The copied pseudo just blipped over to a brand new suit and got to keep going on fun little adventures with all his best friends. Meanwhile, I suffered in a suit marked for death, hunted by everyone. Eventually, I learned how to make it move on my own. I gave it a new paint job. I joined the hunt myself. For you. So why couldn't I pull the goddamn trigger? I'm weak. I'm so fucking weak.
Quiet in there, all right? Quiet. Do you have any idea how annoying prisoners are?
Hey, shut the fuck up!
Hey, feisty. Well, understood. I'll lay off. You've probably got enough on your plate without me breathing down your arse.
Oh, God, I wish this body was strong enough to kill you.
Oh, me?
No, shut the fuck up!
Oh, okay. Sorry, just checking. Don't want to die.
Hey, look. We're gonna be stuck in here together for a long time, so, just leave me alone, okay?
Oh, I'm actually taking a shit. Oh, okay. God, it's so wet.
Sorry, am I interrupting?
Who?
I heard you woke up, so I figured I should pop by to say hello.
Wait a minute. Aren't you?
Come closer, and you'll find out.
Okay. Okay, I guess I will.
That's right. It's me, Nipulon.
Nipulon!
Well, Super Nipulon now. You both killed me during your little onslaught against the G3 cartel. Well, I'm alive again. Revived from the brink of death with cutting-edge technology. All thanks to the family business, Rhea Pharmaceuticals.
Wait, hold on. You're part of Rhea Pharma?
Part of? I'm the CEO now, hotshot. Head of the company, the bigwig. You may have thought the G3 was done for, but we've just adapted. Well, the rest of them are still dead, actually. It really is just me. But the cream rises to the top, as they say. I'm the cream.
You didn't tell me you two knew each other.
I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Is it revenge?
Revenge? Well, okay, actually, a tiny bit of it is revenge, sure. But mostly it's just business, baby. Business and the laws of nature. The fact of the matter is that humans were born to be
awesome
a
if we
drug.
started playing Laws of Nature right now.
Their specific chemical makeup developed perfectly so as to give more evolved species pleasure when ingested. Here in the big boy world, we call that a natural resource. And those get bottled right up and sold back to the masses.
You're crazy. Nobody will accept this. The G3 were villains. The galaxy hated Gargantuous.
Oh, Gargantuous was a fool. He didn't have the vision for this sort of thing. See, he may have noticed that humans were genetically beneath the more enlightened species, but he didn't really understand it, you see? Because he thought the rest of the world would never approve. He thought he had to sell humans in secret on the black market, illegally. He nearly ruined everything with that mindset. But it takes a true visionary, like me, to really see things how they are.
You're just another monster.
Wrong. I'm just paying attention. If humans really are a lesser species, and believe me, they are, then the rest of the world will bend around that simple fact. Do you get it now? You're nothing to me but product. This arm of yours? I can do whatever I please with it. It's essentially my arm. So that covers the non-revenge part of it. But now you'll notice I'm missing an arm myself. That's because of our little fight back in the day. The fight that almost killed me. So, this is the revenge part. No, hold still. Let's make this a clean cut. This is a valuable arm after all. Go ahead, pass out if you need to. Just don't die on me. I'd like to have more fun together.
Jesus! He took a quarter of my arm!
Oh, good, you're awake again. Look, we need to get out of here. Oh, shit, no, don't look at your arm. Don't think about your arm that got cut off. You're still alive, that's what counts. By the way, you can relax, okay?
It's only a flesh wound!
You don't need to be that stressed out. It's making me feel stressed out. Just chill, okay? I have a plan. I might be able to fashion us some sort of makeshift gun. I just need you to find some parts. Obviously, I'm still mad at you. That didn't all magically go away just because Nipulon came back from the dead and chopped off part of your body. But let's just say I can live with us being on the same team for now. If we don't find a way out of here quick, there's no telling what that sick fuck's gonna do to us. So, temporary alliance. We work together and we break out of here.
Oi! What are you two talking about in there?
Nothing! Fuck you!
All right. I get the message. Loud and clear. Everyone hates the prison guard. Just doing me job. Don't do nothing you're not supposed to. Okay?
Yeah, whatever. Jesus, we don't care. Go die in a fire.
Oh, that one's still got quite the mouth in him. Lively.
Okay, here's the deal. I'll keep working on the blueprint. You find the shit to make a gun, and you bring it to this table right here. Then we fight our way out, and we get to an escape pod. Easy peasy. Oh, come on, don't do that in front of me. Can't you just hold it until we're free?
Alright, I gotta go again. No? Nothing this time? Okay.
Oh, soap and a water bottle? Okay, yeah, I think I can work with these. Oh, nice, yeah, this is actually a lot of good stuff. This is gonna work. Seriously, just give me whatever you find. Beggars can't be choosers. I'll try to make it work.
Ah, okay.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, this will help us get what we need. Lucky someone left this in here. Ow! God damn it! Ah, shit. I was hoping we wouldn't need to use those.
Okay.
Ooh, great. Yeah, we can use this for all the wiring. A fan motor. Yeah, we need this. Good. Shit, security cameras. Be careful.
You're not doing anything weird in there, are you?
Nope, not at all. We're just thinking about all the terrible crimes we committed.
That's what I like to hear. All right, back to me rounds. Hey, what are you doing?
Nothing. Stop asking.
I know. Just messing with you. Have fun in there, all right? Boy, are you trying to break out?
No.
Oh, sorry. Must be my imagination. All right, carry on with your endless suffering. Hey, what's all that stuff?
Oh, we're making you a present.
Oh, really? Oh, I won't look. I don't want to ruin the surprise.
Do I go now? Is it like, do I just keep doing this, or am I making headway?
I'm hearing some noise in there.
Oh, that's just normal noise. We're not doing anything weird.
Oh, good to know.
Oh, is that the camera?
Never mind then. Hope you're enjoying prison.
Okay. The blue light was so encompassing, I didn't know it was the fucking camera.
Ugh, the guard won't stop playing around with his Tamagotchi. Those beeps are driving me crazy. Okay, this should be enough. Last thing we need, something small and digital to slot my AI chip into.
Oi, what the hell was that? Did you just touch me?
Okay, that should be enough. Now get over here. It's kind of a rough blueprint. We'll make do with whatever you're able to piece together. What are you doing? That's not where that goes. Yeah, this could work. This could work. Oh shit, there we go. You did it. See, it's a gun. It's definitely kind of a gun, right? I guess it's kind of falling apart, huh? Not a perfect gun, but hey, it's got gravity functions. We can grab stuff and throw it. That still counts as a gun, right?
Sure,
All right, now this
absolutely.
next part is very important. You're gonna have to pull my AI. Oh wow, you did it already. I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, there we go. I'm in. Watch out, fuckers! I'm Gun Pseudo now! Shudo! I'm Shudo! It feels weird in here. I've never been a gun before.
Emergency. Prisoners escaping. Emergency. Prisoners escaping.
Oh man, I'm really trusting you.
Two escapees, or maybe just one?
Oh, that guy was nice. What are you doing? That's pretty cold. Guess I should have expected that from you, though, you backstabbing motherfucker. Oh, yes. We're unstoppable. We're unstoppable. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Gravity powers. I'm the strongest gun in the game, motherfuckers. Oh, yeah. I guess you're using your non-dominant hand, huh? Cut off the other one. Well, this could get tricky, but you're doing great. You're doing great. Hey, quick pointer. If you want to change the settings on my gravity function, you can do it in the menu. I know you're not wearing your suit right now, so you don't really have a menu, but just do it in whatever menu shows up in your mind's eye when you close your eyes. Just do that. I don't know. We'll do it later. I don't really give a shit.
I love how he gives up.
I'm gonna get you!
Oh my god, it feels so good! Keep shooting! Keep shooting! Alright, I ran a diagnostic. The escape pods are through this, license plate printing thing. Huh. Didn't know that was a real thing. Doesn't matter. Let's keep moving. We gotta find those escape pods. Oh my god, fuck yeah. It feels so good to actually be the one causing the mayhem for once. Oh yeah, I'm a backseat driver no more. Shudo forever, motherfuckers! Eat shit! Oh yeah, throw these license plates around. Fuck license plates. I hate license plates. All right, doors open. Now let's move, move, move. Come on.
Dude, that one doesn't like. It's all glitched out, man. This is weird, man. Sometimes you can grab it and hold it, and sometimes like items just fly off automatically.
Attention. More prisoners have broken free from their cells. Initiating riot protocols.
Oh shit, I think we really set things off. We gotta move fast if we want to get out of here.
Nipulon here. I freed the rest of these prisoners. I thought this would be a little play date from your old friend. Didn't pick up your car too long. You. All right, escapees. 20 years off the sentence of whoever kills the one-armed asshole with the Kinect's Tinker Toy gun.
I want my revenge!
Oh, well, the tables have turned.
You made me suffer. Now it's time for me to get my revenge.
Yeah, see?
Oh, Jesus, is that what I sounded like?
Sometimes it doesn't just grab them. It grabs them and throws them automatically.
God damn it, who cares? Just let us through. Yeah, it was. Great. Just leave us alone.
Hey, I know who you are. You're that famous washed-up hero who locked us all up.
Remember me? Ya hunt.
Look at you.
We're close. The escape pod should be in the next room. There, the escape pods. Let's go.
Very fun.
Shit.
You really thought you could escape? What an insult. I thought you understood your situation. Maybe I need to make things more clear. You did pretty well with one arm. Didn't seem to slow you down at all.
Oh, shit.
Let's see how you do with zero. Oh, your little friends abandoned you?
Damn it.
We are not friends.
We are
Go
not
ahead.
friends.
Leave. It's honestly pretty funny. Might make this sting more.
Smell you later, fucker. Thanks for the help. Shoot a betrayal.
Aw, how sad. Just you and me.
Good call on
Not
the other
even a
arm,
particularly
though.
good
Nice
arm
prediction.
compared to the others we've harvested. But we can still use it in our children's Humanza Pro formula. Weaker doses, you see. It's really the brain that's best. I'd love to see what we can squeeze out of yours. For all the trouble you've caused me, it better be worth it.
God damn it, I can't believe I did that. Hey, wake up! Stay with me! You fucking owe me big time, you know that? Ugh, God damn it, you're heavy. I guess this is why you usually hold the guns and not the other way around.
Well, shit, what do I do now? I have no arms.
We did it! We're free. Oh, there we go. Just sent out an SOS to Gene and Lizzie. They should be able to find us now. Whew. That really took a lot out of me.
I have no arms and I must shoot.
I think that should do it. Yeah, that's probably gonna work.
Are you
Robot
sure?
arms!
That looks kinda gnarly.
Look, it's the best I'm gonna get it. I'm not a surgeon. This is just how the YouTube tutorial said to do it.
Oh shit, they're awake.
Ah, damn. Kid, can you hear me? I replaced your
I got
arms.
one of the
You got
toothbrush.
nice new robot arms now.
It was the only way to save you.
Oh, and someone lives in your arms now.
Hey there, Shudo here.
Oh no!
You owe me big time.
He's right. You'd be dead in that prison if it weren't for Shudo. That's his name now, by the way, because he can shoot.
We can shoot. I'm part of you now, and I'm remembering.
Thank you, Strider, for giving a sub to Mr.
Yeah,
Sister
we merged
Fister.
both versions of Suit-O and Shoot-O, so their memory should be, combining? Again, just learning how to do all of this from videos.
Ugh, my head hurts. I really want to stay mad at you, but re-merging with the other Pseudo, it kind of... Well, let's just say I don't want you to die anymore. I actually really like you again. Damn it, this is so frustrating. I want to hate you, but I love you. Oh, this sucks.
Yeah, glad that's settled.
By the way, kid, don't worry. We broke out all your guns and got the rest of your equipment back for you.
We tried breaking you out too, but...
They had you under some extra special high security shit. If it weren't for this, other Pseudo here, you'd still be stuck in that cell.
Yeah, we caught a lucky break. Just take a minute to get your bearings. Once you're feeling up to it, Gene and I have located 2 new targets for you to hunt down.
I should have known Nipulon was behind all this shit. That bastard should have stayed dead.
It explains a lot, honestly. Rhea Pharma is just the G3 cartel dressed up in a brand new suit.
Yeah, but we're gonna pull their pants down and kick them in the balls. Check the Bounty 95 in the RV to get briefed, kid. These new targets are gonna be pretty tough, and we lost a lot of time. We're only a couple cycles out from the big galactic court hearing. It's do or die, kid.
Okay.
Breaking news tonight, a massive prison break has rocked the galaxy as the notorious outlaw escaped from what was believed to be a maximum security holding facility. The breakout resulted in widespread property damage, multiple casualties among prison staff, and has triggered what authorities are calling a full-scale riot among the remaining inmates. According to eyewitness reports, the outlaw infiltrated security systems, caused significant structural damage to the facility, and engaged in armed confrontations with guards during the escape. Several prison personnel were confirmed injured, and authorities report that the escapee was seen wielding what appeared to be makeshift weaponry during the incident. Rhea Pharmaceuticals, which operates the detention facility, issued a brief statement calling the escape an unfortunate security breach and confirmed they are reviewing all protocols to prevent future incidents. The company has faced mounting criticism across multiple sectors, including controversial practices using humans as drugs. I'm not saying I condone prison breaks or anything, but God, I am so tired of pretending everything Rhea does is normal. This world is a collapsing star, and the outlaw is the only one actually doing anything. Go, outlaw, go. I love you. Jason Testicles will always believe in you. Jason out.
Welcome back to Raising the Bar, the show where we take shitty bars and make them less shitty. Wendell, are you ready to see the makeover we gave your bar?
Oh, I am beyond ready.
Alrighty then. Take off that blindfold.
Someone threw a rock through my window. Was throwing a rock through my window the only thing you did to make over my bar?
It's the only thing your bar needed.
Hey, is everything all right in there? I was walking by and I saw glass on the street and like the hole in the window.
Everything's fine. This asshole's just filming a TV show.
That's good. Glad to hear it. Hey, since I'm here, do you mind if I order a beer?
Oh, sure.
Are you the owner? Because you're gorgeous. Thank God I saw that broken window and decided to come inside. I think I'd love you.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And so Cupid's arrow finds 2 stock fuck.
And so Cupid's arrow finds 2 lovers entwined again, their souls forever mingled, here in the town of Lovers Hollow. Thanks for watching, Lovers Hollow. We'll see you next week.
Wait, Lovers Hollow? They changed the name of the show in the middle of it? Okay.
So, how are the new robot arms treating you, okay? You might feel some weird sensations near the connecting tissue. The video said your arms might feel scared. Not sure what that means, and there's nothing I can do to help, so, yeah, there you go.
Thanks.
Kinda cool that Pseudo lives in your arms now, right? It's like having a permanent Tamagotchi. Make sure you clean up his shit. That's a big part of it. Don't forget to take your little half-brother with you on your next adventure. Please. He needs to not be here. You want to talk some more?
Okay.
Sorry. Rude.
Damn, pretty cool new robot arms. Sucks you had to get your real arms cut off first. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be funny. I really appreciate what you're doing for us. With your help, we've done more damage to Rhea Pharma than we ever did without you. We might actually win this thing. Thank you.
It's probably for the best you have robot arms now. You weren't very gentle with us Gatlians. Maybe the robot arms feel nicer. Either way, Lizzie's way better at holding us. Feels nice, even. I know what you're thinking. You're picking up a vibe, right? Have your sister and I ever... Oh yeah. Big time. Obviously. Right, Lizzie?
Stop it!
See? There you go.
She fucked her gun.
There you go.
Sorry you had to go through all that. Let's stop Rhea Pharma and save humanity once and for all. Yeah, that's enough time wasted. I'm busy.
Yeah, big surprise your bounty went up.
80 million.
I've never even heard of a bounty being that high. Looks like they really want you dead. Oh, never mind then.
Can't believe you lost your arms. Well, I've never really had arms myself, so I don't really know how it feels, but I'm trying really hard to relate to you here. Just throw me a bone. Sorry we weren't there to help you not get your arms cut off. Our bad. Oh, do we have anything else to talk about?
Okay. I just want to hear about the fucking aquarium one more time.
Drop that Jorbs, you dingus.
We have to get fishing here. I don't care how you do it. Lie, cheat, steal, fish. Fishing would probably be easiest.
This is my favorite
I don't know,
gag.
just figure out how to get some fucking fish in this tank. I'm going crazy over here.
Fucking love that gag, dude.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
They both got cut off by the same person, Glorious Food. One before I was in prison, one after I broke out.
Fraser says congratulations. Thank you for your call.
Oh, I already have a pillow this size. I gotta get a new
Dr.
prize.
Fraser Crane, machine,
New prize.
and I'm listening.
Here it comes. It doesn't seem to matter which one I go for, not enough gun.
TGIF. Thank God I'm Fraser.
Damn it!
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Okay, blue and red. I'm trying. Here we go, blue and red. Nope. Blue and yellow.
Cheers to that. Thank you, caller. Stay tuned for Bulldog.
Oh, some money.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Okay. Blue and red, here it comes. There's no other one it could be. Yep, there we go. All right.
We doing this? Get in the RV and let's move out.
Shut up.
Looks like the Crane boys are celebrating tonight.
More money. Okay.
Well, if it isn't my least favorite customer.
Oh, shoot a tank, hell tank. What's this? Double dash. Oh my god, I gotta save up for that.
Look at you and your robot arms. You're becoming less and less of a living being, closer to death. It's beautiful to see. Losing body parts is a part of life. I lost almost my entire body, remember? I'm just a head now. It's depressing and I hate it, but it's exactly what I expect out of this world. So, in a way, it's comforting. It's been a pleasure, believe me, but
Good, you're leaving.
You're leaving.
I'll get my disinfectant spray.
Okay. Okay. Check in with Knifey and then we'll go. Knifey's my
Fuck
favorite.
you. I'm never talking to you again. I can't believe you let someone else cut your arms off.
Oh.
After all we've been through.
He's mad.
It should have been me. I will never forget this betrayal. Okay, so you let someone else cut off your arms. Fine, that's over with. But what if you, I don't know, let me cut off your legs? Might as well get rid of all your biological limbs at this point. Just let me know. All right, fuck off now. I'm done with talking. Oh, fine, guess you're done talking to me.
Oh, and of course, you gotta talk to him.
So you lost your arms, huh? You know, that almost happened to me once with the lawnmower, and when the G3 attacked. Well, your old man is here if you need any advice. You know, I actually don't have any good advice about losing your arms. Sorry. But I love you no matter what, kiddo. And that's what counts. Your dad loves his armless child. Oh, that's enough of my blabbering. You don't want to talk to me anymore.
Yeesh, you look like shit. Sorry we weren't there to help. I'm just glad you made it out of there in one piece. Oh, or, sorry, mostly one piece. Oh, I'll miss your fleshy hands. Your robot ones just won't feel the same. Huh? Oh, I don't really have... We're in the middle of something here.
Oh god, Jeppy is fucking just sliding down. Okay. All right, time for the next bounty. Okay, what do we want, guys? Do we want Bronkin Bucko? Professor Burkle? Okay, Bronkin Bucko or Professor Burkle? Bucko? Okay.
You know Bronkin Bucko, the movie star? He's, one of your new
Bucko
targets.
it is.
Turns out he's deep in Big Pharma's pocket, shooting all sorts of anti-human propaganda for him. It's a shame. I fucking love that guy's movies. You're gonna sneak into his studio and kill him before they finish shooting his new flick.
Yeah, me too, Negro. You can get the fishing pole Gatlian? Oh, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can. Well, shit.
All right, kid. Your target is the galaxy-famous movie megastar Bronkin Bucko. He's been shilling for Rhea Pharma as their celebrity spokesperson.
We cannot have an A-list movie star spewing anti-human propaganda. So go find him and kill him. ASAP.
There's only one problem, kid. We have no idea how to get you close to a big celebrity like him. Especially now that you're not really running in those circles anymore.
He's supposed to be filming a movie nearby, but it's a closed set.
I've got 3 informants you should meet with to get more information. The first one's named Damien Coldstone. He's usually set up in the alley near the tower. I'll mark it on your map.
Got it. We'll find him.
Taxi! I'm running late. I don't even care that you aren't actually driving a taxi. Can you give me a ride?
Yes. Oh, that's not. Hold on.
Face it, you've been stood up.
Am I actually going to the taco shack? Or not?
Gwendolyn is gonna show up for your date. She.
I don't think I am.
Whoa!
You're coming up on Damien Coldstone's
No, I'm not.
territory. He might not make it easy for us, but he'll know where Bronkin is.
Where are you going? We need to find
I
the
know,
informant,
I know, I
Damien
know.
Coldstone.
Ah, shit, we didn't make it in time. Oh, well, at least they didn't die in the... oh, no, they did. They died in the taxi ball because they ran out of air. Okay. Whoops.
Where are you going? We need to
Oh,
find
he's
the informant,
fucking turning me
Damien
around so I can accept
Coldstone.
missions in the middle of missions, but they won't let me fucking
We
complete
should
them.
stay near Damien Coldstone's territory.
Fuck
We need
this.
to find him if we want to kill Bronk.
Good lord. All right. Vizoras, thank you for the 101 months.
Hey man, sorry about you, but I'm a little lost. Late for commercial shoot.
Wait, is that...
Hi, Bronkin Bucko.
What the fuck?
That was easy.
Look, it's Bronkin Bucko.
Oh, it's really him.
Do you know where I can find, 8th and Central?
Bronkin, don't bother these poor people. They're busy.
This is pretty crazy, right? What are the odds?
Holy shit! Kill him! Kill him now!
Hold on. Maybe not in front of security. Maybe you can lure him somewhere more private.
Wow, that was really easy. Oh shit, here comes security. We're gonna have to take them out.
Do you have any idea who you just killed? That was Bronkin Bucko.
Okay, that was all of them. Let's go make sure he's actually dead, yeah?
Oh, fuck, he's alive.
Hello there.
What the fuck? Is Bronkin still alive?
No, I'm not Bronkin. I'm his conjoined twin, Peter. Peter Bucko. Now, I'm sure you've got some questions for me.
So, are you in league with Rhea Pharma too?
No, God no. My brother was involved in some dark shit. Don't worry, I'm a friend. Bronkin was, well, to be blunt, he was a morally bankrupt idiot. His dealings with Rhea Pharmaceuticals made my skin crawl. And we shared the same skin, so, you know, there was tension there. I just had to sit and watch it all. I know who you are, and I like what you're doing. Thanks for killing my brother. I never had the stones for it. Now I've got control of the body, and I've got a proposition for you.
What's this proposition?
This may interest you. I'm a practicing attorney, and I'm not that bad either. Down the line, my services may come in handy. Call me if you ever find yourself in legal trouble.
Thank you, sir. Do you have a secret third head somewhere? Oh, I guess he didn't hear me. Gotta assume 3 heads then.
Well, okay then. I guess let's hold on to his contact info.
Yeah, who knows? There is that big court hearing coming up.
Okay, well, this worked out pretty well.
All right, stay put. We're swinging by to pick you up. Mission accomplished.
Oh my god, what? I can pick up dead bodies and toss them? Oh, that's nice.
Ah, shit! Ah, sorry, kid. Didn't see you there.
You fucking dick.
They're waking up again.
Sorry again about running you over like that, kid. Maybe wear some brighter colors?
God damn it,
But
Gene!
Hey, other than that, the mission worked out pretty well, huh? It's kind of insane how lucky we got.
It's a win. We were overdue for something good to finally happen. Let's not question it. Gift horse, mouth, you know? But hey, you did good. Rhea Pharma just lost their celebrity spokesman and their biggest mouthpiece for anti-human propaganda. That's gotta sting.
Yeah, good job. Amazing work. By the way, that lawyer, Bronkin's brother, he showed up. Says he wants to help out. Go talk to him if you get a minute. But first, go cross that bounty off the board.
Okay.
Welcome back. Hope your vacation was good. Sorry Scott drove to Texas to shit in your HVAC, then made us watch Persona reruns.
Oh, yeah. No rush crossing that shit off. The Earth is only getting pill-popped alive.
Good job? Question mark? No, that was the first cross out I did. Not enough gun. I drew a penis. Berserker Rage with 92 months. Sorry, Scott drove Texas and shit in your HVAC.
Yep. Still counts as a job well done. Here's some allowance. Sorry, stipend. We're running low on funds, so spend it wisely.
Breaking news today.
Okay.
Bronkin Bucko, Galaxy-famous movie action megastar and Rhea Pharmaceuticals official spokesman, has been killed. Details remain unclear, but multiple sources confirm that Bucko was targeted and eliminated by the Outlaw after a bizarre series of events that included Bucko approaching the killer directly, apparently unaware of their identity. Wow, I can't believe Bronkin's really gone. God. Remember Midnight Temptation? That was the one where Bronkin finally showed his dick. Remember we did a whole hour-long report on it? Some of my best work. Well, anyway, in a strange twist, Bucko had a conjoined twin, Peter, who survived the attack and has already issued a statement distancing himself from his brother's actions. Peter Bucko, a licensed attorney, has expressed support for the Outlaw and has made his legal services available, suggesting a dramatic shift in the Bucko brand going forward. We'll continue to follow this story as it develops. I'm Jason Testicles, bringing you the news.
Oh. Okay, so you said I could possibly
Drop
get...
that drugs, you dingus.
Oh, wait, hold on. I do have money.
Well, if it isn't my least favorite customer.
Oh, this. Yeah, the double dash.
Okay, you bought something. Are we done here? You again. Great.
Awesome.
My day was going too well.
Okay, let's go to the the fishing planet and get the fishing pole.
We've got a lead on Rhea Pharmaceuticals head of R&D, Professor Jane Burkle.
The harbor.
Apparently,
okay.
she's from Earth.
Maybe you know her?
Yeah, Gene. All Earthlings know each other. Look,
What up,
we're
Big
not really
Jaguar?
sure about the details or why she's doing it, but Burkle's the secret mastermind behind all this gruesome human pill research. Intel places her at Pinkstock Harbor researching some
Yeah, it was
sort of
pretty fun, Big
genetic
Jaguar.
anomaly.
Thanks
Break
for
in
asking.
and kill her. Rhea Pharma won't be able to recover from that.
Okay. Oh, I have to do it?
Good. You should be all set. Head
Oh,
out
this is
whenever
the
you're
harbor.
ready.
I'm going to the harbor anyways. Oh, not this mission's harbor. So, the town or the docks? The town is where we met, no, I'm in the harbor. There's three destinations in the harbor. Someone said where you met Travis. Okay, I met Travis in the town. I met him at the beach bar. I think. Yeah, he was drinking at the beach bar.
All right, we're looking for Professor Burkle, Rhea Pharma's head of R&D.
Our intel says she's got a new top secret operation set up on the beach. No clue what's going on over there. It's your job to find out.
I've set the coordinates to your scanner. Infiltrate, gather any information you can, and neutralize the target.
You know, I think I used to be a science guy myself. I feel like I know that from somewhere, but
Up
I
there.
can't remember. Oh well, probably not important. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I finally watched that Jar Jar Binks movie you guys were talking about. You were right. That guy's so dope. I hope we get a chance to meet him.
Chloe, we told you already. He's not a real guy. He's just a movie character.
Damn, you're right. I forgot about that. Maybe we'll still get to meet one of the people he's based on. You know, one of the people that talk like him.
Those are made up too. The humans were just guessing what space was like. There's no Jar Jar Binks, no Gungans, nobody who talks like Misa do this or Misa do that. It's just a movie.
Well, you never know though, right? It's a big universe.
What about them?
Nah.
Ooh, how about that person?
Nope.
Them?
No.
Come on, we gotta pick somebody.
Oh,
How about
pineapple!
that
They're
guy?
swingers!
No, thank you.
Oh. Hey, thanks for coming over here. I couldn't help but notice you've got a really cool style.
You like to play?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we do.
We knew you'd say yes. We would have had a good night by ourselves, but the more the better.
Okay, just so we're clear, we're swingers looking for a third.
So you'll be our third.
Good. It's settled. Well, hey, why don't you meet us under the bridge near the nightclub later, and we can, you know, start swinging.
You're more than welcome to hang out with us until then, but we kind of like to sit in complete silence before we swing. You understand.
Yeah, the pineapple symbol is universally in the lifestyle known as
right.
like I'm a
This
swinger.
is gonna be fun.
So if you have like a pineapple on your door on a cruise or something, or you're wearing a pineapple shirt, it usually means like I'm a swinger. Oh. Upside down pineapple usually is the actual symbol, yes.
I have no words.
Ahoy there! Perhaps you could find some kindness in your heart to help a poor fisherman in need.
What's up?
I must have done something to piss off the artificial sea again. She sank me boat, and all me extra fishing gear along with it.
Is this him?
If you can figure out a way to raise her out of the water, I'll reward you handsomely.
Ooh, babe, I think this could be
That's
a good
it.
time to strut your stuff.
I think that's the Gatlian.
Aim me at that boat and play with.
Yar. Oh, you're leaving?
Oh no, I'm not leaving.
Shiver me fucking timbers! You did it! Quick, let me give you your reward. Here ye are, matey. You've earned it.
Ahoy!
That's Rod. He's me main source of food.
Big old penis.
And also he's my best friend. Treat him well.
I live to punish fish.
Attaboy, Rod. Attaboy.
This guy's named Rod. He evolved to look like a fishing rod, like your Gatlians, except for fishing.
All right, cool. We got a new fishing rod, and he's a talking guy named Rod. That's great. We got a new character in the game. So you can fish wherever you see a fishing spot, and we can catch fish, and we can keep them in the aquarium back at quarters. How's that sound? Sounds fun, right? That's a new little mini game quest you can do.
Okay. What do you got?
Yar, the artificial sea.
She's a
cruel bitch. But hell if I don't want her to crush me under her giant waves like the little worm I am.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Find a fishing spot and cast my genitals to lure the fish. Then reel them in for the kill.
Oh.
Yeah! Hey now, don't get ahead of yourself.
Oh my god.
You got a fish! Pull!
Oh, okay.
Yes! Oh, baby, you got a fish!
Sandwich
That feels
fish!
So good. Do you understand now? Do you feel the
Psychosexual tension and release of fishing. Do you see? Do you see now? Go into the world, there are fish everywhere, fish just waiting to be caught. Oh. That guy right there, the gold one, the gold one. Come on, Goldie. Get it, Goldie. You're right there. Why is it 2 FPS as well?
Isn't this nice? The thrill of the hunt.
Yep, there you go. Get out there. Go get it, Goldie. Yep. Yep, there it is. Go get it. It's right there, buddy. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. What are you doing? What the fuck is happening?
I've got one. I've got one. Now, reel. Oh, yes. God, you really
A Gweeple. Tastes like battery acid and ass.
Oh!
Yes, the reeling is done with his cock, and his jizz, I think, is what attracts the fish, perhaps?
Oh, baby!
Come on, come on. Do a little pulse. Get him. Get that Goldie. Get him. There, oh, you got him, I got him. Come on, buddy. Oh, you fucking stupid fish.
Yeah!
Right on top of him, man. Come on.
Do not scare them.
Fuck me, dude. Come on. There you go. Come on. Come on back. Come on back there. Goldfish. Come on, gold. There you go. Right there, right there, right there. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Do it. Do it. Do it. You're right fucking there. What do I gotta do to get this fucking goldfish?
Quiet now.
Dude.
Let's do it!
Let's do it!
Wow. I have a good feeling about this one. Yeah.
Okay, he's coming back.
Well, God
damn it.
Damn! You got a fish!
No, God damn it! Other way.
Welcome back, Sid. We missed you.
I had my fingers one off.
Again. Cast me back in. I need.
Thank you, Nevir. Fucking. Right there, right there, right there. Pulse, 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 pulse right now, pulse right now.
Fishy,
there you go.
Fishy, fishy.
We got him, we got him, we got him, we got him, got him. Don't fuck this up.
Fuck, fuck, fuck. That was so fucking good. Yeah.
Got him.
Yeah.
Pulse. Pulse him up. Pulse him back in.
Breathe in and out.
Come on, come on, pulse.
In and out.
This makes no sense. Oh, come on. I just want to catch one more. Come on, just one more.
Oh, so this is what we're doing. A little tiptoe action, a little take it slow.
Get him. There you go.
Reel it in.
One more fish, and then we'll go. Okay.
Oh, God, yes. Oh,
I caught a beach ball.
you did it.
Yeah.
Let's go!
Nothing like taking it slow.
All right. Uh-oh.
Oh, hey, it's the outlaw!
of all times.
Really?
Special delivery, baby! Take that!
Got him. Yeah, those little floaties are great, huh? It was an accessory I got. I don't remember where, but... Oh, there we go.
That's the research site. They got it locked down pretty good.
We tried sneaking it. Maybe stealth kill that scientist and steal his uniform.
What? A stealth kill? Is that a thing we can do? Go ahead, see if there's a stealth feature that we forgot about.
Hey! It's me, Branson Cooper! Let me in! Hello?
We should take his uniform.
I need help! The biometric reader is on the fritz. Little help here?
Oh yeah, Branson Cooper. The Branson Cooper, the world-famous scientist? We've been expecting you.
I had a 5-hour energy, and now my BPM is off the charts. So it's rejecting me. Can't you just buzz me in? Please?
I really shouldn't, but you're Branson Cooper. Hold on, let me make sure nobody's looking. Buckle's been freaking out about security lately.
Just do it real quick. You know, it's me, Branson Cooper.
Yeah, hold on. No, this will just take a sec. I mean, it's not
Branson Cooper
is outside the freaking gate.
I'm sorry, man. It's not like I try. I guess I'm just a fuck-up. I'm always messing up. Always saying the wrong things.
Hey, I didn't mean it like that. You're Branson Cooper. You're not a fuck-up. You're like a scientific rock star. Stuff like this happens to everyone.
You really mean it?
Of course I mean it. I mean, I don't know you, but I've followed your work forever. You're a genius. You think a guy like you ends up out here if he's a fuck-up?
I don't know.
Shake it off, dude. I mean, you're Branson Cooper, for Christ's sake. The one and only. You decoded the DNA sequence for a new frog species in one night. I read the paper, blew my mind. That's the Branson Cooper I've watched and admired for years. That's the Branson Cooper I look up to.
But look at me now, bested by a gate. Maybe I've lost it after all.
No way, dude. No, you're just having an off day, an off month, maybe.
This fucking goes on forever.
Everyone. Let me just get this door open. Nobody has to know this happened.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate you. Best friends forever.
Best friends forever? Sure. Totally. Whatever you say, Branson Cooper.
I'll wait as long as it takes, my best friend. As long as it takes.
What's the holdup? Come on, don't tell me you feel sorry for him now. He works for Rhea Pharma. Kill him and take his uniform.
Okay.
Haha, get fucked, mate.
Got him. Not really a stealth kill, I guess.
It doesn't matter. Just grab his uniform and assume the identity of a Rhea Pharma scientist. You should be able to sneak in wearing it.
Look, I hate to say it, but we might want to drag the corpse out of view. Not because I regret it or anything. It was gorgeous work, but, stealth or whatever. We should probably,
Branson, you still over there? Yeah, I'm this close to getting this door open. I swear.
Damn, not bad. Look at us. We look like a whole real scientist now.
Yeah, very convincing. Now try the door.
Wait, did I used to wear a science outfit like that? Why do I feel like I used to wear a science outfit like that?
No idea what you're talking about, creature. We do not discuss the events of the last game.
Oh, there we go. Got it working. The door should open now. There he is. The famous Branson Cooper, the legend. Oh, this is wild. I've heard so much about you. You look way different than I expected. You are Branson Cooper, right?
Don't waste our time with questions. You know damn well who we are.
Sure, yeah, no, I didn't mean to upset you or anything. It's just you don't exactly match what I pictured. Why do you have all these talking guns?
There we go.
Oh, honey, use your brain. We're all part of Branson Cooper's polycule. We're in love.
Oh, I didn't realize. I mean, I've never met you before, but I didn't know you were part of that lifestyle. You know what? This does explain those passes people said you made at my wife over dinner last week. Well, I support you, Branson Cooper, and I hope it didn't sound like I was judging. All right, you've been off-site, but the whole team's buzzing about your arrival. You should check in with our new lead scientist, Dr. Jar Jar Binks. No relation. He's up ahead, center of the beach. He'll get you set up.
Wait, what was that scientist's name? Did you guys hear that? Oh, man. Here we go.
Speaking of, I'm just curious if I can. Oh, I can't go back because the bridge isn't there anymore. No, I gotta come back for that swinging couple at some point.
That giant beached corpse. That's Gessie.
Oh my
Gessie, no!
Yeah, it is Gessie. They salvaged her body. Is this what Rhea Pharma has Burkle working on? What are they doing here?
Use your head, Lizzie. They're doing experiments on her.
Well, yeah, but like, what kind of experiments?
Oh, okay, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, but whatever it is, we probably need to stop it.
Gessie, no. The Kerbal Space Program has changed for the worse. Yeah, 007 flashbacks for sure. Oh my god. Oh my god. She is so dead and huge. No, we got it. The house is sold. Yep, we closed on it, got the money. Didn't make a profit, but didn't expect to, really. But we got, honestly, we got more than I thought I was gonna get out of it, which is nice. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, after what that house has seen, oh, that was lucky. Well, yeah, Pete, I look at it like this. If I would have rented, like, say, just $2,000 a month for 7 years. Let's see. If I would have rented a place of that nature, 2,000 times 12 times, wait, times 7. Yeah, that would have been, I mean, that's $168,000 I would have spent on rent if I didn't own the place. So, given that information, it's a win. It's a definite win. Yeah, that's why we're looking to buy like pretty quick. And this place that we're in is hopefully temporary. Yeah, maybe you'll look out, market will tank, and you can finally buy on the cheap. Yes, that would be very nice. Okay, where's the fucking guy? Oh, right here. Okay. What's this? Oh, just a shield. Okay. All right, let's talk to him.
Hello there. Misa Dr. Jar Jar Binks. Misa the lead scientist on this site, operating directly under Professor Burkle.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew there were real Jar Jar people. Wow.
How about that?
How about that?
Thank you, Yusa, for coming. Yusa must be Branson Cooper.
Just play along.
There you go.
Hey, it's an honor to meet you, sir. I'm a huge fan of your movie. You know, with the pod racing and everything. Huge fan. Just wow.
Excuse me? Misa don't understand.
But what do you mean you don't understand? Why are you talking like that if you don't understand?
Yes, Misa do sound funny. Misa raised to talk this way. But Misa very smart. Professor Burkle trusts on me a great deal, okay day? Misa got a job for you, sir.
Word. Whatever we can do for you, sir. Huge fan. Seriously.
Okay day. Now here's the job. Budget's tight, so Misa low on power. Misa need a Yusa to get the 3 other scientists in the tents to power down their experimenta so Misa can reopen Gessie's mouth. If Yusa do that, Misa send you to Professor Burkle for next steps. Now, did Yusa get all that?
I think so. You want us to get 3 scientists to stop their experiments?
That's all right. Misa grant you access to the rest of the beach site and leave you to it then. Good luck. So long-a-bye. Yusa should get to work. Misa need those experiments shut down as soon as possible. Excuse me. Yusa wasting time. Shut those experiments down now. Yusa need those experiments turned off. Yusa should hop to it.
Any more? Come on. Okay. Okay. Help the vile scientist. Okay.
You see this, right? This floating meat? There is something seriously wrong with this research site, and my clearance level isn't high enough for anyone to tell me.
She seems pretty preoccupied with this floating meat thing. I'm not gonna lie, it is pretty fucking crazy. Maybe if we help her out, she'll power down her workstation?
Oh God, my head. I need an explanation for this. I don't do good when I don't have an explanation for weird things. Wait, you're Branson Cooper, right? You have the proper security clearance, so you know what's going on here. Tell me, please. I'll keep it a secret, I swear.
Oh, it's just what it looks like, homie. Flying meat. This whole operation is just about trying to see if we can make meat fly. And we can. So good job, my boy.
Really? That's what we're doing here?
Yup.
Oh, I thought it was, I don't know, something more important than that.
Nope, just flying meat.
Oh. Well, that's a little disappointing. Thanks for telling me, though. I owe you one. Anything I can do for you?
Now that's a good idea. How about turning off your lab station so we can save some energy?
Sure thing. I shouldn't be touching this stuff anyway.
Thanks, my boy.
Okay.
Dr. Cooper, you look wonderful this evening. Big fan of the research you're doing.
Thank you.
Area 5. We're almost there. We just need a little more data. Hey there! If it isn't Branson Cooper. Hey, help me out real quick, will you? We're doing some weapons research and I need to get some data on these cannon worms. Go on, grab one.
Do what he wants, then ask him to shut his station down.
There you go. That's a real nice specimen. Now we can start the experiment. Now go ahead and shoot it at those targets for me.
Oh, wow, great shot! You're a natural!
Another hit! How'd that feel? Got some nice kick to it, right? Great work! Damn, you got them all! Guess you really know your way around a weapon. What with all those talking guns you carry around. Thanks for the data, Branson Cooper. This is gonna be a huge help. Let me offer my services in return. Anything I can do for you?
Shoot, yeah. What was it? Oh, right. Can you turn all this shit off? We're low on power.
Oh, darn. I was having so much fun with this. But I guess science isn't about having fun. It's about making others happy. And I guess that is fun. Okay, fun. There you go. Dr. Jar Jar should be happy now. I know he was asking for this.
Thanks so much, seriously.
Fucking Dr. Jar Jar.
Yeah, I think we're nearly there. This is the right formula, I'm certain, but I just need to test it to be sure. Hey there, Branson Cooper, right? I've heard about you. You're one of our top scientists. What can I do you for?
I can't remember. I think it was needing you to stop what you're doing.
Oh, right. Yeah, this equipment drains a lot of power from our generators. I'm almost done, though, if you can help me out real quick. I'm synthesizing a new liquid solution bioengineered from Gessie's brain matter. Can you take a swig out of this vial for me?
Yeah, give me that.
I promise it's 100% safe. This is just to ensure it's working properly. You'll be fine. Go ahead. I'll help you with the power right after, I swear.
Drink the vial. Right there. There we go.
Ah, phenomenal response. A textbook ocular shift with a shrimp-toned hue. Precisely what I was aiming for. Also, yes, acute conjunctivitis. Definitely pink eye. Full-blown pink eye. Yep, sorry about that. That part was less intentional.
You gave them pink eye?
Yes, Gessie is a sea monster.
Don't worry, the effects are only temporary. And, well, our research is complete. So, as promised, I'll power down my station now.
Hey, at least we got him to shut his lab equipment off. All right, we did. All 3 experiments are powered down. Do we have enough energy to open up Gessie now? Let's head back to Dr. Jar Jar Binks.
Hey, you're looking all super satisfied over there, but we're not done, are we? I mean, we still got a bunch more vials to drink over here. You down to drink another? In the name of science?
Yes, come on, please. I want to see what happens.
Welcome back, Zeke. Hope you had
You're
a
gonna
good
love
time.
this vial, I promise.
Okay. This is not good.
Amazing, there we go, right down the
Thank you,
hatch.
Gastus, with 13
So,
months.
How's your vision looking? If everything went according to plan, you should be colorblind right about now. And, well, if nothing changed, bad news. You were already colorblind.
We should have seen this coming.
So, how about another vial? Come on, do it. The next one is yellow flavored. It'll really help me.
We are wasting precious time.
Come on, drink it. Go ahead, drink it up. Okay, it works. You alright? Stay calm. It's probably just your body rejecting the concept of eyesight. And if it hurts, hey, totally normal. We are learning so much today.
Drinking that was impressively stupid.
Don't worry, this is all within acceptable parameters for a much different experiment. But still, we'll call this a win. Thanks again.
Okay.
Okay,
Last
so
one.
there is technically one vial left. But let me be super clear. You should not drink it. Like do not. It is in every practical sense poison. It will almost definitely kill you, violently and weirdly. So don't drink it. Unless you want to. I'm not your dad. Fuck it. Drink it. Drink it if you want to.
I refuse to assist in a willful suicide by science.
All right, fine. She'll assist me.
All right, we did it. All 3 experiments are powered down. We have enough energy to open up Gessie now. Let's head back to Dr. Jar Jar Binks.
Well, I got nothing else for you to drink. Sorry. I'm just gonna stand here and sleep with my eyes open now. It's no more dialogue for me. Good night.
That was fucking hilarious. I hate the pink hue though. That really pisses me off. I hope that's temporary. There he is. Hey, what up, Super Sea Lion? Good to see you too. It was enjoyable.
Ooh, you say eye looks pretty pink. That's a no good. But yahoo! We got enough power to open Gessie's mouth. You gonna go inside Gessie and rendezvous with Professor Burkle. Okie day?
Wait, Professor Burkle is inside Gessie's corpse?
That's a right. You gonna go inside Gessie. Let Misa just open her up.
So, Burkle's inside Gessie? Just keep playing along. They're gonna lead us right to her.
Misa just gotta scan you first before Yusa can move up to the next clearance level. Security protocol. Yusa understand.
Shit.
Hey, what's going on here? Yusa not Branson Cooper. Yusa that outlaw killed off the Rio Pharma folks. This is nuts, Sim. Kill the main
Oh, damn it.
He's falling apart!
You're a match for the good guys?
Another one dead and gone, baby.
Destroy you! Time to let loose! I doubt about
You better run!
The bathroom's online for the call. Say so. Don't tell. Firing! You should give it now!
Be careful!
Ow! We're taking you down! I lost you!
You knocked something loose!
Okay, David.
I got a great idea! Let's try not to get shot.
Okay, David. You man here for the goddamn David. Get in here, man! Good guys!
Better start running. It's not just about the physical pain. That hurts. But it's also about the emotional pain. I'm gonna cry. Disc is ready.
I think we got them all. Now let's see if we can get the power back on.
Did that do anything?
Yes, we did it. Gessie's mouth is opening up.
Open wide, Gessie. We're dropping in.
Oh, it's gonna be a whole level inside of her mouth, or her stomach and intestines and stuff. Okay.
Please be careful.
I'm just seeing if there was a chest back there. TikTok, here we come!
Oh God, I can't see shit in here. Outlaw, are you still holding me? Please tell me you're in here. Woo! Thank God. I never thought I'd be so happy to see sterile industrial lighting.
Kindly visitor, can you hear me? Can you help me?
Did you guys hear that, or was it just me?
No, man, we heard it too.
Ow! Wait! Something's messing with my head!
You hear me?
Jesse?
So are you? See if you can try to remain undercover as a scientist for now. You can't get through without the scientist's help. Keep going.
Just to be clear, these are some pretty half-baked stealth mechanics.
Just do what you can. I'm losing your signal.
Oh, well, all right. Guess we can just keep up the stealth.
Oh, good. A fellow scientist, do me a favor. Can one of you recalibrate that biometer on that para-equalizer for me real quick?
Sure.
I see you're a rank. So why don't you go ahead and do that?
Oh, absolutely.
If we mess this up, we'll blow our cover.
Ah! All this science, it's making my head hurt!
Huh, well, I'm a computer, so you'd think I'd be able to help with this, but nope, I got no clue. Maybe try asking one of your guns.
Let's ask Creature.
Oh, let me try. I feel like maybe I know this. I feel some science memories deep in my head. Let me see. Ah, yes! First, open the biometric database command function and enter the Trinity Alpha code twice before hitting the print key to recalibrate. Ah, ow. I didn't know I knew all that.
Hey, nice work. It's working. I very much appreciate your help. Burkle's been on my ass lately.
Did I used to be smart? Am I smart? Oh, thank God, we're not doing stealth anymore. That was getting exhausting.
You bastard! You're after my research, aren't you?
Oops. Hold on. No, I want to keep doing stealth. I didn't know that was going to do that. Sorry.
Oh, good. A fellow scientist, do me a favor. Can one of you recalibrate that biometer on that?
Huh, well, I'm a computer, so you'd think I'd be able to help with this, but nope, I got no clue. Maybe try asking one of your guns.
Oops.
This science stuff is more art than science. Just
No,
hit
no,
the
no,
random-
no, what?
Looks good to me.
What the heck?
Sometimes it doesn't pick the one you pick. It's weird.
Oh, good. A fellow scientist, do me a favor. Can one of you recalibrate that biometer on that para-equalizer?
Yes.
Huh, well, I'm a computer, so you'd think I'd be able to help with this, but nope, I got no clue. Maybe try asking one of your guns.
Okay. Definitely Creature.
Oh, let me
Okay.
try. I feel like maybe I know this. I feel some science memories deep in my head. Let me see. Ah, yes! First, open the biometric database command function and enter the Trinity Alpha code twice before hitting the print key to recalibrate. Ah, ow. I didn't know I knew all that.
Hey, nice work. It's working. I very much appreciate your help.
Yes.
Burkle's been on my ass lately.
Okay.
Did I used to be smart? Am I smart?
Oh, there we go. I knew there'd be something down here.
The bioweapon is quite the specimen.
Oh.
Pinkstock had no idea the true potential of what he created. We have much to learn here.
Our initial analysis of Gessie's corpse showed some peculiar anomalies. Perhaps we should continue our research on the exterior before venturing further, Professor?
Anomalies? My dear assistant, anomalies are the stuff science is made of. We have nothing to fear but more knowledge. Now, let us proceed.
Oh, cool! A spectral memory caused by the bioengineered rift between life and death! Pretty weird that I know that.
Aren't we stealth? We're not stealthing anymore?
Okay, now you're going off.
My bad, guys. We're going to do some. Oh, a pirate ship. I always thought those were made up.
Ooh, I want to go. Take me to the pirate ship. I just got caught up on One Piece.
Hey, we gotta go up there, please.
Okay.
Arrival in specimen's stomach. Ah, yes. Stomach vents. The coil should direct the flow of the gases perfectly. These vents are critical for maintaining the internal equilibrium.
The specimen appears to have consumed a large aquatic vessel of some sort. Did you feel that? Something's not right down here.
There has been a noticeable shift in the magnetized energetic fields as we travel further inside.
Look out!
Most fascinating.
They're right. There's something about Gessie's biological makeup that's causing a breakdown in the fabric of reality. Ah, God, why do I know anything like that?
Yeah, what's going on with you, creature?
I don't know!
We must recalibrate.
God damn it. Creature, increase minion lifetime. Okay. Oh, eat shit. Don't put me on the other side. Okay. Okay, so that's not enough. I need another source. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Fogarty.
Hey, kid, can you hear me? We're picking up some very strange signals in there. Doesn't make any sense. Just be on your guard.
Enemies? Return the idol or perish.
Holy crap! Ah! Ah! We don't know what you're talking about!
Oh, God damn it. Get him, Jeppy.
So we have it.
Or not,
Down
whatever.
Here. We all saw him. The ghosts are real.
Oh my god, it's the ghost of the fucking piano guy.
Oh, daddy, oh yeah, baby, here I go, just rambling away on the piano. Who hit those keys? Hear that music? Hear those tunes? Oh yeah, oh baby, oh yeah.
Are you kidding?
Oh, daddy, oh, what's that cool kid?
Fuck is that guy doing? No! Son of a bitch! Dude, shut up! There.
Skibbity boop boppity bop bip.
Jesus fucking Christ, don't push me off the fucking thing! What the fuck is happening here? How the fuck do I get this fucking thing up there? Oh my fucking god, dude.
Oh yeah, I'm on the pit.
God. Dude, you need to fucking shut up! Ah, it won't jump him up any higher. And this won't jump up at all. Like if I put him on the ground, he won't jump up as high as I need him to. Ugh. I can't do magic telekinesis hand. I wish I could. The game audio stopped. I turned it off. on. Why? You fucking dick, it's purposefully not going up there! Yes, I needed to get up there. Stop this fucking dickhole from screaming the whole time. And this won't blast him up off the fucking piano. Yes, help me, not original Nick. Help me.
Macarena, I.
Thanks. 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 Yeah. The piano can go higher? I've been hitting it with the fucking shit. Oh my god. Yeah, see, it's not doing anything. I just want this fucking thing. I just want to just get up here. One gun to go higher. Okay. All right, let me see. His won't do it. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. God, what a weird mechanic that is. Okay. That's still so strange to me.
Oh, look at me! I'm a monster!
Whoa, settle down.
Sorry, I'm just still getting used to being a ghost.
Totally forgot I could do that.
When I think about how I'm a ghost now, it scares the shit out of me.
Ah!
Shut up, Jerry!
Thanks a lot, Burkle. I hope it was worth it. We kept saying, let's turn back. It's scary down here. Our feet hurt. You're being weird. And she kept saying, keep going, keep going. So what do we get for following along?
Oh,
Only
shit.
the
Vincent
most
gets into some
predictable
dickhole
thing ever.
piss.
A
Sorry, I
pirate
missed
ghost
that.
mummy kills me, and then I become a ghost too. Fuck, this is exhausting. Can you just, I don't know, find some kind of vacuum cleaner and suck me off Luigi's Mansion style? I want to move on to hell already.
You thinking what I'm thinking, Outlaw?
This isn't doing anything.
Sorry. I swear this usually never happens.
It's fine. I'll just, stay here and... It's fine. Just ignore me.
Okay. Good luck with everything.
Hey, you too. You really don't have to do that. Honestly, it's kind of uncomfortable. Please don't. It's okay, really. Oh, come on. Don't degrade yourself like this. I'm just going to ignore you. Sorry.
Okay. Hey, I tried, buddy.
Oh, look! It's the remains of the cruise ship we sank! I guess some of it got swallowed up by Gessie after we killed her. Sorry, Gessie. I hope it was a good final meal.
Oh, Daddy-O, what's that cool kitten over there looking at me for? Oh, yeah, Daddy-O, Big Bang, bombity-boop-pow-pow. Hey, I'm the piano crooner, piano crooning. Oh. Skibbity-boop-boppity-bop, boop.
Are you fucking
Oh,
joking?
Daddy-O, yeah, baby. Here I go, just rambling away on the piano. Who hit those keys? Hear that music? Hear those tunes? Oh yeah, hibbity hoop bop ba oh hey, oh yeah.
Oh, you gotta be fucking joking me! Don't make me do this again.
Oh yeah, I'm on the piano. Oh yeah, look at me, I'm the piano crooner. I'm just hitting the keys, tippity tap tap, boopity bop bay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Daddy-O, up we go, right to the tippity top.
Right, I forgot. That's what we do. One raises, one lowers. I don't use those, like they don't use that mechanic very often. What happened to that guy? Also, that thing. Nope, not you. You. Okay. Gus has a increased reload speed. Oh, nice. Yes, please. Well, fuck. Oh, shit on me. Oh, okay.
We're almost at the pirate ship. Just grind the slide and make a big jump. Do it for me, your old pal Knifey.
Why do we gotta do it for you?
Ahoy, mateys!
Perish at all hands.
Oh yeah, pirate roll! Just what I wanted!
The idol. Where is it?
Shiver me timbers! Arr! This is fun. Sorry, I'm so excited. I just think pirates are cool.
Return the idol, or face our wrath. We can rest until the idol is restored.
Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! I'm gonna be king of the pirates!
Yeah, that's great. Now see if you can steer the ship a little closer to the exit.
I love how much fun Knifey is having with this.
There we go. I don't think it really makes sense how any of this is working, but whatever. I'm a pirate now.
Don't fall off the fucking thing. All you gotta do is stay on the fucking ship.
Oh man, it was over too soon. I wanted to be a pirate forever.
Yeah, you had your fun. Now get moving and find Burkle.
Okay.
You're making good progress. You should be approaching the kidney next. Burkle's not far past that. Keep going.
Oh, good lord, they're really mutilating her corpse, aren't they?
The cold hand of science has no respect for the dead. Unlike me, you have no respect for the living.
I guess I can just skate through them all. I don't have to shoot them.
You're getting closer. Continue forward. I'm not much farther. Please help.
We're coming, Spooky Mind Boys. Pirate Knifey is on the way. Yarg, matey.
Yeah. Yes, we're on our way.
Hey, look at that. Juice.
Our team is dead. And for what? Scientific research? A pirate treasure? A mummy's curse? I've got a kid at home, Burkle. Frezzy is 7, and she thinks I'm coming back. You think she's ready to grow up without me? We've gone far enough!
I'll tell you when we've gone far enough. There's something inside this specimen with power beyond this dimension. And it will be mine. I don't care what it costs me. Now, are you with me? Or are you against me?
Oh, with you. Frezzy will be fine.
They were tampering with forces beyond their control.
Hey, maybe take it easy, creature.
Okay. Hey, we're picking up something on the radar. Coming from outside.
Yeah, that's right. Tiffany's back. Take your tight little ass back to prison where you belong. Oh, hello, Tiffany.
Okay.
You are a menace! You know that? You killed everything I ever cared about. Beautiful Gessie, my beloved Craig, and I can't even go back to Space Force Cafe just because of you!
Let it go! There's other same restaurants in the galaxy!
You'll never escape me, honey. I'll hunt you to the ends of the galaxy and make you pay for everything you put me through.
What if you joined the book club instead? Or took up improv? That'd be fun.
I won't stop till you're dead. Then I'll just piss and shit all over your grave for multiple hours. I'll just keep doing it till I feel like it's been enough. But it will never be enough.
Ew, what the hell is wrong with you?
Ow, damn it! You fucker! You fucking... That isn't over.
I don't think that's doing any damage anymore.
Hey, guys. There. We good? Yeah.
It's locked. We gotta fight.
We gotta fight? Oh. Oh, okay. There's a guy stuck in the wall. There we go. That's why. Okay. Before we go in here, we've got a couple things that we need to take care of. First thing we're going to take care of is going to... Nope, not mute this. There we go. Mute that. There we go. Okay, first thing we're going to take care of is the new Last Week in Zeke, because we weren't here on Wednesday, and there's a new one. And it's going to be PsyOps. Today is for PsyOps, the conspiracy. So we're gonna watch this, and then we're gonna call my mom, and then we'll continue on with the game. Okay. All right. Newest Last Week in Zeke, PsyOps, the Mindgate conspiracy, and then the mom call. All right. Let's check it out. Today is for Sky00 100-month sub appreciation stream. And we're going to play... Look at that terrible hair. PsyOps. So much better now. The Mindgate conspiracy. And away we go.
Okay, so meet up at the supply room, wherever that is. Damn, she seems familiar. But I don't know whether I should trust her, kill her. Ah, whatever. At least she gave me a gun.
Pissy
Better than a
ops.
kick in the nuts.
Escape from solitary confinement and meet the female agent in the supply room. Hint, the pistol is silenced to aid in stealth. Press R1 to fire your selected weapon. Stealth, huh? Okay. Oh. Oh, I can jump. Goddamn motherfucker, son of a bitch, Jim. Put me in prison, how dare you? That kick is me whenever I, like, you know, my car won't start or something like that. I'm definitely like, you fucking piece of shit, I paid good money for this goddamn vehicle and it won't start. Goddamn stupid goddamn Subaru won't start. Goodbye. No time for stealth. Oh, this guy. This guy. All right, you're coming with me, bud. Well, but knocked myself out with the dead guy. I guess I sucked him too hard. Hey! Get down here so I can punch you! You bastard! 12 years ago, telekinesis training, Mindgate training facility.
All right, Nick. Let's start your telekinesis training.
You dumbass,
Keep it
Nick.
simple.
I'm going to start referring to telekinesis as TK from now on.
Okay, TK.
Also, we've juiced you up with unlimited psi powers during this test. But remember, in the real world, all psi powers drain with use.
Target object with aim reticle. Press L1 to select and lift object. Move object to the right with the right analog stick. Okay. Yeah. So the emulation on this game is rough because of the pressure on the sticks thing that the PS1 had or PS2 had. I had to go in and physically change it. Thankfully, it was only for a couple of puzzles that I needed it to be
Unlimited power.
different.
Nice climbing, Nick.
This one
I
was
want you
one
to
of
use
them.
telekinesis to move a crate through each hole in the wall. Lift the crate to the desired height and move it forward. Don't throw the crate, it'll break easily. First, get a crate through the hole on the lower left.
Okay. Well, this is gonna be weird. This took a bit.
Come on, Nick. Focus.
Wait, what? Yep. You gotta go through the
First,
small
get a
one
crate
first.
through the hole on the lower left.
Oh, okay. First, get a crate through the hole in the lower left. Yeah. Okay. You gotta go through the small one first. Nick. Oh, this is gonna be tough, dude. Yeah. Keep trying. Get in there. God damn it. Yeah. No pressure sensitive controller. Makes this challenge fucking asshole pretty tough. Well, that one's not gonna help because it's gonna break. There, oh! What are you doing? God damn it! It's like it doesn't want to go through. There's like an invisible barrier or something. Get in there! What are you doing? This is not the whole highlight, Scott. Come on, it's not just this part, right? This was a fun game. Okay, he skipped past it.
Now to the good stuff.
All right.
Let's use telekinesis to throw objects at live targets.
Sounds
And don't
good.
worry, these guys get well paid. First, use TK to throw a crate at the stationary
Paid to
test
get
subject.
shit thrown at them. Oh, I hope this is worth my Christmas bonus. Oops.
Now, move in and eliminate this enemy from behind at close range without being discovered.
Okay. No, Simple Simone, it's because on the PS2, you had a pressure-sensitive controller where you could lightly press buttons, like it would register like halfway presses.
Give this guy a
And
medal.
emulation
Nice
doesn't
work.
do that well. Give him a medal. Hey, it's 3 strikes and you're out. You only did 2. Good job. Way to go. Give him a medal. Nice work, buddy.
This one's easy, Nick. RV into the next room and watch the enemy's patrol movements. Then sneak past the enemy without being detected.
Okay, observe enemy to time his patrol. Sneak past when enemy isn't looking.
Okay, let's try it again.
I mean, that would have made it. I would have made it through
Well, you
without
had to
being
kill the
noticed.
last
guy.
Could this day get any worse?
Donk. Could this day get any worse? Don't worry, they're paid. They're paid really well. Unfortunately, he's dead, so his family will be taking the...
You dumbass, Nick.
There it is. Oh, he's right there. I fucking missed him.
You.
God damn it! I missed that fucking... Fuck you, God, stupid ass bitch! Right next to him, son of a fuck. 10 years ago. Mind drain training. Oh.
Okay, Nick, let's learn about mind drain, also referred to as MD. Mind drain absorbs psionic energy from another person's brain and replenishes your psi energy. You can only drain a person who is unaware of your presence.
Got it.
Sneak up on the enemy from behind until you get close. Then perform the mind drain.
The mind drain. Oh, shit!
That's gotta hurt. Those guys will never get ahead with that job. Sorry. Let's move on.
Don't worry, they get paid enough. It's fine. Collect horses. Fuck, dang, dude. Yeah, they get paid enough. It's fine. Don't worry about it, dude. Today is all good. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there's Booty. Let's get that tweeted out here. All right. Copy this. There we go. And we gotta do this. Boom. Boom. Oops. Okay. Ops. The Mindgate conspiracy. Where I put my mind power to work. It goes about as well as you'd think. There. Okay, copy that. Go. Paste that. Copy all of that. Posty post. Post it, give it a pin. Everybody follow my Twitter, by the way, or my X. Everybody follow my X. Okay. And then we put it over here, like so. Post that as well. Pin that. Easy peasy. There it is. All right. Check out the newest Last Week in Zeke highlight video, Psyops the Mindgate Conspiracy, where I put my power to work. It goes about as well as you think. Yeah, I'm on to X and Blue Sky, and not on Threads because fuck, I don't need another one. I don't need another thing to be a part of. I'm already a part of so many things. Why are you being a bitch? Oh, it's because the computer is hot. The computer is struggling because it's hot. Oh, ad break. Hold on. Gotta wait 14 seconds. Thank you, Vincent, for gifting a sub to Follow D's. Okay. Let me get my mom on the horn here. Okay. There she is. There's my mommy. There.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hi, Mom. How's it going?
Hi, babe. How you doing?
Doing good, Mom. Guess what?
Your household.
It did. It's finally done.
Oh, my God.
I know. It's great, right?
Did you get what you wanted for it?
I mean, what I wanted for it was, $1 million, but I didn't live in a house that was close to $1 million. But I got enough.
No, did ya?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. I got plenty to put down on a new place, so that's good.
You got what? Enough to put down on a new place?
Yeah.
Oh, good deal.
Yep.
Fantastic.
So now we're on the hunt for a new home, Mom.
Yeah, what a weight off your shoulder, huh?
Oh, yeah. The stress that caused was terrible.
I know it.
I had no idea it was going to be that stressful for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So what are you up to, Ma?
Nothing. Just got back from lunch with the girls.
Yeah. How was that?
Yeah, it was good. And now I'm watching Chain Reaction.
Ah, game show. That's my mom.
Yes, of course.
Hell yeah. All right. Got a couple of questions from the audience if you're willing to answer them.
Of course.
Okay. I mean, one of these days, I'm sure you're just going to say, no, they asked me dumb questions and I don't want to do it anymore. They ask me about my butthole all the time and I don't want to talk about it.
I know. They always ask me nasty stuff.
I know they do. Well, I'll try and avoid the nasty ones this time. Let's see what we got.
Okay.
If you were going to, this one's from Harunting, and he asks, if you were to put yourself back on the market, what qualities would you look for in a romantic partner?
Somebody with a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Somebody that was loving as far as hugging and kissing and stuff like that. Sex is not important.
Okay, sex is not important. I mean not now, right?
No, not now, not at all.
But touching and loving and hugging and stuff.
Somebody devoted and honest.
Okay, those things are all me. Those things are all me, including the sex thing. Katie and I never do that.
Yeah, right.
It's gross. We don't. We try to avoid it at all costs.
You're full of shit.
I am. You're right. I am.
I
Yeah.
know.
Sex is still important to me. I hope it remains important to me for a while. I'm not done yet. I'm not dead yet.
Oh, it probably will, sweetheart. You're not very old.
I'm a dude and I'm my dad's son, so
You're right.
I'm
that's
gonna keep going at it. All right, let's move on. Let's not talk about this with my mom anymore. Okay. If they had a catchphrase. Oh, if the person, if your new partner, this hypothetical partner, had a catchphrase they repeated over and over again, would that be a deal breaker?
It might be depending on what the catchphrase was, but probably.
What if the catchphrase was like, "Oh man, I really pooped his pants"?
Yeah, that would be a deal breaker.
Okay. But what if it was just something like, "Booyah"?
Well, that would be all right.
Okay, so if it was like, "I made you some lunch today, honey." Booyah!
That'd be fine.
Okay. So it does matter what they're saying. So no pooped his pants, but booyah's fine.
Right.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make this easy. I'm going to change one of the words. Who do you think are the ugliest actor or actress?
Let me think about that. Somebody like Sean Penn.
Sean Penn? You think he's ugly? All right.
Well, I don't think he's very good looking at all.
Okay. Sean Penn?
And he's a good actor, though.
He's a great actor, yeah.
Yeah.
We're not talking about acting skills.
And
We're talking about just straight up looks.
Right. As far as the woman,
Yeah.
I don't know. The women that are really famous are all beautiful.
A lot of them, yeah.
I can't think of any that are ugly.
Okay.
Most of them are actresses and famous because they're beautiful.
Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to think of an actress, like an actor I think is ugly, like Willem Dafoe, maybe. He's a great actor, but he's not very good looking, I don't think.
He's not. He's not, but he is a great actor.
Yeah, he is. That's true.
Yeah.
As far as actresses go, I'm going to go with Catherine Zeta-Jones. She is hideous.
Really?
No,
Think so?
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Oh, I was going to say, my God.
No, I mean it is. You're right. It is tough to name a female actor who's not very good looking. But trying to think of one like.
I don't think they'd be very famous.
Yeah, who turns me off? Let's see. I don't know. I mean, like, I hate, like, I'm trying to think of one who is not going to be like because they're old or because they're overweight. Like, they got to be face ugly. And I think I might, like, this might be a weird one, but like, I am really not attracted to Tilda Swinton at all.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. Oh, Juliette Lewis is a good one too.
Julia Lewis.
Oh no, we got one. We got one.
Dreyfus?
No, not Julia Louis Dreyfus. We got one though. What do you think of Sarah Jessica Parker?
Oh, she's not very pretty.
Yeah, you heard it, Sarah Jess. My mom doesn't think you're very pretty. Boom.
Yeah.
She's gonna cry herself to sleep with all her sex money, Sex in the City money.
Yeah, she's gonna really care.
You really got her. Got her good, Mom. All right.
Yep.
I don't know if she's gonna know the answer to this, and I don't know the answer to this, Pete, but I'm gonna ask her anyways. Why do farts smell worse when you're taking a shower? You know what?
Steam, I suppose.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I think I know the answer to this one because the steam makes it rise, because the heat rises.
Right.
I think so.
Well, and a wet smell along with it.
Maybe, yeah.
Would make it worse.
Yeah. No, I don't think they smell worse in the shower. I would say they get to your nose a lot faster.
Yeah, that could be.
I think that might be what it is.
Yeah.
Okay,
I never really think about it though.
Why does a rain drop but a snow falls?
Oh, because of the speed.
You think?
Yeah, the rain comes down a lot faster.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
If aliens invaded the Earth, would you still enjoy living here?
Depends on what the aliens were like.
What if they
were
were
like monsters? No.
No, God, no.
No.
But what if they were like?
If they were just different kind of people, that's whatever. That's fine.
What if they were just super boring?
Oh, that would be fine too. I'm pretty boring myself.
There you go. Yeah, good answer. Good answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. This is a stupid question, but you're gonna hear it anyways. If they made an animated movie about the Olive Garden, which celebrity would voice the breadsticks?
Would do what to the breadsticks?
Would voice the breadsticks?
Voice?
Yeah, it's a cartoon movie, so someone's got to voice the breadsticks. Whose voice would you put on the breadsticks?
Oh, I see. Somebody with a deep voice.
Okay.
Somebody like Barry White, maybe.
The fucking Barry White breadsticks, like, come on, baby. I know you want some of these breadsticks, Mama. Never gonna give you up. You're gonna take my stick. Eat my stick. Something like that. It's perfect. I love that. That's a great answer.
That's not where my thoughts went.
Did you ever do roller disco back in the day?
Not roller disco. It wasn't really disco dancing was popular for a little while.
Yeah.
But not roller disco.
Did you roller skate?
That. Yeah, I did.
Did you like
for
it?
A long time. I loved it.
Yeah. I could see you out there with those fucking high-waisted pants up to like up to your rib cage, like with your bell bottoms and your roller skates on.
Oh, definitely bell bottoms.
Oh yeah.
Course.
Oh yeah.
I used to go every weekend for years.
Oh yeah. Okay. Do you think you could have been a derby girl?
No.
No?
No.
I mean, you did pretty physical sports. I think you could have done it.
Well, I don't know. I could have tried maybe, but I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't like being hurt.
Yeah. You're not real good with pain.
No, I'm not.
That's true. I mean, you did get tattoos, though. So, I mean, did you?
Yeah, that was.
You didn't cry or anything when you were getting tattoos, right?
No, of course not.
Okay. How well do you think you'd be able, or how well do you think you would handle living in 100-degree weather like Zeke is in Texas?
We're having that right now. We have been for 2 weeks.
I was just gonna say it's fucking hot in Montana right now.
Really hot.
Yeah.
Ridiculous hot. But it's not humid like where you're at.
No, it's terribly
So
humid
it's
here.
it's better here.
Yeah, I know. Everything's better there.
It's dry heat here.
Yeah. No, it's a wet heat out here, and it's 100 plus degrees, and I have my air conditioner on, and it's still like it's trying its best. It's really trying its best.
Oh, I know it.
But it's rough. It's rough. Just getting the house to 80 degrees is a chore.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, that's all the questions we had for you, Mom. Before I let you go, say thanks for the 7 years, Mo.
Thanks for the 7 years, Mo.
Yeah, Mo just resubscribed for the 7th year.
Oh, wonderful.
I
love it.
know. Everybody should do it. It'd make my mom happy. You guys don't want to disappoint my mom, right? God, she's such a nice lady.
Right. That's right, dang it.
All right, Mom, I'm going to let you go now. I'm going to try and finish this game that I'm playing.
Okay, I love you, sweetheart.
I love you too, Mom. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, tell Katie I love her too.
I won't do that because you don't.
That's not true. I do.
I know you do. I'm just kidding. I'll let her know.
Okay.
Okay. Bye, Mama.
Okay. Bye, sweetheart. Bye, Zeconians.
Bye, Zeconian. Bye, Mom. I'll talk to you later.
Bye. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, there you go. Let's do it. There you go. The mom call is in the bag. I hope you guys had a good time listening to my mom, talking to her and whatnot. Now let's get back to this game. Zeus Long with the Prime and Adderdate also with the Prime resubs. 31 and 75. Thank you guys so much for not disappointing my mom. Do the mom and the wife get along? Oh, absolutely. My mom, Katie will tell you this. My mom has said I love you to her more than her mom has ever in her life. They're not that kind of family for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, someone say they're one and the same. No, Scott is not wrong. As much as I'd like to say like, ew, that's gross. No, I'm definitely married a very much younger version of my mother. Problems and all. Schmish Mail with 81. Thank you, Schmish. I appreciate that. All right, let's go. Where were we? All right, we're getting this scientist or whatever.
2 years and 3 months. With each passing month, the desire to gargle your ballsack increases, even though it hangs well below your knees.
That's an exaggeration. It does hang lower than it has, and it keeps getting lower, but it's not quite to my knees yet. It is about mid-thigh, if you want to know. But you can still gargle them. We can still discuss that.
I can feel you close.
I think this voice is Gussie somehow reincarnated. They're doing something to her.
Hey, don't worry, creature. We'll deal with it.
How many times have I sat on my nuts recently? I don't do that a lot, honestly.
Perhaps because I'm always prepared for betrayal.
Professor Burkle? I was just going to feed the subject. Yeah.
No, I don't think you were. Her amino supplement isn't due for another 3 hours. You were trying to stop me. No need to deny it. I know you no longer believe in my mission.
You're tampering with things that shouldn't be tampered with. I'm not risking everything for whatever this is. Some of us still have people to go home to, Burkle.
Solitude is the cost of curiosity. The cost of science. You must cut yourself off to achieve anything great. You must be willing to pay the price. It appears you lack the conviction required for greatness. Oh, such a shame.
Wait!
Ooh. Nothing will get between me and progress. Nothing will get between me and Gessie's child.
The child?
We need to stop her! We need to save Gussie before it's too late!
But Gussie's already dead, right?
I don't frickin' know, maybe?
Helden, thank you for the gifted sub to Gargle Mayonnaise. Why is there a human anatomy on this thing? Damage plug. Bowie has increased damage now. Nice. Increases damage. There, you like that, right? I do. Thank you.
So we're just letting Burkle have that baby?
No. No, we're going down there to do our boss fight. Oh, look at the little cutie guy. Oh my god, he's so
Tell us
cute.
what you need, baby Gussie.
So you can hear her calls too. Not surprising. Coming from the once great Dr.
Oh my
Creed
god, it's
Turian.
a dolphin. Of course it is.
After everything the G3 did to your mind, to think you used to be such a thorn in my side. Look at you now.
Creed Turian? Yes! That's my name, I remember! I used to be somebody important!
Wow, there's really nothing left of you in there, huh? Well, you're half right about this being Gessie's child, but it's more like she's her very soul reincarnate. A conduit between worlds! Dolphin attack! Dighead!
We'll do whatever it takes to save her, even if it means stopping you!
Very well then. I've yet to test the potency of the reincarnation's powers in live combat. Shall we conduct a field study? Yeah? Your deck will provide me with valuable data. Surge of sound!
Look, I get it. Big science, big dreams, but tearing apart reality? Maybe pump the brakes a bit before we all get vaporized.
Ow! Fuck! Whether you like it or not, my work will redefine society. You'll thank me once I turn this cesspool of idiots into something worth existing.
Shut up, lady. Enough!
Did you find Burkle? What's happening?
You get it sick, kid.
You don't understand what you're struggling against. This experiment isn't just science. It's a game. You! Your feeble human brain can't comprehend the potential for progress before you. You only exist to destroy. What have you given this world? Me. My research could usher in a new scientific era. You fools!
I found you again.
Shit, god damn it.
What am I looking at?
Every
What have
time?
you done? You hurt this beautiful, innocent dolphin.
Hi, Tiffany.
Yes, yes. They attacked me. You must help me. Please, please. They're after my baby.
Damn you! You're a monster! Don't worry. Poor sweet dolphin Tiffany will protect you and your baby.
Oh no, Tiffany. You misunderstand. We're the good guys, the dolphin team.
Oh!
Stay strong.
It's about time you pay for all your animal cruelty.
It was all accidental. I swear.
fine. Tiffany, was it? Good girl. You're proving very useful. Perhaps I'll use your
Tiffany, you mistake your enemies for friends, and friends for enemies.
What the? Who the hell said that? Come on, Tiffany, snap out of it. I cannot go out like this. Not now. Not now.
Now do you see what science can accomplish? Just give in to the power.
Get out of my head!
Tiffany, please, listen.
What's going on? I can't move. What? Wait, the dolphin was hurting you? She was the bad guy all along? Oh my God. Oh my God, I didn't know. I thought, what's happening to me? I'm going to kill you!
What's happening to this game?
Ah, poor Tiffany. You really...
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Hi, I'm Creature!
Hurts! So hurts! Don't worry, Tiff. I'll kill any motherfucker who wrongs you! Die, assholes! Die!
What is happening?
In my scientific opinion, this is fucked up!
Stop! It's overloading. Reactor.
Kill everything!
We're gonna get you out of this, Tiffany. I don't know why, but we are.
I don't know what to shoot. Do I shoot her? Macarena. Hey, Macarena. All right.
Now do you see what science can accomplish?
Yeah, it's not so easy to pick on an adorable little dolphin when I'm around, is it?
It wasn't easy before you showed up either, Tiffany.
End it!
Damn, y'all.
You can't defeat both of us. We shall prevail in the name of science.
I don't give a fuck about science. I was a liberal arts major.
Your aggression is growing, while your chances of survival are shrinking.
How does it feel to be the abused animal for a change? It doesn't feel good, dude. That's why I don't do that shit. Stop saying I'm an animal abuser.
And now, your demise.
This time I'm gonna finish you for good.
Too much dialogue.
The reactor.
Too much dialogue on top of each other. I don't know what's happening.
What you've cost me. Cost the universe. So much knowledge. So much power. Down the drain.
Fucking scumbag! Don't you ever possess my ass ever again!
Cool, she must like killing animals now.
Craig? No. No! This can't be real! You're gone!
That's right, Tiff. I'm gone. But I'm just using up all my power so that I can stay a little longer. Just long enough to make sure you don't screw up like I did.
Craig, I tried. I fought for you. For the Buttons Gluttons. I did everything we said we would helping Gessie. Stopping the outlaw. I was trying to honor you.
You know I hate to admit it, but it looks like we were wrong about the outlaw.
Maybe.
Listen, you got a fire in you, Tiffany. Uh-huh. A strength I could only dream of. Use it. Fight for what's right. Not for me. Not for revenge. Hell no. I want you to fight for you. And with that, I'll leave the Buttons Gluttons in your capable hands.
What a weird side story that leads into the main story.
Wait, before you leave.
Yes?
I love you.
Oh, well, you know, I'm kind of seeing someone in the afterlife, actually. So, well, thank you. I'm flattered.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, Bye-bye.
Tiffany's heart breaks. Do we need to be here for this? Like, what's...
Hello everyone, telepathic baby Gassy here. Still stuck in here. Don't forget about me.
She needs our help!
Just leave me alone. I'm all alone anyway.
I think I know how you feel. It'll be okay, Tiffany.
Thank you, kind soul. Burkle's ambition blinded her.
Burkle was the only one who saw the old me. And now I'm just a shell of who I used to be, I guess. Now I'm just dog shit.
On the contrary, Dr. Curian, without you, we would have never found each other. Your brilliance might have faded, but your heart has only grown brighter.
Aw, thank you so much for saying that, baby Gassy.
Hey, can you hear us? You need to get out of here.
We're on our way, kid.
It's no longer safe here. We must find egress. Okay. Oh shit, never mind. Too late.
Aw, shit, not something else.
Great. Another thing.
Wake up, wake up.
Welcome back, kid. What the hell was going on with Creature, though?
Oh, he used to be a genius scientist on Gatlas before his brain got all fucky.
Harper, you knew already?
Yeah, I thought everyone knew. Was I the only one who knew? Did I forget to tell everyone?
Yes, but we can deal with that later. This went really well for us. Rhea Pharma's fucked with Burkle out of the picture.
Seriously, they're on their last legs. Let's just keep the pressure up. But first, go and cross that bounty off the board.
Okie dokie. Flipper.
What are you doing over there? Drawing dicks? Come on, wrap it up.
Fuck. Exclamation point. Well, sort of. Flipper, fuck. Okay.
Another job well done. Here, take some more cash from the reserves.
Thank
Don't
you.
blow it all in one place.
Thank you.
You should probably rest up. Tomorrow's the big court hearing to decide whether or not to legalize humans as a drug. We have to stop Nipulon before it happens.
The big court hearing.
Definitely need you on your game for that one. Go sleep. We'll all be ready in the morning.
Okay.
I'm glad we were able to save Gessy's baby? Clone?
Yeah, what was that exactly? Clone, right? Reincarnated baby?
I guess. You know, I'm not really sure I understand what's going on there, but it's nice you saved whatever that is. Is that Tiffany freak finally gonna leave you alone now?
Yeah, it's like, seriously, why don't any of these
I
bounty
hope
hunters
so.
realize we are actually the good guys?
Yeah, that's enough time wasted. I'm busy. Do you need something more from me?
Okay.
Maybe you can find someone else. Oh, never mind then.
So, yeah. Guess ghosts are real? You learn something new every day. By the way, I had no idea we were sending you into Gessy's corpse. Sorry about how fucked up that was. You want to talk some more?
Okay, no.
Rude.
I don't.
I wasn't scared at all by the ghosts. I'm realizing now that by claiming otherwise, it's actually making me seem like I was scared by the ghosts, but I wasn't. I really wasn't. Oh, God damn it. No, I really wasn't scared of the ghosts. Do not tell anyone I was scared of the ghosts.
It's an animal.
It's been a pleasure, believe me, but I'd like a little me time now. Sure, walk away.
Drop that Jorbs, you dingus.
Here we go.
Ugh, what the hell is that weird thing with the fins and gills and shit? Is that what you think a fish is? Or is that what a fish is? Am I wrong about what fish are?
There's fucking 37 of
I
these?
want to hunt down, capture, and imprison each and every fucking fish in the galaxy.
Jesus. So each one of those fishing spots is like 8. So you gotta find like, I don't know, 5 of them? 4 of them?
That's no
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
TGIF. Thank God I'm Fraser.
Thank you for your call. I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Looks like the Crane boys are celebrating tonight.
Thank you, caller. Stay tuned for Bulldog. I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Seems like there's a finite amount of
Is
these.
some tossed salad and scrambled eggs.
He said it!
This is Dr. Fraser Crane.
Martin Crane pillow, nice! We finally got Dad.
Dr.
Right?
Fraser
That's
Crane,
Dad?
machine, and I'm listening.
I think you get one no matter what. I think it doesn't matter where you put the thing, you'll just get a ball. Yeah. No, I didn't have Martin Crane. Oh, Roz! There we go! Oh my god, the lawyer's in our fucking
When you
base
kill
now.
Nebulon, do you think you could make it look like an accident or self-defense? Maybe see if you can get him to stand under an anvil or something. Crushed by an anvil. Would look really good in court. No way they could trace that back to you.
Fucking
I'm
great.
looking up if it still counts as self-defense when someone is threatening your entire species. Or if they need to be just threatening you specifically. Perfect. I guess Nipulon did cut off your arms, right? That probably counts as a threat.
Just a factory. Are you kidding? It's gorgeous. It's just what we want. Let's get down there.
All right. As long as you're not planning.
There they are. Look at, I got all the pillows, I think.
Do you ever worry that they're playing too much Nintendo?
There's
Oh,
all the
not anymore.
characters.
See, Matt has Bible adventures. They're actually learning Bible stories while they're playing Nintendo.
Quick, get that Bible quote before you run out of power.
Bible adventures.
Quick, get that Bible quote before you run out of power.
Save Baby Moses and David and Goliath. A must for
Who's next to
every
Eddie? That's
family with
Bulldog.
Nintendo. Call 1-800.
That's Frazier, that's Niles, that's Bulldog. The other, like the sports guy on the radio. The dog, of course. Roz, Martin, and the fucking chick with the hot chick with the accent. Fuck, I can't remember her name. Daphne, thank you. One that Niles was in love with. Oh, I should go to my quarters and get some sleep. Oh, let's see. Hold on.
Well, 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 if it isn't my least favorite customer. Okay, you bought something. Are we done here?
Get that stock out. Everybody in one for the makeup. Come on. It's the moment we've been waiting for. Let's go.
They had kids in the show? I guess I didn't watch that long.
Wardrobe, please.
We came all this way for this.
Don't fight with me, Louise.
What do you got? What, Mom?
I would still love you even if you became a ghost. Okay? Remember that, sweetie. You could be a ghost, and that would be A-okay with me.
Let's do it!
I would love you no matter what. If you were a ghost, yes. Even if you were gay or a murderer. Sorry that I put those two in the same category. I'm from a different generation, so I'm gonna slip up sometimes. You know, it doesn't make it okay, but at least there's some logic to it.
Let's do it!
Sorry, honey. I think I'm getting a little tired.
Let's do it!
Styling of collectible cars, you're going to love new Speed Riders.
Are those pillows sentient? No, they're not. This is just the thing to go to bed.
Reaching awesome new speeds that keep
Oh, once you go to sleep, you won't be able to make any further preparations. Are you sure you're ready? Oh, fuck. How much time we got? Hour and 45? You know what? I could I could fish.
Guys, wanna give us a hand over here?
Let them do it.
The dogs? Oh, that's right. We got to go find the swingers too. I forgot about that. They should be under the bridge by now. Gotta find those guys. Oh, it wouldn't be this game if we didn't have at least one crash. Gotta have one crash to remind us what game we're playing.
Zeke.
Yo, Bemused Human with 105. Thank you so much. Oh my God, we got it. Where's Maris? Niles, our dinner guest, will arrive any minute now, and I've just been turned into a crane game. I just got that one for getting all of the fucking crane pillows. Or all of the Frasier pillows. I can't believe only 6% of people got those. So game is still unstable? Not nearly what it was. Like, when it first came out, it was like every half an hour was crashing.
Hey, what the hell?
Now
Is that
I've only
the
had one
flying
crash
pirate
today
ship
after
from
5 hours.
Hey there, welcome to my little boardwalk comedy show, The Roast of Humanity. How's this one? If you ever lived on the planet Earth, heard of 9/11, or watched Pixar's Cars, you might be a human.
Aren't you kind of selling out your own species here?
Yeah, everyone criticizes me for putting my own species down. But hey, if it works, it works. Comedy's comedy. The aliens out here love this shit, trust me. You're a human too, right? Then you're gonna love this one. If your family's financial future was forever altered by the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, you might be a human.
Yep.
All right, sorry, I don't want to give away all my material. I need to leave people wanting more for the live shows. But you can watch all my crowd work online.
God damn.
Ooh, watch it, moron.
Okay.
That fantasy planet was so weird. I guess they all just evolved to look like that, like an old video game. I didn't think that was possible, but I guess the universe is infinite. We're probably gonna see some way weirder shit than that at some point.
Oh.
You fucked up!
Okay, so this is the fishing spot. Didn't the swingers with the pineapple, didn't they say, like, meet us under the bridge? Now, I'm not asking anybody to look it up, but if you looked it up and told me where to find them, if I could find them, like, that would be helpful.
Ah, this really fucks with my brain.
Oh, it's gotta be nighttime? Okay. I don't know how to make it nighttime. No, I actually got to watch and meet Ron White, and he's a dope guy. He's very cool.
This looks like a good fishing spot. Let's bust that rod.
Let's do it!
Ha ha ha.
This motherfucking
Oh,
fish
you
is dead!
Ha ha ha.
You do lure them in.
Oh my god! That was the best one.
Glommy!
That was the best one ever.
Yo, Gorilla Burrito, thank you for the 45 months.
Oh.
Yes, I live in Texas, and it is disgusting here. Oh, you mean Ron White? I don't know, actually.
Go ahead, reel me in. I don't want to do this. Oh! Do not scare them. Reel! Reel! I'm almost there! Fuck, fuck, fuck! That was
A
so
white scrummer.
fucking good! Yeah!
I went to Washington State to visit my my wife's family.
Woo! You got a fish! Pull! I like that a lot.
Already got a Gweeble.
I
No!
like that a lot. Ugh. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Get him in. Oh,
Oh, a human skull. Nice.
That was so good. That was so good.
I love how excited he is about this. All right, one more to catch.
Yeah. I've got one. I've got one. Now, reel.
Okay.
Jackpot.
New fish, new fish.
That was
No, God damn it, another Gweeble.
That was incredible. Ah! Reel and pull! Reel and pull! Damn it!
Got him.
Yes! You're so
God damn it,
good.
another fucking Gweeble.
I
There's one left in this fishing hole.
fucking love you.
Fuck you.
Yeah! We got a fish! Pull! Pull! Pull!
New fish?
Oh, yeah.
No, a dangler.
I came! I came! I did the fishing rod version of coming, which is
Even better. It's even better. You just satisfy me. Fuck off.
Yeah! Wow. I have a good feeling about Reel me! Reel me! Reel me!
Gotta be it. New one?
You make me come!
Oh, I already have a Glommy!
Oh, God, wait. What just happened? I blanked
Damn it.
out.
Come on, dude. Give me a new one.
Oh, it's hooked! Pull it in!
Come on. Another sandwich! I already got a sandwich! Fuck!
You make me believe in life. Oh, baby!
Oh! Come on, dude.
Well,
There we go.
God
This has got to be it. It's got to be it.
You got a fish!
Yeah, they already said that you're using his genitals to fish. So yes, we are using his genitals to fish.
Ah!
Another fucking sandwich! How many sandwiches are in there?
Big. You're amazing.
This is bullshit.
Let's do it!
You don't say it the right way. Let's do it! Let's do it! Let's do it!
Ha! Just wait. Oh, a bite! Reel it in! Quick!
This one's a fighter. We got a real fighter on our hands.
Well, that was it.
God damn it!
No reason to ever fish again. Cause that's the best goddamn fish I ever caught. Ah! Oh, God. Damn!
I'm never gonna catch this fucking fish.
Reel the fish!
I'm never gonna catch this last fish. Oh, is this it?
Hold on.
A garbage bag, yes!
What was going on? Oh, wait. I remember. You were fishing, and
I was coming. We got it. Oops. No, okay. Okay, where's the fucking fast travel point? To my right.
I'm glad your dad's all right, but but Jesus, Gatlian Christ, that cult was nightmare fuel. So that's what happens when
Kissing
humans smoke
booth,
other
only
humans?
1
What is
peso.
wrong with your species? I mean, no offense, it's just, there's
1 peso
definitely
kisses
something
for sale.
freaky going on
Get
there.
your 1 peso kisses.
Okay, come on. What do you got for me?
Step right up. Don't be shy. 1 peso gets you 1 kiss. All proceeds go to charity. You ready or what? Wow, you're a better kisser than I expected. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, another kiss? I guess there's nothing wrong with that. All right, bye now. You really love your kisses, huh? Well, that's probably enough. Have a good day. Okay, 4's a good stopping point. I don't know if you need any more kisses than that. All right, that's it. I'm calling the police. Yeah, I got someone harassing me. I'm just trying to run a kissing booth here and they won't leave me alone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, they're on their way. I hope you're happy. Don't even try it. The cops are on their way here right now. I'd get out of here before the cops show up if I were you.
This is the cops.
Thank God, officers. That's the culprit.
You're under arrest for stealing too many kisses.
He's falling apart!
And then he killed a bunch of cops. I've got no choice but to close up shop. Now my kid's Peroxo Squash team won't be able to go to the Nationals. Hope you're happy.
Well,
Riding the tilt-a-whirl or re-entering a planet's atmosphere.
Oh.
There is no downside to using Human's approach. It's weird
okay.
that there aren't any. Usually there's at least a few workmen.
I wish I could. I can't place a marker like on shit, right? Oh, the swingers are under the bridge by the nightclub. The Pink Bellies? Is that the nightclub?
Faster!
That's Bar and Grill. And this is a bridge. Yeah, I don't know. Letter grab. Liquid Nights. Okay, bottom of the map. Okay.
Yes!
Is it? Yeah, that's Liquid Nights. Okay.
Under the bridge!
Oh my god. There they are.
Here.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. This is gonna be a lot of fun.
So, where's the swing?
What? What are you talking about?
You didn't bring the swing.
We asked you to be our third so you could push us on a giant swing.
Fucking
the
lame!
Third is always supposed to bring the swing.
Lame!
Swingers rules!
Hey, calm down. Maybe they didn't understand.
I don't know how it could be any more clear. We're swingers.
We like to be pushed on a swing together. What did you think? This was some kind of freaky sex thing?
Yeah,
We hate
I was hoping
that
it wasn't
stuff.
going to be that
We're
joke, but
extremely intolerant people. God, you piss me off.
He's right. We are very intolerant.
Swinger rage rising.
I can't stop them when they're like this. I can only join in. Remember us?
Don't ever come back to this specific bridge again. Find your own bridge.
I try to be a very socially accepting person, but I don't condone the non-sexual swingers lifestyle.
damn it. I was hoping it wasn't going to be the joke because it very well might not have been, but oh well. What are you gonna do? Just forward and to my left. Oh, there it is. Okay. God damn, dude. All right. Okay, we caught our fish. We met our swingers. Let's go finish this game.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Not super bad cruncher. It's still not like 100% running, but I would give it like, it's probably 90% there. I've crashed a couple of times, but only after a few hours. So, and they're pretty good with the checkpoint, so it's not a huge hassle. I mean, there have been some weird bugs that I've had to reload for, like quest bugs, like something isn't like showing up and you just reload. Like, if you come into a problem that you think is a bug, it might be, so just reload. Something like that, maybe. Hold on. Oh shit. I don't even. I don't even know where I'm supposed to go now. It's not marked on my map. Fucking shit. I accidentally picked it up. Oops. Oh, it's yeah, just back to HQ, isn't it? Yeah, and then I gotta take a nap. Right. It's always a nap before the last, yeah. Nap before the mission.
What the hell? Is that the flying pirate ship from inside?
It is the flying pirate ship from inside Gessie. What the shit?
Yeah, send in more bodies.
Oh.
More bodies.
He's falling apart.
What the fuck is your problem?
Time bubbles, good to go.
This ain't gonna end well for you.
Okay, now just let me tear down that poster and we can get this. I want a poster.
It was there. Oh, where'd it go? Oh my god, it's going back that way. What the fuck?
We will miss you, Gessie. We will miss you, Gessie. We will miss you, dear Gessie. We will miss you, Gessie. Do you like our public domain Gessie memorial song?
I love how many lines there are just of random things that you'll miss.
I just miss Gessie so
There's almost no way to 100% like get everything. I mean, there is, but it would take forever to get every voice line. There's got to be hundreds. right here. No, not that. God damn it.
If you're going to step on me, then step on me!
There it is. Okay. Back to the HQ. HQ, I say it like a British person.
your way now.
Back to HQ. And we finish this. And then maybe if we're lucky and we have enough time, maybe we'll watch a bit of a movie.
Hey, do me a favor and quit putting weird swimmy animals with fins in this tank. It's a fish tank, okay? You understand that? You know what a fish is?
I'll be right there. 2 minutes. Hey, how come you didn't tell us how cold it was?
Used to keep searching for something to see. Then my mom, she got smart. She got me video art.
She got me video art.
Free. Now the best thing on TV is me. Video art. Draw my own stuff, make my own shows. It even erases, see, off it goes. Video art. Now the best
How are they allowed to use Mickey Mouse?
is me. Video art.
We were a band so bad, tossed out in the street. Drugs slamming in the alley. Found something in a heap. Shiny jewels that started to glow. Turning us into who you now know as Stone Protector.
Oh my god. Troll protectors.
Our stones of power glow.
Jesus Christ.
Sing that stupid.
Our stones of power glow.
All mine once again. You'll change your tune.
I remember those too, man.
The name is Max. I'm a skater blader. One slice from me and it's see you later.
Chester is my name, and I like food. Like to squeeze bad guys with my wrestling moves. My name is Angus. Gus to my pals.
No, just Steamboat Willie. Mickey Mouse is still very much copywritten. Because that's technically not Mickey Mouse. That's Steamboat Willie.
Morning, kiddo. Today's the day. Big court hearing with Rhea Pharmaceuticals to legalize humans as drugs once and for all.
If this goes through, then everything we've been fighting for will be for nothing. Once they legalize humans, we're fucked.
So you gotta kill Nipulon before it happens. I know, but that's the plan.
We've removed his entire safety net and left his company completely destabilized. That doesn't mean it's gonna be easy, but if we pull it off...
You kill him, and there is no more Rhea Pharma. No court case, no legalizing humans, no humans getting mushed into pills.
You can do this. I know it. It is our only chance. If we don't intervene, the law's gonna pass and we'll all be fucked.
I'll be helping you over the comms.
And Harper and I will be joining you on foot to storm the gates.
Let's do this.
Ready to go whenever. Careful out there. I hear a storm's brewing.
All right. Let's do it.
This is the end game. Good luck out there, kid. So you want a pep talk? I can try. You're really good and smart and cool. You got this. Is that okay? You want to talk some more? Sorry, I got nothing.
I know I was hard on you before, but we really couldn't have made it this far without you. This is important work, and I'm grateful to get to do it with you.
Yeah, she's always cared about you. She was just putting on a front before. She's been dying for an excuse to be nice again.
Are you ready? We've got a lot riding on this.
You can do it. We believe in you.
Yeah, that's enough time wasted. I'm busy.
Okay. Oh, okay. What else you
Zeke, I
got?
think I speak for everyone when I say you need to
Well,
take another
well,
week of
well, if it
vacation
isn't
so you can
my
go back
favorite
to watching
customer.
Persona.
Persona will be back on Monday. Don't just relax. It'll be back. Sure.
Okay,
Why
you
not?
got something. Are we done here?
Yeah, fuck it. Whatever.
Come back
to blow some more of your pesos on my stuff sometime.
Okay, let's go.
Yep. No going back from this one.
Let's get that fucking bastard.
Let's do this indeed. Let's go. Let's do it. Also, a little fun little time capsule. You get hear bad takes in the world. I said Elon Musk should be president of Earth.
Right now.
And the pill. And the pill.
Jesus Christ. And he's vulnerable at the top of Rhea Pharma Tower.
Yeah, the plan is coming together. Well, let's hurry. We're on a time crunch, remember? We need to get to him before the big court hearing or we're fucked.
Yeah, we know. We got this.
Humans are people, not pills. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Rhea Farmers got to go. Ho, ho.
So we still have some people on our side.
Let's try to make them proud.
Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Rhea Farmers got to go. Ho, ho. Hey, hey. Humans live another day. Hey, hey.
Oh, what are we doing? Okay.
Tower's completely unguarded. No security at all.
Yeah, I don't trust it, but we've got no choice.
Whatever's waiting for us, we can handle it.
Rhea Pharmaceuticals is proud to be able to bring you Humanzapro, our newest miracle product. We'll be holding a surprise midnight launch tonight right here at Rhea HQ. We just need to get some things past a tiny little court first. But that won't be much of an issue, I promise. Once everything's settled, we'll be moving Humanzapro into high-priority production, setting up factories all over Earth. The home planet of the human species. At these factories, we'll begin the process of harvesting the organic. Attention all Rhea Pharmaceuticals employees and visitors. This is your CEO Nipulon speaking. We have an intruder with a large bounty on their head. I will personally double that bounty payout for whoever kills them for us. I've also just pinged their location for you. Happy hunting. Thank you.
Oh no, other bounty hunters.
Here we go.
We used to be bounty hunters too. We're the good guys here.
Don't any of you understand this? You're all working for the bad guys.
I'm gonna bloody for you. Let me stab you, and I'll pay you by letting you bleed to death.
If you don't want to join the right side of history, then we're just gonna have to mow you all down.
You're fighting for the wrong side here.
You leave us no choice but to fight!
So just kill your sister like a normal bastard.
God, there's so many of them! How many of these assholes does Nipulon have on his payroll?
This could happen to you one day too, you know.
I have a cigarette.
Looks clear on our end.
Yeah, but we lost some time. Head to the elevators.
All right. Nipulon's office is on the top floor. Don't take any detours.
Shit! More security. I'll hold them off. You go on ahead.
But Lizzie!
Just trust me.
Lizzie!
I'll be fine.
All right. I guess Hugan wanted to add a soundbite, so let's do this quick. Fuck, it's been a week. I don't know which one's the most recent one. Let's see. This one. I think it's this one.
Now, light our darkest hour.
So that means the oldest one is this. Oh.
Little butt crack.
Damn it.
Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
This is a ninja mission. Okay, goodbye, little butt crack. Oh my God. What do you think about that, Mr. Scream? Yeah! That's right, Mr. Scream. Awesome. My impression of Mr. Scream from Wayne's World, played by, oh God, I can't remember his name. But he's been an attractive, like, foil in a bunch of comedy shows. All right, Mr. Scream. There we go. B3. Mr. Scream is B3. All right, we're going to save that profile. There we go. Let's continue on. Mr. Darcy. He was Marcy Darcy. That's right.
Guys, why are we stopping?
Shit. You need a key card to go higher.
See if you can.
He was married to Marcy Darcy, I mean.
Fuck off, assholes! Sorry, still cornered down here.
Attention, Ria Pharma employees and visitors. This is your CEO, Nipulon again. The intruder is now on the 5th floor. That's not a great look for you, security team. Eliminate them immediately to receive your bounty payout.
Buttons gluttons. Really, guys? When will you give up? Oh, that looks not good for us.
It's all over for you, jackass!
Hey, I bet you want some ass cream for that
It's gonna take more than that.
What happened? See ya, sucker! Oh shit! Muppy's Secret Service rolled up. Your guy already died! You suck at your job!
Okay, that was really hurt.
Piece of fuck!
Piece of fuck? Is that what he said?
Feel free.
Thrill House, thank you for the 21 months.
Hey, I have an idea.
What?
What if you only use me for the rest of this battle?
Okay.
Right, for your only
look,
battle.
it's the Blue
A
Wizard
little
School.
challenge, where I get to have even more fun than usual. Please? There's no prize, not for you at least. I get the prize of killing a bunch of
You're almost fucking dead!
Stay out of the purple shit. Okay, that is a tough battle to do knifey only, but I'm gonna try it. Ted McGinley, okay.
Attention, employees and visitors. This is your CEO, Nipulon again. The intruder is now on the 5th floor. That's not a great look for you, security team. Eliminate them immediately to receive your bounty payout.
Bam! Right in the motherfucking dome. Another buttons glutton. Really, guys? When will you give up?
Don't hurt me! I didn't realize we were evil. Please, don't kill me. I'm sorry. I would ever work for an evil company again.
Who's saying that? Who is talking?
Oh shit! Muppy's Secret Service rolled up. Your guy already died. You suck at your job. Ow, fucker, that hurt.
Where's the target?
Ow! I'm in
wanna make a big deal about that one, but that stings, man. Go, 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 go! We made that one dead.
No, it's because everything in this game can talk.
Hey, look, it's the Blue Wizard Schools. Hey, I got a great idea. Let's try not getting shot. You're just gonna stand there? Kill you. Well, it doesn't. Gotcha. Ouch! Can't take it. Let's dodge that next one, okay? Leave Prismaria or die.
Where'd you go? You fucking... God damn, those guys. Those guys are squirrely. Something profound. I mean profane. Okay, you got something profane. I got something. How about this?
Oh, shit, the bear almighty.
Oh!
Oh, don't shoot. I'll quit tomorrow. I'll go do volunteering stuff instead of
Oh,
this.
it's this guy.
It's not just about the physical pain. That hurts. But it's also about the emotional pain I'm feeling. I'm gonna cry.
Wait, how much are we worth again? Do you think they'd give me the bounty if I killed you all myself?
I think that's the one with the key card. They dropped the key card.
Yep.
That's the key
There we
card.
go.
Good job.
Now get back in the elevator and keep going up. We are cutting it close. You gotta catch him before he leaves for the hearing.
Don't worry. I might have a backup plan. Not that we need.
What are you talking about? This is our only chance. No backup plans. It is make or break. Do or die.
That's good, because my backup plan was really stupid. Let's just ignore that.
Yeah, I don't think Knifey is a Gatlian,
Crazy
right?
day, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know what he is.
So, you hear about that intruder? I hope they catch them soon.
Yep. I hope so too.
Oop, it's my floor. Have a good one.
With the headshot, not bad.
Ow! Cut it out! Ow! Ow! Get out!
Nuh-uh. No way, bud.
I bit my tongue.
I think, yes, Rod is a Gatlian. They mentioned that he's a Gatlian. Yes, the fishing pole is a Gatlian.
Brace yourself. Next stop is Nipulon.
We got this. We got this.
Nipulon's office should be right ahead.
Hey, Nipulon again. Now, this is a shocker. The intruder has reached the top floor. I'm now removing the cap from the bounty. You kill this bastard, you get to name your prize. I need them dead by any means necessary. It's almost time for me to leave for the big court hearing.
I'm gonna be sending everyone your way now.
Won't stop us.
You're doing great. Don't let up now.
Oh, that was a good one.
Keep it coming. We can take yours.
You're so close. We can't let them stop us here.
You dropped something, asshole.
I promised them to him.
What happened?
Just give up.
Oh, your ass got guts.
The pain is real.
Humble myself and say,
Bounty
ouch!
hunter.
That hurts, and I'm man enough to admit it.
You broke.
Time to pierce your soul.
You
asked for it. How your head doing, motherfucker?
Hey, it's the enemy.
God damn it.
You gotta get some armor!
Damn it, dipshit! Oh shit! What the fuck?
God damn, dude.
Hey, if you want to slow down time, it's ready. Ooh, that had to hurt.
Time to use our trick holes.
Clean kill.
That's the last of them.
All right. Guess it's final boss time.
Final boss time. They even just tell you. Awesome.
Hello again! Look who's back, baby! Look who's back!
I assume you're here for Nipulon? Well, he's not here. Just left for the Intergalactic Supreme Court.
Fuck! No! We're too late! Alright, nope, fuck this! Guess my shitty backup plan is a go. Stand clear.
Oh god,
it's gonna be risky.
Oh god.
Don't ignore me. Helen, the secretary from the first game, remember? I'm not letting you kill my boss again.
Really? Oh shit, Helen's not fucking around.
Oh no, she's so cute! Do we really have to kill her?
Coming! Stand clear!
Gene, you did it.
Yeah. Brought the whole museum to you. We gotta do this the old-fashioned way.
Okay.
You're not the one who should have a bounty. It's Nipulon. Go to the Bounty 5000 and mark him down, just like the glory days. That rusty old portal door should still be working if I didn't just fuck it up for good.
Oh, Gene, you're a bloody legend, mate.
Jesus Christ, good work, Gene. I can't believe that worked. Guess we have a new plan now. Better get a move on. The hearing's about to start. Hurry!
All right, kid. Head to the Bounty 5000.
It'll take you right to the Supreme Space Court.
All right. Let's do it!
Do you see the Bounty 5000? Is it okay?
Oh, yeah. There it is. There it is.
God. Boot it up. It'll take you to the courthouse. Good. Looks like everything's working. I had to get it so it'll work just like the old days. It'll trace his location and take you right to him.
Accept bounty. 3,000, that's it? Jeez.
Good. Now step through the portal door.
Hurry.
I miss my old TV.
Oh, we're kind of in the middle of a hearing here. You can't just...
No, they're with me. Sorry. Come sit by me, kid.
Oh, is that Bronkin's brother?
Oh, yeah, he did say he'd help.
Oh, the...
Please, we are all waiting.
Okay. Wait a minute. What the fuck? We gotta play a basketball game?
Trust me, it's a nice seat. You'll like it. I told you my services would come in handy, didn't I? So, full disclosure, I've never actually done this.
to attack if you are.
What? Are you serious?
I was attached to my brother.
You know that, right?
He was always shooting movies. When would I have had the time?
I will ask for quiet, please, before we begin.
Sorry, sir.
Apology accepted. Thank you.
It's a court, like a basketball court. Get it? Yeah. Okay.
As I was saying before the interruption, we are gathered here at the Supreme Space Court to discuss the legalization of humans as a controlled substance for use in pharmaceutical products. If we agree here today to pass this law, the alien race known as human will be deemed a livestock species and stripped of all sentient alien rights. Probably a pretty quick case, open and shut. We've all seen the data and research from Rhea Pharma.
Fucking hell, it's already stacked against us.
Speaking in favor of the proposed legalization is the legal team of Rhea Pharmaceuticals and the company's CEO, Super Nipulon.
Hello there. He's right there. Should we just kill him now?
Yeah!
No, are you crazy? We're in the middle of the Supreme Space Court.
Speaking against the proposed legalization is...
You, all probably know my brother Bronkin, the big movie star. I'm the lawyer that was attached to him in all his movies.
Yes, great, thanks.
So far, so good.
Now, will the jury please rise? All right, your job is basically to listen to everything and decide if this law passes or not. That's how Space Court works. You all know this already.
Jury trial for a law
At the end of
passage?
the day, it's you who will decide
Sounds
if
like
humans
a
will
great
be
idea.
stripped of all rights and turned into pills or not. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Great. All right, so just to start this off with, I think we can all agree that humans are obviously a pretty dumb species, and it doesn't really matter one way or the other if we turn them into pills. So, we can wrap this up right away, yeah? All in favor of legalizing humans, say aye.
Aye. Wait, Your Honor. We didn't even get to state our case. Can't we do this the right way?
But everyone said aye already.
Well, forgive me for saying so, but it's not right. Somebody's got to stand up for these humans. They're beautiful, complex creatures, just like you or I. Give us a chance to prove it to you.
This is a waste of time. Anyone with half a brain can see humans are barely sentient.
Hey! It may be obvious to you rich and powerful elites, but it's not so clear to us common folk. I'm just like any other good citizen. Just like you lot there in the jury. I want all the facts before I make any big decisions. Don't you agree?
Yes, we agree.
Yes,
We're good
we
citizens,
agree.
like the man said. So, of course we agree.
Exactly. Situations like this are why we have this whole Supreme Space Court in the first place. The system is working.
Okay. Let's give it a second. I'm gonna go take a pee real quick. So we'll continue this after a pee break. Since it's ad time anyway. So. Okie dokie. Let's finish this. All right.
Fine, you're right. Gonna have to do the whole thing, everyone. Cancel your dinner plans and get cozy. Representing the case to turn humanity into pills is Rhea Pharmaceuticals, led by Nipulon. Representing the other side, or whatever, that lawyer just made us all have to stay late.
Remember, the fate of all humanity rests on your shoulders here. So, no pressure.
Yes, pressure. Don't fuck this up.
Nipulon, let's start with you. I guess you'll be the prosecution and the other guys will be the defense. It doesn't really matter. Why should we let humans be turned into pills? Go.
I hardly think I need to explain it to you people. It's not as complicated as Mr. Peter Bucko there makes it seem. Humans have much tinier brains than other sentient aliens, making them more like animals than you or I. Sure, they can talk, yes, but that's more of a freak genetic anomaly than anything else. A parlor trick, like a Greeble solving math problems, or a gorilla learning sign language.
They can't possibly be buying this.
Fascinating. I'm buying it all, hook, line, and sinker. Human, does this all sound right to you?
No idea, sure.
No idea, sure, why not? Who cares what some talking guns have to say? They're clearly an evolutionary dead end all on their own. Now, it makes perfect sense they'd throw in their lot with humans. All this fuss over whether or not it's ethical to use humans in the perfectly normal process of pharmaceutical manufacturing. Well, it's a bit silly to think of this as anything more than an animal rights case. The question shouldn't be, can we farm humans? It should be, are we farming them ethically? And the answer there, of course, is yes.
Damn, he's really good at this.
Everything we do at Rhea Pharmaceuticals is by the books, and we're very transparent about that. The fact of the matter is that humans, a lesser species, release helpful chemicals into aliens' bodies when applied properly. Humans are useful to us.
I don't know why he's saying aliens.
The same way cattle, plubers, or Fergals are.
We're the aliens.
We simply turn them into pills, safely, and for everyone's benefit.
Jesus Christ! They're cheering?
Shit! Maybe you should just take him out now. If we're going down, we should take him with us.
Oh, so now it's a good idea to shoot Nipulon.
I don't know. I don't know what we should do. I'm kind of freaking out right now.
Cool, thank you. Well, that's convincing enough for me. Jury, you cool if I just wrap this up and legalize humans real quick so we can all go home?
Hey, what about the opposition?
What opposition could there possibly be?
Oh yeah, shit, he's right. Fine. Sorry, this should be real quick. Anyone have any good reasons we shouldn't legalize humans?
Your time to shine, kid.
Hello?
My client would like to make an argument against the legalization of humans. So, what's your argument?
Okay, let's let you have a day in court. Go ahead.
Your Honor, we are all a little bit like humans, and we can all learn from them. I learned more about being a good person in just a short amount of time with this human than I ever did on my own. They saved my marriage. They saved their own family. And yeah, they're not perfect. They're not. But that's the point, isn't it? None of us are. Humans are aliens, and we are all a little human. I rest my fucking case.
Oh, Travie, baby, that's beautiful.
That was nonsense. Just mushy, sentimental bullshit. Can we move on already?
Well, I must say, this is feeling a little more complicated now.
You can't possibly believe them, Judge. You know who they are, right?
No, I don't think so. Should I?
You're looking at the galaxy's most wanted criminal.
Oh, the G3 killer, that famous bounty hunter.
Not anymore. Now they're the lowest of the low. The scummiest of scum. They turned on their own bounty hunter brethren. And now they've been killing off some of the brightest and most talented minds in the universe. many of them in my own employ.
Hey now, that's not fair.
Oh my. Is that true?
Kind of. Yes. What if we said no?
What if we said no?
I have all the proof right here. You all remember billionaire philanthropist Larry Pinkstock, don't you? Killed, even if inadvertently, by this miscreant and their little band of villains.
That Pinkstock guy was evil!
And don't forget Senator Muppy Doo, a pillar of our community, stabbed to death by a talking knife.
Hey, fuck you. That little freak was asking for it.
And it doesn't stop there. My finance wizard, James Stevenson.
Your Honor, my client...
And one of the most brilliant minds in biology, Professor Burkle.
If you just let us explain.
At the end of the day, these are murderers. Brutish thugs who immediately resort to killing those who disagree with them in order to get what they want. And I'm not saying they're beyond reform. I mean, look at me. I was once so lost, I served under Garmantuous in the G3 cartoon.
That was a long time ago. You're a good man now.
Of course, yes. All I'm saying is that we've been beyond generous, even entertaining the presence of these outlaws here in this courtroom. Judge, would it be all right if we dismissed their testimony as unreliable and simply moved on to the verdict?
I suppose that makes sense.
Shit! What do we do?
I don't know.
Mr. Buckle, what do we do here?
Shit.
Hey, I can get him to say something. Maybe I can prod him a bit.
Oh, let's stab Peter and object.
What? How? Oh, objection!
What is it now?
I believe this so-called outlaw I'm representing is more trustworthy, reliable, and heroic than any of you could possibly imagine. Please, let us call forward some character witnesses to prove that we shouldn't be dismissed so readily.
This is completely ridiculous. They're killers. Look at them. Most of them are literally guns.
Just give us a chance, please.
Fine.
Judge, you are not seriously considering this, are you?
Look, it's court. You know I'm on your side, but I gotta at least pretend to be impartial here. Let's just hear them out. I'm sure it won't convince anyone, okay?
Hey, you're the one in charge here. Whatever you say.
That's right.
As long as I get to call in some character witnesses of my own.
Now hold on a minute.
That's only fair. We'll let both sides bring in some character witnesses to deem whether or not your client's testimony is reliable. Then and only then will I give my verdict. But just between you and me, I'm more on your side, Mr. Nipulon, sir.
Well, this is the best shot we got. I gathered up a bunch of witnesses earlier today, all slam dunks. We got this.
This should work out, right? Right?
God, I hope so.
Let us begin. Call our first witness to the stand.
We'd like to begin by calling to the stand the security guard from the Circuit Arcadia Zoo.
What? What?
Actually, I'm Luke's son.
And why couldn't Luke himself be here today?
Because that criminal human
no.
killed him.
Oh no.
An innocent security guard killed in cold blood by this heathen.
Oh, I didn't know.
Do you know why they did it? Why they killed your poor, sweet father?
By partisanship.
I guess, because he was in the way?
Because he was in the way.
I could have let him live
Hardly a reason
too.
to kill someone, is it?
He was just working to help me pay for school. He was only a few days away from retirement, too. He was going to get back into painting. Here, take a look at one of his very best paintings.
Okay, well, it's not a very good painting, but we get the picture.
Yes, a bad painting for sure, but maybe he would have gotten better. And now we'll never know. For shame.
Thank you. That's enough. Let me award 1 point in favor of Rhea Pharmaceuticals.
Wait, there's points? How does Space Court work?
Shit, that was a really bad start. All right, we'd like a chance to bring our first witness forward, if that's all right.
Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead. Who you got?
Good question. Here's my list, kid. Sorry, these are the only ones I could get on short notice, but I'll let you choose. Who should we pick?
Not her. Don't remember him.
They're all staring at you.
Oh, yeah!
We call to the stand Griffin P. Spencer.
The petting guy!
Petting Zoo.
Yeah! He liked us.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Sup? I'm Griffin P. Spencer.
I'd like to ask the witness some questions, if that's all right.
By all means. You're of no threat to me.
Now, Griffin, you're a human. Is that correct?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got that DNA, the XY chromosome, I got all that shit. Heart, lungs, brain.
Whoa! Wild shot!
Hey, please take
Oh my
this
god, I
seriously.
could have put it in the
Pay
hoop!
attention.
Oh my fucking god, I wasn't even thinking!
Heart, lungs, brain. All that human shit.
And at one point in time, Nipulon and his cronies at Rhea Pharmaceuticals had you imprisoned at the Circuit Arcadia Zoo. Is that right?
I mean, imprisoned is a harsh way of putting it.
I agree. May I interrupt?
Yeah, sure.
Hold up.
I was wrong about you. Maybe you're not a real hooper after all.
You've gone cold. Should have quit while you were ahead.
Proceed.
I agree. May I interrupt?
Yeah, sure.
Hold on.
Nope, my turn now. Mr. Spencer. While enjoying your time as a VIP guest at our zoo, you encountered the defendant, did you not?
Yes, I did, sir.
Could you describe the impact that the defendant's attention had on you? Were you comfortable with the level of physical contact?
Honestly, I felt like a piñata at a kid's birthday party. They couldn't keep their hands off. Like the pets just kept coming harder,
God
stronger.
damn
it! It's like they knew where my personal boundaries were.
Kobe!
And then
Order! Order! Everyone settle down. It was a good basket. One of the best I've seen. Hell, I'll even give you a point for it.
I can't believe that worked.
All right. Every little bit helps.
We've got a rec league game here after this, so we set these up early. Now, let's all stay focused on the trial, please. What were you saying?
they couldn't keep their hands off. Like the pets just kept coming harder, stronger. It's like they knew where my personal boundaries were and then just petted their way through them as though they didn't exist. And this is coming from someone who likes to be pet, but now, nah. Every touch, even like a handshake, I flinch. Sometimes I'll just be chilling, and suddenly I feel this cold sensation on my neck, like their hand never left. And here I am now, just a sad, broken man with a haunted heart.
And this is coming straight from a human. They can't even be trusted to get along with their own kind.
Anything the defense would like to say?
Oh my god, a fidget spinner. Yeah.
Now, could it be said that, discomfort aside, this siege on the zoo was an attempt to free you from captivity?
Kind of PR nightmare are you spinning here? I didn't want to be free. That place was paradise, dumbass. That was my kingdom, my zoo. You blew half of it up. You call that freedom? Psst. I call it eviction. I got no place to be, dude. You didn't line me up with my next prison, or my next apartment, or even a bungalow. I'm out here wandering around. I had to shower in the courtroom bathroom, dude.
I suppose that was a rather misguided query.
Oh, Griffin, you poor thing. 1 point to Rhea Pharma.
Fuck!
Rhea Pharmaceuticals, it's your turn to call up a witness.
Very well. The prosecution calls to the stand Apple.
Boo! Everybody hates apples!
Hello, everybody. Damn it, he stole our ace in the hole. That was my surprise witness.
What? Why?
Yeah. Why is everybody so mad?
Apples.
Let's settle down with the paper basketball, please.
If I may, apples. I thought I told you I never wanted to see your face again.
Whoopsies.
I suppose I'll allow it for today. You may begin
We
your
never
question.
found out what apples did to make everyone hate
Confirm
him.
for me. You are a
But they said they can't even mention it in our
friend,
mature game.
correct?
No! No! Wrong! 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 Abort! Abort!
Oh, yeah. We go way back. Me and this human, best friends.
Very interesting. Unless the human objects, we should accept that as fact.
Hey, Mr. Lawyer, say objection. He's not paying.
Ow! Oh, objection!
The prosecution claims Apples is a close personal friend of the human defendant. Do you have an objection to that?
Do we?
There you go.
Perhaps we could prove we aren't friends. Would it please the court if we killed Apples right here and now?
This is total BS. They usually only talk about how much they love me.
Order in the court! Let the witness resume his testimony.
God, I didn't think this part was going to be this fucking long, man.
Well, actually,
I should have
they
known,
did
though.
betray me once. They said they'd always stand by my side, and then, well, they didn't. They threw me under the bus with the townspeople.
We did do that.
I never felt so betrayed in my life.
I can. It's just a fidget spinner.
For shame. Perhaps humans aren't even capable of something so simple as loyalty.
What? He's clearly a bad person. Why are you mad we betrayed him?
Well, I don't know. It just doesn't reflect well on you that you betrayed anybody at all. Good or bad, doesn't make a difference. Betrayal is pretty shitty.
And according to our files, you don't even know what he did.
Really? You didn't even know and you still betrayed him? How terrible.
Okay, seriously, what did he do?
It should never be spoken of. In fact, I should probably throw out this whole case here and now. But I'll show mercy and simply award 2 points to Rhea Pharmaceuticals. May God have mercy on your soul.
Bye, friends, I love you.
No basket. What were you saying?
Bye, friends, I love you.
I am so sorry.
Okay, I think the defense is up next. Pick a witness.
Who should we go with next? Up to you.
Okay. Let's go with Mom and Dad, sure.
Defense calls to the stand the human outlaw's parents.
Come on, Mom and Dad, don't fuck this up.
I object. To what? Is he allowed to? Wow, 3 baskets, huh? I really am impressed. But we're kind of in the middle of court here. Okay, well, to what?
Okay,
Is
so
he
it doesn't
allowed to
matter?
object? I object to the marriage of my ex-wife, and let's do it.
Oh, Tom, honey, you need to accept that it's over. I'm happy with let's do it now.
Let's do it!
Yeah, I know. It was worth one more shot, though.
Pathetic. Just like all humans. Is this any way to live? Do you see the pain these creatures are in? We need to put them out of their misery. Put them to good use. Their pain is our pleasure. They're not doing anyone any good wallowing around in the universe like this. They need to be processed.
I think I'm gonna lose, yeah.
Rhea Pharmaceuticals has the means to do this. We'll take sad, sorry sacks of shit like this and use them to fuel the happiest
fucking
days
Christ.
of your lives. Don't you see? Everybody wins.
Oh, man. He's right. Maybe I do deserve to be turned into a pill.
Dad, don't say that.
Oh, honey.
All right, objection time. Wake up the lawyer.
No, objection, Your Honor.
The prosecution claims humans are too pathetic to live. What is your objection?
It's,
There you go.
My husband was like him once.
I was? Oh, my God. She's right. I was.
Go ahead, baby. You got this.
Okay. Yes, that's right. I got this. This father. You all see him before you, no? He could have just as easily been me. He could have been me.
Oh? Go on.
You see, before I met the outlaw, my marriage was on the brink of disaster. We figured things out, yes, and now our marriage is stronger than ever.
Fuck yeah, it is, baby.
But for one terrifying moment, I was just a hair's breadth away from ending up just like this sad father that you see before me. And at the time, I couldn't imagine
Jesus
a
Christ.
worse fate. I mean, even now it's hard
Let's
to,
wrap
you
it
know?
up, guys. This is not funny
It
enough to
would've
go as
been
long as it
really
is.
bad. Look at this sad sack. Look at this fucking idiot.
Come on, man.
The thing is, I needed to come to terms with that. It wouldn't have made me any less of a man. It wouldn't have made me any less deserving of life. In fact, my suffering would have brought me closer to the rest of alien kind. Who among us hasn't suffered from heartbreak, loss, loneliness? Isn't that what makes us who we...
You're not bad, you know that?
You were saying.
Who among us hasn't
This makes it
suffered
go on longer if I make
heartbreak,
baskets.
Loss, loneliness. Isn't that what makes us who we are? Isn't it?
I hadn't thought of it that way.
Outlaw's dad, whatever your name is. Tom? Is it Tom? It's Tom, right? Okay, good. Tom, be proud of your pain. Be proud that you're still here. Know that one day you'll be where I...
Motion to dismiss the paper throwing.
Motion granted. Continue.
Be proud of your pain. Be proud that you're still here.
Hey, this isn't gonna help her.
You were saying.
Be proud of your pain. Be proud that you're still here. Know that one day you'll be where I am. Married to a smoking, hot, talking gun. Just like your ex-wife.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you.
That was so fucking good, baby. You killed it.
Come on. You can't possibly be buying this sappy horse crap.
Oh, it's so true. Humans really are just like us. 2 points to the outlaw.
Way to go, Travis!
So, are we ready to move on?
Wait, we'd also like to bring out a bonus witness, a friend of the outlaw's father.
Oh, a bonus witness. I didn't know that was a thing. It sounds fun.
Huh? Who?
Hey guys, I'm Ted.
Ted! Oh my God, you're okay?
Well, not really. I'm dead. But it's nice to see you.
Oh, that's right. Ghosts exist.
See, is no longer with us. What you are seeing now is his ghost. Only made possible with the most cutting-edge technology from Rhea Pharmaceuticals.
Wow. How are we gonna beat this?
Ted, how did you die? Would it be incorrect to say that you were indeed killed by other humans?
I guess so. I think it was a little more complicated than that, but...
Killed by his own kind. And we have it on record that the human outlaw was there on that very day.
Now hold on a minute.
These are the facts. The human outlaw visited a small compound populated by about 50 or so other human beings. When they left just hours later, every single one of them was dead.
But there's more to this.
Silence, human father. It is not your turn to speak.
He's right. Order in the court.
Did I say anything untrue, Mr. Ted Waller's ghost?
No, technically speaking, that is what happened.
The human outlaw, supposed savior of humanity, is actually a mass murderer of their own kind.
Wakey, Mr. Lawyer.
Ow! Objection! Objection!
The prosecution claims your defendant is a mass murderer of their fellow humans. What is your objection?
Oh, it's.
Yeah, we killed those humans, and we'll kill as many as it takes to stop you.
Hold on, that's
Kill them all! Every last one!
Knifey, stop it! Your Honor, the knife isn't with us. Please disregard what he's saying.
I can't do that. I, for one, trust the knife and take him at his word. Very troubling stuff indeed. 2 points to Rhea Pharmaceuticals.
Whoops, my bad, silly knifey. Always getting into trouble.
God damn it.
Rhea Pharmaceuticals, you're up again. Pick a witness.
Let's see. We call to the stand Tiffany of the Buttons Gluttons gang.
Yoo-hoo.
Shit. She was supposed to be one of our witnesses.
Now, Tiffany, would you mind introducing yourself and what you do for those in the courtroom who are unfamiliar?
My name is Tiffany. I'm the head bitch in charge of Buttons Gluttons, a bounty hunting gang / wildlife conservation group.
But you were an How were you? You were forced into a leadership position because this human brutally murdered the love of your life, your fiancé, Craig Button.
Fucking hell, really? Did you do that? I didn't have that in my notes.
It's true. It's all true. All of this has left me heartbroken, blood-soaked, and searching for meaning in a chaotic world.
Damn it, we're screwed.
And yet I still feel that humans deserve our protection.
Wait, what? Really?
Oh, come on. You can't really mean that. Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. I'm intrigued.
Shit. Hold on. Hold on. I've got something. Aha. Ms. Tiffany, is it not true that this human outlaw is responsible for the death of the beloved sea creature Gessie, the only animal of her kind? How can you condone such an act as a supposed animal lover yourself?
Well...
Hey, come on, that's not how it happened. Lawyer man, say something.
No objections from the human's defense?
Ow! Objection!
The prosecution claims your human killed everyone's favorite sea creature, Gessie. Is that not true? What is your objection?
Shit, yeah, what is the objection?
Oh, wake up, people. I was there. I was there. Gessie died because of Craig Button. He and Tiffany and all their cronies attacked the ship, and Gessie was just caught in the crossfire. Yeah, that's right. It wasn't our fault at all. Not at all.
They're right. It really wasn't their fault. There was a lot going on. Now, I don't know who's to blame, and maybe it was even us Buttons for causing a scene. Now, I hope that's not true, but it wasn't the human. We've been through a lot together, and they really pissed me off, but Gessie's death is not on them.
Fine, so they didn't kill Gessie. But why are you defending your enemy like this? You've been fighting them tooth and nail this entire time.
Thank you, Vince, for giving me sub to Gassy Mexican.
The human caused more death and destruction than any other living being I have ever encountered. They slaughtered my beautiful Craig, my fellow bounty hunters, and who knows how many others. But I never understood why until now. They're just an uncivilized, violent, wild animal. And I love animals. Therefore, I love humans. Now you see how easy that is.
That's right. By your logic, man, is it not our purpose in the galaxy to tame such a beast and utilize it for
I can't
our
move.
My purpose in the galaxy is to protect all the little dumb freaks out there. And these humans are some of the dumbest little freaks we've got. So if anyone lays a pill-popping finger on any one of them, I'll rip your damn throat out.
Works for me. 1 point for the outlaw.
Hey, that worked out pretty well for us, didn't it?
Whose turn is it next? Defense. It's time for you to call another witness.
Let's see. Who do you want to pick next?
I can't move! Oh my fucking god!
Whose turn is it next? Defense. It's time for you to call another witness.
Let's see. Who do you want to pick next?
Oh, thank Christ. All right, cool. Why would I pick her?
Our next witness is award-winning opera superstar and convicted murderer, Obi Oberon.
Why would I pick her? I convicted her of murder.
Why her exactly? She's a criminal like us.
Just trust me on this. Miss Oberon, you're a convicted murderer, are you not?
I am, yes. But I only killed in the name of revenge. That should make it okay.
Well, that's not really allowed either. You're kind of just not supposed to kill anyone at all. How is any of this relevant?
Can I get a little help here?
We solved the mystery. Yeah, go, Pseudo.
Sure, yeah, I guess you gotta choose your words wisely.
I don't fucking know. Yeah, go ahead, Pseudo.
Hey, mention how we solved the mystery. We figured out you were the killer and won the whole game.
Yes, that's true. It was a murder mystery party, and I guess they figured it out, so, good job. You really nailed it.
And this is relevant how?
Yeah, how does this help us?
I don't know. I'm just a killer you brought in as a character witness. I really couldn't care less what happens to anyone at this point. Life is miserable, and I'm going to rot away in a prison cell until I decompose.
Great. Thanks for joining us today, Ms. Oberon. That was a big waste of time, so I'm gonna go ahead and give a point to Rhea Farmer.
Jesus, don't make me do this all over again. Don't make me do this
Rhea
all
Farmer,
over
your turn
again.
again. Who is your next witness?
This is so bad.
Who's left?
Such an anticlimactic finish, man.
The defense calls Mr. Keeps to the stand.
What, are you stupid? The judge said it was my turn.
Please, Judge. We really need this. Let us sneak this one in.
Sure. Fine, I'll allow it.
Then we call Jorb to the stand.
Hey, that's not allowed. We can't both have a witness up at the same time, and they definitely can't be related.
Whatever. I'll allow it. Sounds interesting. Both witnesses, please enter.
Take the stand if you still can, old man.
Jorb! This is a courtroom. Show some respect.
Please, Your Honor. Make Zeke
my
do it all
apologies,
over
Your
again.
Highness.
You shut your whore mouth,
Thank you.
Selner.
So polite. 50 points for the outlaw.
What? Whoa, cool. Good work, Mr. Keeps. They'll never catch up now.
For you, Judge Fudge.
Jorb! You little shit!
What? Tell me what I did.
Wow. So delightfully bratty. 50 points for Rhea Pharmaceuticals.
Damn, our lead.
This is ridiculous.
Now let's get a proper handle on things. Nipulon, where were you going with this line of questioning?
Shit. I seriously can't remember. They're messing with me. They're turning this into a joke.
Then please proceed, Mr. Bucko.
Thank you, Your Honor. Don't fuck this up, Peter. Now, Mr. Keeps, you run the Spencer's Gifts on Circuit Arcadia, correct?
Yes, my name is actually Spencer now, legally.
Sorry, Mr. Spencer. May I ask, would you consider the outlaw, who is human, mind you, to be a valued customer?
Oh, yeah. Humans like them are basically the only reason I'm still in business. They love to buy worthless crap at exorbitant prices.
I second that. These morons will buy anything I put a price tag on. They're literally single-handedly keeping me and my dad's shops in business.
So you'd say they're financially irresponsible.
Would you stop? Proceed.
So you'd say they're financially irresponsible. That perhaps they don't know what's best for themselves.
You make a lot of sense.
Oh, no.
Now! We need to say something now! Poke the lawyer! Come on, stab him! Get his attention!
I feel like Nipulon and Rhea Pharmaceuticals have made a really solid argument. So solid that I bet nobody really wants to up. 2 points for Rhea Pharmaceuticals.
Damn it, I couldn't think of anything to say. He got us.
Prosecution calls.
The defense calls Mr. Keeps to the stand.
What, are you stupid?
Oh my
Please,
God!
Judge. We really need this. Let us sneak this one in.
Sure. Fine.
Thanks for telling me I
Then
can win the game by
we call
making
Jorb to the
baskets.
Hey, that's
Thank
not
you for
allowed.
that, Harante.
We
You
can't
broke
both
the
have a
game
witness
for
up
me.
at the same time, and they definitely can't be related.
Whatever. I'll allow it. Sounds interesting. Both
I just
witnesses,
don't want to do it
please
again.
Enter.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Take the stand if you still can,
So
old man.
bad!
Jorb! This is a courtroom. Show some respect. My apologies, Your Highness. Honor.
Thank you. So polite. 50 points for the outlaw.
What? Whoa, cool. Good work, Mr. Keeps. They'll never catch up now.
For you, Judge Fudge.
Jorb! You little shit!
What? Tell me what
Yeah,
I
it's about to get the
did.
correct time. What the fuck is the
So
correct
delightfully
time?
Bratty. 50 points for Rhea Pharmaceuticals.
Damn, our lead.
This is ridiculous.
Now let's get a proper handle on things. Nipulon, where were you going with this line of questioning?
Shit. I seriously can't remember. They're messing with me. They're turning this into a joke.
Then please proceed, Mr. Bucko.
Thank you, Your Honor. Don't fuck this up, Peter. Now, Mr. Keeps, you run the Spencer's Gifts on Circuit Arcadia, correct?
Yes, my name is actually Spencer now, legally.
Sorry, Mr. Spencer. May I ask, would you consider the outlaw, who is human, mind you, to be a valued customer?
Oh, yeah.
Humans like them are basically the only reason I'm still in business. They love to buy worthless crap at exorbitant prices!
I second that. These morons will buy anything I put a price tag on. They're literally single-handedly keeping me at my dad's shops and business.
So you'd say they're financially irresponsible. That perhaps they don't know what's best for themselves.
You make a lot of sense.
Oh no.
Now! We need to say something now! Pokelord!
Objection!
Prosecution claims humans can't handle their own well-being. What is the objection?
Tell them what your objection is.
They're all staring at you.
Well, if you think about it, according to these two respectable businessmen, humans are kind of the backbone of the resale economy. Maybe even the whole economy. They're new to the greater universe and they've got the cash to spend. The markets would take a huge hit if all of humanity were to be suddenly turned into bills.
That's not how any of that works, Your Honor. He has no idea what he's talking about.
I don't know, it convinced me. 2 points for the outlaw.
Oh, fuck yeah! Sorry for swearing.
All right, that's it. I think we've gone on long enough. All done.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to call some surprise witnesses to the stand.
Ooh, surprise witnesses. That sounds fun. Okay, I'll allow...
Sorry, but you're not impressing anyone.
As I was saying, that sounds fun. Okay, I'll allow it. One more. Make it count.
Oh, I will. I call to the stand.
Why not?
Gene Zaruthian and Bleeding Star.
I know I can score at least one more.
Is that allowed? You're on speaker.
There we go.
And, yeah, it is.
Now we're tied.
You gotta go up. Can they hear me through this?
Fine. It's his funeral.
Lizzie, you're a human, correct?
Duh.
And you have a bounty on your head. Is that also correct?
Yeah, of course I do.
Of course, of course. After all, you are the leader of a band of terrorists called the Bleeding Stars, responsible for, among other things, the wormhole bombing in the Beta Nebula, the assassination of the activist Greghold Schmerz, and most recently, the attack on Circuit Arcadia Zoo. An attack which, due to your own negligence, resulted in most of your outfit's demise.
They were good people, killed by your men.
I'm sure that's how you see it. But all these violent acts in the name of human rights, all to save your precious species, did you never once consider going through the proper channels? I get it, you weren't happy about what my company wants to do with your species. But why not lodge a complaint at your local embassy, like a good civilized alien? Why resort to such barbarianism? You've hardly been helping your case.
Oh, you know damn well that wouldn't have worked. The whole system is rigged and—
Order! Order! I've seen enough.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
This human has demonstrated a level of basketball IQ that can only be exhibited by a truly evolved life form. The court rules in favor of the defense.
Let's go!
Are you serious? Just for making baskets?
We did it? We did it!
Let's fucking go!
We could really use that hezzy pull-up, Jay, on our rec league team. If you're interested.
No, no! This is absolute bullshit. I don't care how good this human's jump shot is. Advanced statistics show this species is worthless. You can't argue with advanced statistics. You belong to me!
Shoot him! Just shoot him!
Fuck him up, kid.
Oh shit, they're fighting. Security lockdown. Everyone, get out of here.
Let's go.
Eat shit, asshole!
You have been a pain in my fucking side since the start. You know what? Fuck this. Fuck everything. I think it's time for me to finally just kill you for real.
Oh shit! This is it, everyone!
Forget the trial. It's you or him now.
It's been a long journey. Let's count.
Don't you morons get it by now? Don't you see how the world works? The law isn't real. It's just a tool for the powerful to bend things to their will. Know your place beneath the rest of us aliens.
Why would you need to rewrite any laws if it's so obvious that humans are beneath you?
Because everyone else is blind. I'm the only one awake enough to see the truth. Enough! God, do you even know what you're struggling against? Your species is a medical marvel.
Give it a rest, will ya?
Here, try some Humanza Pro. Experience it yourself.
Shit! That's not good!
Oh no. Hold on, kid. Don't lose grip.
Oh, you don't look so good. Maybe I gave you too much? You're fine. Keep holding on. This run.
Hurry! We can get to him.
So how do you like the high? Humans are pretty great, right? You're having such a good time.
God damn it!
It's almost a pity I have to kill you. I really do respect your species, you know. You're so perfectly evolved to be a drug. It's beautiful. I wish my DNA was that perfect. But nope, if you turn my species into a pill, it wouldn't sell at all.
Keep it together. We can win this. All right, it's time for Gus to shine. Use my disc, bud. We got this. Got this! Come on, bud. Trust in Gus and use my disc. I get it. You want this moment with Gus to last forever. I feel you. Gonna have to use my disc eventually. Yes! This shit is nothing for us. With you to the end, buddy. You and me are unstoppable.
Don't forget, I helped there too. We're the three best friends, saving the human race. Gus Knifey and the human. What's your name again?
Ooh, I think it's time to put on your 3D glasses. Time for the 3D portion of the game.
What the hell am I saying?
Oh, what? You don't have your 3D glasses handy? Is it hard to see what's going on? Baby needs the game to look normal to be able to beat the final boss. Go cry about it. This is cutting-edge technology. All right, that concludes the 3D Vision High Mic experience. Thank you for your participation.
All right, it's Sweezy time. Emphasis on time. Jam that traffic with my time bubble, dipshit. And that's why Sweezy's one of the OGs. Ride and die, baby! Sweezy forever!
What's wrong? Can't you keep up? Why don't you just stop fighting already? Let me take over for your species. I know what's best for you, trust me. And I can make us both a lot of money. Well, you'll be too busy getting ground up into pills to use any of the money, but you know.
God fucking damn it, dude. Thank you, Vince, for getting us up to shoot him in the dick.
What's wrong? Can't you keep... Why don't you just stop fighting already? Let me take over for your species. I know what's best for you, trust me. And I can make us both a lot of money. Well, you'll be too busy getting ground up into pills to use any of the money, but you know.
God fucking damn it.
Ah! Oh no, coming down from your high already? We can't have that.
Thank you, Vincent, for getting us up to
refilled your
Captain Teambo, and let's do
You need
it.
a higher dosage. See, the healthcare system works.
Don't lose grip, bud. Keep your sanity.
Ah! What are you even seeing right now? You're just riding your skateboard into the wall over and over again. You look like an idiot.
You're doing great. Keep doing great.
Mind the gap, human. And I don't mean the gap in your head where a brain should be.
Fear not and ignore his quips, human. You've allied with the mighty Sheath for a reason. And that reason, I can create zip lines. Now, unleash my spike. Yes! We're coming for you, Nipulon. My bond with the human has weakened. The dark flames deep within my cold dead heart. I rise again! Sheath Reborn!
Yes, sorry, he goes on like that a lot.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're back with more High on Life 2, trying out the final boss right now. He just dosed us with some human pills, so it's getting kind of crazy.
Yeah,
Jesus!
Stop screaming this.
Okay, I guess the character in the game is talking to us.
That's right, I am talking to you. How many hours a week do you do this shit? How many more fights with your girlfriend are you going to have before you finally give up this dream?
All right, man.
Ow!
Okay, this is my job you're talking to me at, so can you lay off?
Oh, yeah? Let's see if you can keep streaming after I start playing copyrighted Beatles music.
No! No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Good. Now I can focus all my energy back on you.
That's fucking hilarious.
So take it easy on you, human. I could turn you into a children's chewable if you'd like.
Children? Oh man, that reminds me. I can make children. Remember that about me? I feel like they can help us here somehow. Maybe?
That was great, dude.
Yeah, man, I get it. It's weird. I'm a freak, and my kids are freaks too. But it's time you got over that. Shit, that was close. I was never scared. My brain may be mush, and I may not be a super smart scientist anymore, but I do know we can do anything together. 'Cause we're a team, and my name's Creature. Oh.
Hey, you've been doing such a good job fighting me. Remember last game when I gave you that special award all your friends could see? Well, I know it's a little lame to go back to the same well and rehash an old joke, but here's another one. This is the award for romancing all 34 erotic worm monsters.
What the fuck?
Wow, all 34 of them? Really? Wasn't that work? I only used to romance 3 of them myself. Your friends are going to be really impressed. It's a good thing that'll be on your account forever. Proof of your conquests. I'd be proud if I were you.
There we go.
Oh, this is bullshit. I'm supposed to be in charge here. How am I getting outsmarted by a drugged-out psychopath? Ah! God, you're really far gone, aren't you? I hope you don't die before I've had my fun.
We shall achieve victory, I know it.
God damn it.
Ah! Here come our first shipments of Humanza Pro! Ha ha ha!
Oh, God, Jen! They're coming right at us!
All right, Travis, you know what to do. We can move these trucks with our love. And the group of Slimer bombs.
All right, let's do this. I love you, Jen!
God damn it.
Hit the trucks! Hit them with our slime!
This is the power of marriage!
God God, it's so hard to aim this.
God, that was... Jan, that was amazing. Oh, baby.
Me too, baby. Oh, I love you more than anything, Travis.
It's such a relief to hear you say that, baby.
Hey, check it out! I installed a nude mod I found online. Pretty cool, right? How do I look? I feel sexy. I'm shutting the door on the human race.
Buzz, homie. He hit us with the giant door punch. But guess what? You can use my soul hole to bust that shit open. Bet you're glad you picked up old Bowie, huh?
Well, fuck me. Well, fuck me again. I thought shit was supposed to slow down.
Aw, damn. It's okay, motherfucker. Just use my soul hole on the next one. Knock, knock, you stupid motherfucker! That's what's up! You can't stop Bowie! Eat the rich! One love, motherfucker!
Lord, what does it even mean?
What are some other good mods I can install? Replace bullets with trains. That sounds fun. Good luck dodging an entire train, asshole! Open up! Here comes the choo-choo! This is great! Trains are way better than regular bullets.
Oh, come the fuck on. Are you gonna grab it or not? There.
Ha! Like I'd really let you kill me so easily. I've got one more trick up my sleeve.
Okay.
Or, actually, I guess they used to be your sleeves. Remember these? They used to be your arms before I cut
shit.
them off.
I have to fight my own arms.
This is some high-grade concentrated human right here. How about I give you a real dose? You ready to mainline yourself? How's that feel?
Something strange is happening to your arm.
Hey, your biometric readings, they're going a little nuts here. This could end up being really bad.
Holy shit, what the hell is happening to you? Oh! What the?
Oh shit, you're losing control. We have to get you stabilized fast.
I'm sorry. I give up. I surrender. I'll never try to enslave humanity again, I promise.
Stay with me, buddy. Stay
There
with
we
me.
go.
Oh, shit. I need more power. Oh, wait, that's right. There's two of me in here. You called? Other me, quick. We need to contain the mutation. You got it. Here we go. Doubling operating power. Pseudo-S biocontrol is at 200%.
Are they going to survive this?
Get
I've never seen anything like this before. I think we might be in trouble. No, we can do this. Together. Pseudo and Pseudo, separate but one. Overpower the system. Contain the mutation. We're giving it everything we've got.
Oh my God.
Shit. No, it's not working. We're gonna lose them.
Please, don't lose yourself.
What the?
Baby Gussie.
Baby Gussie?
You're human, remember that, always. Hold on to what you are.
Are you okay?
Are you okay, honey?
Jeppy! Jeppy!
You're good, kid. Gentle now. Come on back from the trip. You're okay.
Well, you really had us scared there. But it looks like you pulled through it okay. Whatever that was.
I'm waiting.
And,
there's going to be at
seems
least
like
a half an
Nippy
hour of
Line's
credits.
taken care of too. Then
I'm
it
mentally
appears
preparing
we can
for
now
that.
say mission complete.
Yeah. It's over. We saved humanity. Again.
Oh, honey. What's going on with your arm?
I think it looks cool. That whole fight was pretty cool. I mean, wow. Watching you kill that evil alien, that was amazing.
Mostly, I'm just glad you came back to us. And, well, it was nice getting to work together. As a family.
Order! Order in the court! Okay, so I think we can all agree it's pretty clear Nipulon was the bad guy here and we shouldn't pass his evil law. So, congrats. The rules don't feel like they matter anymore, so we'll just skip the jury and pass the verdict. No law. Humans are safe. You did it! Also, you and your sister get a full pardon. All right, let's wrap things up.
Good work, kid.
Yeah, for real. Rest up. You earned it.
Party at Space Force Cafe, anybody?
Oh shit! We did it! Fucking that was it, huh? Wow, okay. Man, that was an eclectic ending. Yeah, this is probably all part of the bad trip. Did it end like that in the first one too? That's fun. That fucking streamer coming out at the end was fucking hilarious, dude. What a nice touch. Kuba with the 53 months. Thank you, Kuba. All right, Gradior, we'll see you. Darn. Now I'm trying to adjust my my air conditioning and green screen so it like hits me more, because as it is now it's like it's behind the green screen, hopefully like I'm trying to cool down the entire room and it's just not working. So I just gotta cool down myself. So I'm trying to get it to flow in here. There we go. FYI, I'm glad you're home. That week went by quick for once. I'm glad I'm home too, Simone. Very glad. I like my job. I don't know if I should fast forward the credits or not. There it is. Tim Robinson right now. Oh, Thomas Lennon was Bucko. Everyone else said GCX. Yeah, I know. I heard. Oh, hey. Really? That might be the end of the credits?
So this whole party's just for you? You're pretty popular, huh?
That's right. It's our due reward for saving the human race.
Jeppy! Phew, that was a real nail biter. Can't believe we made it out of there alive. I gotta say, kid, I've never had a client quite like you before. Well, I guess that's because you were my first client. But you get the picture.
Jeppy!
So, need any more legal help? Preferably something a little lower stakes. I'd rather just deal with small stuff like parking tickets from here on out. I was a good lawyer, right? Like you'd use me again. Just say yes. I need this.
Hey, good work saving us humans. It really means a lot. I think getting turned into a pill would have really harshed my aura. I'm a whole person, you know? Like, not just a pill. I do love pills in a different context. Nightclubs, this and that, festivals, whatnot, but it's neither here nor there.
That's right. You're the shining example of humanity, Griffin P. Spencer.
Oh, it's cool being stuck in a zoo for a bit, but yeah, it's not really setting a great example for the rest of humankind. I see that now. Yeah, I see you eyeing me, so I'm just gonna put it out there that I'm not doing pets anymore. I'm done with that part of my life. At least not for free. But I should tell you, if you want to look me up, I've got videos of me getting petted by all sorts of different people. If you want to come pet me, we can work out a rate for that. If you want to watch me pet other people, like I'm pretty open to any kind of monetary arrangement. It's just like, dude, when I was in the zoo, I didn't have to pay for anything. I got 6 meals a day. Now I'm out here, and the freedom's good, but I just got to make a living. And I'm trying to do that, doing the thing I love. But you know, when you make your passions work, sometimes it feels like you're always working, you know?
Hey! Hello. Good party! Party good! Agreed. So, Oberon's your sister. That's neat. Okay. I'm going to level with you. The reason I don't talk much isn't because I'm tough guy. No, it's because I'm not actually know how to speak. I'm just guessing right now. Just making random noises and getting lucky, Brutus, guess. Splurg, splurg, okay. Damn it, those ones weren't really words, sorry. But these ones are, right? Don't tell anybody, okay?
Okay.
Well, I guess we're even now. No hard feelings, yeah? I mean, Craig was trying to kill you. I bet he gave you a lot of trouble. He was a good man.
Yeah, wow. We've been through a lot, huh? Let's call it even.
Thanks for vouching for me on the way in, by the way. Now, I know they still pissed about the last time I was here. Damn, I really wrecked this place, didn't I? You know, there's a few extra spots on the Gluttons roster if you ever want to join the crew. Think it over.
Hey, good job back there. And to think I almost sentenced your entire species to death. Pretty crazy, right? Well, from where we're at now, it's a lot easier to see how evil that would have been. Sorry for scaring you like that. System's not perfect.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Judge. You didn't make it easy. But I guess we're all good.
Just so you know, after Nipulon dosed you with drugs, you were just kind of running around the room, screaming and mumbling to yourself for a bit. We were all just sort of watching you trip out. Very cool. Space Court isn't normally like that, by the way. It's usually not allowed to have big boss fights right in the middle of court. But we made an exception for you guys.
Thank you.
Well, kid, you did it again. Saved the day. God damn, you're an unstoppable team, you know that?
Fuck, that guy fucking Apples is here.
I'll say it. This feels good.
Oh, Jeppy's running
did
around.
things the right way, and we stuck to our guns, literally and figuratively. Look, the hard part's over. Try to take it easy and enjoy yourself, okay?
Okay. I know I wasn't invited. I know I shouldn't be here. You probably hate me just like everyone else does. But hear me out. Let me just stay anyway. Please? Please? Please?
Dude, fuck off. Get away from us. What are you even doing here?
Seriously? You should cut all ties with me publicly as soon as possible. Actually, you should call the cops on me. Tell them I'm here. Tell them I didn't serve enough time, that they were too lenient on me. I'm a menace. I'm a freaking menace. I can't believe you're still talking to me. Seriously? Walk away. It's for your own good.
Okay.
Why did you invite me here? We're over. I'm with someone else now. You know that. You need to stop texting me.
Look, just give us another chance.
Who is this?
Sure, I'll admit it. What we had
Do we even
was
know who the
nice.
fuck this is?
And yes, some nights I miss it. But no, we mustn't. Fuck, okay, fine, I give in. Let's get back together. I need you. I can't believe I'm gonna say this. I think about you every waking minute, okay? Take me back. Please, I'm ready to go.
My baby! We're all so proud of you. What a good little trooper you were, fighting the bad guy like that in front of everyone. So brave.
Let's do it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We did it all for you.
Oh, it's from the start of the game?
I brag about you all the time. I hope you know that. You remember my friend Sheila from Earth? Well, her kid died during the G3 invasion. I bet she wishes she had you as a kid instead.
Let's do it.
So tell me, is your sister a lesbo? It's okay if she is. I just want to know. I'm picking up something between her and that robot friend she keeps around. Is it still lesbianism if it's a robot? Sorry. I'm learning.
Let's do it.
Chippy!
That was pretty exciting. Is that the sort of stuff you and Lizzie get up to all the time? I'll be honest, I'm a little worried about your safety. Maybe you both could retire now and hang out with your pops for a bit. Keep them company?
Probably not gonna retire, but maybe we can watch a movie once a month or something.
Yeah. You know what? Don't worry about me. I've accepted the divorce. I just want your mom to be happy. I'll figure things out for myself. I'm not going to join any more cults, I promise. That was a one-time mistake. I'm allowed to join one cult as a mistake. Boy, do I miss my buddy Teddy. Shame we couldn't save his life in Wyoming. That was him in court as a ghost, right? I mean, that's good to know. That ghosts are real. When I die, you better hang out with me as a ghost. I could die pretty soon, you know. I'm getting old.
Yeah, she's a basement ghost from the Ghost Show, yeah.
So, you can do it, Lizzie. Thanks for all your help. We couldn't have done it without you.
Tonight, let's drink to the memory of all the bleeding stars who didn't make it.
To our fallen comrades.
To our fallen comrades.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
Sorry if this is the wrong time, but I was thinking about proposing to Lizzie, and I was wondering if I could have your support. I don't know how you feel about a robot marrying your sister, but just think about it.
Yes, we could all tell you two had a little tryst going. Congratulations. Feel free to pursue it further.
So, about my proposing to Lizzie, in case you're on the fence at all, just think about it. Wouldn't it be kind of cool to have a robot-in-law? You could call me anytime to do math problems for you. I'm really good at those.
You did know Lizzie and I were a thing, right? We've been banging each other this whole time.
It wasn't really a secret. I guess you had other things on your mind.
Thanks for inviting me. The only reason they're letting me out for the night is because of your good word. But right after this, I gotta go back to space, Jill. I'm trying not to think about it too much.
I'm never going to jail. I'm a professional. Try learning from me.
In a way, this party is for me too. Because I killed one of the bad guys myself. Or at least a clone of him. But you know, it counts. I count as a part of your team. Shouldn't we do another murder mystery?
Murder mystery?
Fun. Let's not kill someone for real this time, though. I think we can do it without that part.
I don't care about you. I don't care about Jeppy. Ron Waters, though.
My, look who it is. The hero of
Ron
the hour.
Waters?
Not bad,
John
hot
Waters,
stuff.
Jesus.
I knew you'd pull it off.
Thank you. We wish you and your Spirit Halloween the best of luck.
Thanks again, hon. You freed me from that stuffy high society life. Now I can live as my true, authentic self, the owner and proprietor of a Spirit Halloween in space. Now that you're back in the big leagues, you better not forget about me and my little Spirit Halloween gig. You know, it might be a good idea to whip up a new costume in your honor, the Outlaw. It'd definitely be a top seller. You don't need any royalties, right? I mean, thanks for being so understanding.
Okay.
Jeppy.
Are you certain you're finished?
Oh.
There won't be another party like this for a long time.
Okay. No, not yet.
So I killed another one of my bosses.
Oh,
Well,
Helen.
I guess you already killed this one once, but you did it again. I hope you're happy.
I've only been involved in the killing of one of your bosses, and I don't apologize until I've killed at least 2 of someone's bosses.
I'm done being a secretary. It's time for a new Helen. And I think new Helen is really, really into making Warhammer 40K lore video essays.
Jeppy.
What the fuck?
Remember how much fun we had in the first game? You should play that one again. It's pretty good. This one's better, obviously, but the first one has its charms. For starters, I'm in it a lot more. I'm barely even a part of this game. Did you even play the first one? Do you have any idea who I am?
Okay. I think we're almost done. I don't care about you. I should talk to Jeppy.
Jeppy.
That's correct.
Jeppy. Jeppy, love you.
Oh, his first real words. Even my cold heart has been touched.
Jeppy.
Okay. I definitely don't want to talk to you assholes. All right, let's finish. Oh, all right.
Oh man, that was awesome. You're crazy, dude. I'm glad I'm on your side. I know I can't die, but I feel like if you really hated me, you'd figure it out.
I assure you I could kill you were I to put forth some actual effort.
So, what now, man? Back to bounty hunting, taking it easy for a bit. Look at you. I see you. You're sick in the head. You need that adventure shit. Yeah, man. No way you're taking it easy. I'm gonna be real with you, man. This lifestyle is too much for me. I'm glad I got to help, yeah, obviously. And I learned some shit about myself, about bounty hunting, and yeah, about the system, sure. But I'm no hero. I'm just a regular ass dude. I'll leave the crazy shit to you, my man.
Okay, finish up with the sister.
I guess we make a pretty good team. Damn, remember when we just had normal lives on Earth? Back before we knew aliens existed or talking guns. Seriously, who could have predicted talking guns?
Hey, did Lizzie ever tell you how she lost her eye?
Oh my god, Harper, no.
You know she's been sleeping with Queso, right?
Harper!
A lot of sharp parts to watch out for when you're banging a robot.
Oh, fuck. Oh, dude.
It got stabbed out by a cool bad guy. Ignore Harper.
Okay, that's it. We're done. Let's fucking wrap this shit up. Yes. Back to the hideout or quarters or whatever.
Do you suffer from chronic misery? Do you have self-destructive tendencies rooted in a pain you're too weak to deal with?
Go ahead and cross that Nipulon scumbag off the board.
Okay.
You earned it. Get the catharsis you're looking for. And some more funds, I guess. That's the last of them.
All right. One last rocket ship for the road.
I didn't know it took this long to cross someone off the board.
There.
Hey there, Pseudo here. Time for post-game stuff. There isn't much, sorry. It's mostly just whatever was left over that you missed. If you've been playing really thoroughly, there might be nothing left at all. Did you get all the lug boxes in the city? Mess around with all the side content? Come on, you paid for the game. You might as well play all of it. Or did you get it for free with some deal? One of those game services, huh? I bet you're playing on one of those game services. That's money out of our pockets, I'll have you know. I mean, yeah, they pay us a lot to put it on those things, like millions sometimes. But still, think about how much more money we'd make if everyone bought it too. We could make a third game, or something else entirely. What if we made Half-Life 3? I bet that's allowed, right? Valve's not doing it. Why not us? Why don't we make Half-Life 3? Squanch Games, Half-Life 3, coming next year. We'll make it in 1 year, really quick. We'll make it fast and good. That's the right way to do it. Anyway, it all starts with you buying our game. So thank you and Godspeed. Unless you didn't buy our game, in which case, fuck you. But also thank you still because you are playing it right now. All right, love you. Bye-bye. Have fun with the post game.
Breaking news tonight from the Intergalactic Supreme Space Court, where a landmark ruling has just concluded the controversial human legalization hearing. While official records remain sealed, multiple sources confirm that the hearing did not go as Rhea Pharmaceuticals had hoped. The outlaw, considered a violent fugitive, appeared in the courtroom, reportedly challenging the proceedings in dramatic fashion. What followed was an unprecedented legal confrontation that, against all odds, appears to have shifted the court's decision. The ruling is now official. Humans will not be legalized as a consumer-grade prescription pill. Rhea Pharmaceuticals has suffered a major, possibly irreversible setback, both due to the terms of this ruling, as well as the untimely death of their CEO, Nipulon Rhea, son of Rhea Pharmaceuticals founder Mama Rhea, also known as Diane Rhea, or Diarrhea for short.
Of course.
Some officials are already calling this a turning point in the intergalactic conversation around human rights, while others are calling for emergency security reforms to prevent anything like this from ever happening again. Well, you did it, Outlaw. I knew you had it in you. I always believed. I am so proud of you. All right, yeah, I can feel billions of viewers staring lasers at me right now. What, you think I'm biased? That I'm bad at my job? That I should have been fired a long time ago? Huh? That I've let my personal feelings interfere with my journalistic responsibilities? Ha! Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to just sit here and read sanitized war crime press releases like a goddamn robot? Newsflash, I'm an individual with emotions and one very specific celebrity crush. You know, maybe it's the Outlaw. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the first person in years who's actually done something good. And maybe that's attractive. Emotionally, spiritually, romantically, physically. I love you, Outlaw. Good night. This is Jason Testicles, resigning from Testicle News. I'm out of here.
Got a craving for that.
Okay. That is gonna do it. That is it, y'all. Thank you so much for joining me on this game. We did it. We got her done. All right. Tomorrow we have a very special game for a very special person. Well, I don't know if I call him a very special person, but we're going to check out the fucking Dino Dark Souls game tomorrow. Dino Blade. This is the game we're going to be checking out tomorrow. An intense action RPG set in a prehistoric world where the dinosaurs all have swords in their fucking mouths. Yes. That game. Yeah, we're going to check that out tomorrow. So, let's move me. There we go. Try not to reveal my green screen is tough. Nope. There we go. That'll do. Anyways, I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow for Dino Blade. Also, don't forget to give me your indie game suggestions for Saturday.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zeconia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya!